Chapter 1578. Since the end of the Yonghui era, the yamen of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries of Liang, big and small, had changed drastically. Senior officials such as Zhang Julu, Minister of War Gu Jiantang, and this old man of the Song family had either died or left the center of the capital. A group of people led by the head of the secretariat, Qi Yonglong, had ascended to high positions in the imperial court. Among them, there were seniors like Chun Wang, the left scattered cavalry of Minxiao province, as well as young scholars like Li Jifu, Wu Congxian, and Gao Tingshu, who had become famous in the Xiangfu Union Imperial Examination, whose qualifications were far inferior to Qin Xiaobao's. Tang Taizhuang and Su Gong had also become assistant ministers. Among the old officials of the cabinet, there were also a lot of changes. A large number of Yonghui officials, including Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chun, had almost all changed their official positions. Yuan Gua, Han Lin, and Wang Xiongui had all been transferred to other places and became nominal border officials. Among them, only Huan Wen was an anomaly. As an old official of 3 dynasties, no matter how the officials of the same dynasty changed, Tananan had always been in charge of Minxiao province. Although it was rumored that he was not feeling well and had to make room for the second-in-command of the Secretariat, Zhao Yuling, or Yin Mao Chun, the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, to the civil and military officials of Great Peace City. As long as His Majesty did not give an explicit order, Tananan was still the dominant figure who had great influence on the entire imperial court. Even if Huan Wen really retired, as the only remaining senior official and literary leader of the Liang dynasty, the political affairs of Liang would inevitably be handled by this old man, who was praised as the national treasure by the late emperor. No wonder the Huan family in Great Peace City would tease them out of kindness. As autumn approached this year, the emperor asked the imperial household department to carefully craft more than 40 ink slabs with auspicious talisman engraved on them and gave them to the important officials. Those who received them all thought that they were treasures. Only Huan Wen received 3 slabs. Even Qi Yonglong, Yan Jieshi, and Chen Wang only received 2 slabs. Moreover, not only did Huan Wen receive this honor, but he also received an old ginseng that could be said to be the best among all the tributes in Liaodong and a jar of Chunling wine. As a result, the private discussions that speculated that Tananan might not be able to survive the second year of the auspicious talisman vanished in an instant. Following the rise of the 2 provinces under the Hall of Secretaries and the relocation of the Hamlin Academy to a new location, as well as the establishment of the 6 pavilions, a large number of important civil officials were sent out. The Zhao family, which was originally a gathering of yamen offices, lived up to the grand occasion of all the officials of the imperial court gathered here in the early years. On the first day of autumn, the emperor specially opened the Golden Autumn Garden, which occupied the largest area and had the best scenery among the 4 imperial gardens, and held a grand banquet for all the officials. Before the banquet began, the young emperor, who was quite interested, even set a new rule for Liang to welcome autumn. He had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, bring in a pot of Chinese parasol tree that had been planted long ago. When the time came, he had Chun Wang temporarily act as the grand historian and loudly shout, "Autumn is coming." Then, the emperor personally plucked a piece of Chinese parasol tree leaf, implying that the emperor represented the common people in reporting to the heavens for autumn. In this impromptu and elegant matter that had no precedent, Chun Wang, who became the first reporting to the emperor to welcome autumn of Liang, was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Empress Yin Dongwu stood together with her younger brother Yin Qiji. After seeing this scene, this moving woman, who was the mother of the nation, said softly to her younger brother, "You must strive to become the person to report to the emperor for autumn next year." Yin Qiji, who was most afraid of being in the limelight, said with a headache, "Sister, what is there to fight about this kind of thing? Besides, I can't fight for it. With Chun Xiaobao in front, next year, probably only the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, or the new chancellor of our Hamlin Academy can take on this role. Otherwise, Song Kelly, Fan Zhongho, and the others would be more justified than me. Yin Dongwu glanced at the civil and military officials with different expressions. The older ones, like Qi Yonglong and Huan Wan, were, after all, old and had reached the top of the court. There was no need for them to add flowers to the brocade. Therefore, they all had an indifferent attitude towards this matter and did not want to fight with the younger generation. However, the younger generation of officials, such as Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, were slightly different. They also did not need to fight for anything and were not suitable. However, when they looked at Chen Wang, who was a generation lower in seniority, there was still a hint of envy in their eyes. As for Gao Tingshu, Wu Congxian, and the other young people who had just made a name for themselves in the court of Liang, all of them had burning gazes. These years, Jean Lanting, who had been successful in Great Peace City, was unperturbed. It seemed that he already saw the person to report to the emperor for autumn next year as something in the bag. Yin Dongwu, who now had the bearing of a phoenix, did not look sideways. She did not whisper to her beloved younger brother and said with an indifferent expression, "Your brother-in-law needs you to fight for it. However, he will not say anything to you directly. However, if you have the heart to improve, he will be very happy." Yin Qiji sighed helplessly and said, "All right, then I will do my best." Yin Dongwu looked out of the corner of his eye at his father, Yin Jieshi, who was chatting happily with Wen Shoren, the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, and the other court officials. He changed to an unquestionable tone and said, "Our father has already helped you pave the way." The 6 Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, plus the 6 newly established Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, these 12 people will be the most noble court officials of our dynasty in the future. You are still young and do not have enough experience. You do not have the extravagant hope that our Yin family will have 2 Grand Secretaries, but it will not be difficult for you to become a Grand Secretary of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy in 10 to 20 years. Moreover, Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy are an empty title and will not be taken away just because an official leaves the court. In addition, in a few years, if nothing unexpected happens, father will be promoted from the Hall of Martial Meritocracy to the Hall of Martial Meritocracy. Yin Qiji said timidly, "Sister, in the end, we are relatives. Shouldn't we avoid arousing suspicion?" Yin Dongwu turned his head expressionlessly, but there was clearly some anger in his eyes. He directly interrupted his brother's words and said in a low voice, "Can you really not see the undercurrent in the court? Even you, the brother-in-law, are not helping your brother-in-law. Do you want to place your hopes on those civil officials who are becoming better and better at being officials?" Yin Qiji wanted to speak, but stopped. In the end, he lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The emperor walked over to the side of the brother and sister. Seeing Yin Qiji's embarrassed state, he smiled and joked, "What is it, brother-in-law? Were you scolded by your sister again? Every time Grand Secretary Yin sees me and occasionally mentions you, his son, it is always difficult to hide his proud smile. Your sister, on the other hand, scolds him every time she sees him. I can't help but feel indignant for you. No matter. Since your sister is not close to you, I am very close to you, the brother-in-law. In the future, if you are wronged by your sister, feel free to come and complain to me. We can drink together to relieve our boredom." Yin Dongwu smiled gently and asked, "What troubles does your majesty have to relieve?" The young emperor, who had been caught red-handed, was immediately speechless. This made Yin Qiji, who was watching the fire from the other side, feel even more amused. The Emperor Zhao Zhuan reached out and pointed at his brother-in-law, who was rejoicing in his misfortune. "Ungrateful. I accidentally got into trouble because I wanted to help you." If a normal subject heard the words ungrateful from the mouth of an emperor, they would probably be scared out of their wits. It was unknown if Yin Qiji was too slow or what, but he was not nervous at all and smiled apologetically. Although the young emperor snorted coldly on the surface, in the depths of his heart, he was not angry at his brother-in-law's arrogance. Instead, he felt very comfortable. If they were not family, they would not be so casual. although the emperors of the previous dynasties called themselves emperors. Which emperor really liked the feeling of being alone? Yin Dongwu suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the matter of the palace serving girls cannot be delayed any longer." Zhao Zhuan quickly laughed, and then found an excuse to go find the head of the secretariat to discuss military matters. Chapter 1579. After the banquet, the emperor allowed the officials to tour the Golden Autumn Garden on their own. Thus, the civil and military officials spread out in groups of 2s and 3s. They seemed to be careless, but there were many things to pay attention to. For example, Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, the 2 big shots of the court, walked side by side. Zhao Yuling of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, who had resigned from the Ministry of Personnel, pulled 5 or 6 officials with him. The current heavenly official, Yin Mao Chun, chatted happily with a group of Hamlin Academy scholars. A few newly appointed scholars with shaky foundations naturally walked hand in hand. After the death of the blue-eyed girl, the 6 officials of the Shangshu province, who had been leaderless, also had their own positions and did not stick together. Zhao Shixuan, on the other hand, stuck together. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizhuang, walked with 2 great generals of the same generation as his benefactor, Gu Jiantang. One of them was the great general Zhao Cheng, who had not paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, and the other was Yang Shenxing, whose face had been covered in dirt for the past 2 years. On the other hand, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Liu Baijie, walked with the young officials from Jiangnan. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wen Tai, and the former general of Qingzhou, Hong Lingshu, who had recently been summoned to the capital, had just made it clear that they would not interact with each other for the rest of their lives. Today, they met again. It looked like they had buried the hatchet and were on good terms with each other. It was hard not to wonder if the Green faction was going to make a comeback. As for the 2 Liao families in the north, led by the Peng and Liu families, the people in charge of the Great Peace City also stayed together. Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, these 2 old men, did not walk slowly. Their steps were large, so they walked further and further away from the group of officials behind them. The 2 old men came directly to a famous spot in the Golden Autumn Garden. It was the Spring God Mountain, built from nearly 100 pieces of Spring God Lake stone. Although the Spring God Lake stone had long been loved and revered by some famous scholars of Jiangnan, it was only in the past 5 years that it had truly become popular and known to all levels of society. Piece by piece, the stone was continuously picked up from the bottom of the lake. Last year, it even flew into the royal family and became a mountain overnight in the Golden Autumn Garden, becoming famous under heaven. The Spring God Lake stone was known to be thin and wrinkled. It was a high-quality Spring God Lake stone, was exquisite, and had a natural aura. So it was said to be 1 gene of 1 or 2 tails of gold. Huangwu did not climb the mountain. Instead, he stood a few dozen steps away from the Spring God Lake mountain and gazed at the short mountain that was said to be shrouded in mist. The sound of rain could be heard on rainy days, and the sound of conches could be heard in strong winds. Seeing that Tananon had no intention of climbing the mountain, the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, smiled and accompanied Tananon where he stood. The atmosphere in Liang Imperial Court was very relaxed, compared to the confrontation between Zhang and Gu. When Zhang Jiulu and Gu Jiantang, these 2 serious civil and military leaders, were present, the civil and military officials could be said to be trembling with fear of making mistakes. Now that it was the good-tempered Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, everyone was much more relaxed. In addition, they had coincidentally met Zhao Zhuan, a young emperor who had just ascended the throne and could not be considered to have accumulated great power. Therefore, the senior officials of Great Peace City liked to tease the younger generation that they were on good terms with. Compared to them, the old officials of Yonghui, they had met at a good time. Tantanon, who had drunk a lot at the banquet, burped. He turned to Qi Yanglong and asked with a smile, "Head of the Secretariat, do you know the origin of my nickname, Huan Wen Tananon?" Qi Yanglong smiled and shook his head. Huan Wen laughed and said, "In the beginning, I wasn't called Tananon. There was a guy who gave me the nickname of Wine Gourd. If I angered him, he would scold me as a wine bag and a good-for-nothing. The name Tannanon was something that happened much later. There was one time when I was on duty with that guy in the forbidden area. I couldn't control my mouth and secretly drank some wine. It just so happened that I was caught red-handed by the previous emperor who had been reading books all night. I drank too much and spoke without restraint. I told the previous emperor that as long as I, Huan Wen, had wine in my stomach, I would be magnanimous. However, if there was a day when His Majesty did not give me wine to drink, I would be full of complaints. The previous emperor was amused and immediately had the head eunuch, Han Shengxian, bring over several jars of wine. At that time, there was a guy who had never touched wine who drank a cup for the first time. His face was as red as a monkey's, but after I was drunk, I laughed at him and told him not to call himself Green Eyes, just Red Face. He replied, "Shut your mouth and be a good Tannanon." It was probably from that time onwards that I became the Tannenwang. Perhaps many officials felt that this nickname meant that I, Huan Wen, was a tumbler in Liang's officialdom. No matter how turbulent the court was, I would always sway along with it. But in the end, I never fell. Qianlong sighed and said, "Whether as a person or an official, Tantanon has never done anything that his heart could not get over. I'm not as good as Tantanon." Huan Wen rolled his eyes and said, "Head of the Secretariat, your words are too much of a bootlicker. If it were someone else who said it, I would even think that they were scolding him." Qianlong smiled, but did not say anything. He was in charge of the Secretariat of the Liang dynasty, which had been neglected for many years. A few decades ago, the Zhao clan of the old Liang dynasty, which was located in the northern lands and was divided by the vassal towns, had bestowed the titles of head of the Secretariat, left and right servant archers, and Shizhong to the vassal towns' military generals who were too powerful to get rid of, and the valiant military officials who controlled the court to show their favor. They were all empty titles, just like the Great Pillar State and the Great Pillar State later. However, today was different from the past. The Secretariat of the Secretariat, which had lost a lot of power, became a veritable important place of the court again. Qianlong also took the opportunity to become the next Grand Secretary after Zhang Jiulu. Some of the power that had been taken away by the Hanlin Academy long ago also returned to the Secretariat of the Secretariat. However, Qianlong was well aware that as the head of the Secretariat, who was summoned to the capital to put out the fire, in the end, he was just a transitional prime minister. After helping Yin Mao Chun, Zhao Yuling, and the others to ascend to the throne, he had to retreat unscathed. However, Huan Wen was different. Whether it was the former emperor or the current emperor, they all regarded this Tannanon, who had a good personal relationship with Zhang Jiulu, as a trustworthy teacher of the emperor. Qianlong was very clear about the hubbub of Huan Wen's resignation this time. It was not that the young emperor was afraid of Huan Wen, but that Huan Wen himself had the intention to retire. That was why there was such a beautiful story that Huan Wen alone received 3 imperial inkstones. Huan Wen said softly, "Young people should be busy. When they are busy, they can shake off the floating air. Old people should be idle. Only when they are idle can they enjoy the rest of their lives." Qianlong shook his head and said in a low voice, "At this time, everyone in the court can be idle except for Tannanon. The Guangling Road, the Beiliang Road, and the Liangliao Road are all not peaceful. The court needs Tannanon to help make decisions. Many times in many things, even if Tannanon does not speak, as long as you sit there, even if you're dozing off, the hearts of the people in the court will not be in chaos. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This is exactly what Tannanon means." Huan Wen continued to look at the small mountain for a while, then slowly turned his head and smiled. "In terms of age and seniority, the head of the Secretariat and my teacher are of the same generation." Qianlong quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that. Your teacher and I were famous for not getting along well in the past. As for the conflict between Confucianism and legalism, the two of us could never come to an agreement. After I came to the capital, I was already very lucky that Tannanon did not make things difficult for the Imperial College and the Secretariat." Huan Wen no longer used the head of the Secretariat's respectful and unfamiliar title. He said sincerely, "Although Mr. Qi does not have the same political views as my teacher admired your scholarly skills very much. In Huanwen's opinion, the reason why people say that it is better to hide in plain clothes than to hide in official clothes is actually a hypocritical way of saying that either one has done enough as an official or one can't be an official. It is far inferior to Mr. Qi, who can hide in plain clothes and help the world. Qianlong smiled. Tantanon, oh, Tantanon, it is one thing for us two old men to flatter each other here, but the problem is that no one is listening to us. How can we pass on and leave our names in history? Speaking of this, Qianlong said with a hint of sarcasm, when I was young and studied history, when I first read about someone or something, I always felt that my blood was boiling or moved. Later, when I thought about it, I realized that it was an extreme case of fishing for fame. Their intentions are punishable. Huanwen laughed heartily. Mr. Qi, you are right. I also had the same feeling when I was young. Qianlong sighed for no reason. The writer of the past, the flipper of the future. Huanwen also sighed and suddenly asked, Mr. Qi, have you never met that Su Fengyan? Qianlong nodded. That king of Bailiang has been to Shangyin Academy, but unfortunately, I have never met him. Huanwen laughed and said, My teacher and the old King Liang have scolded each other many times. As a student, although I have only met the young king twice, the feeling is really not enough for outsiders to know. Qianlong said in a bad mood, What's it to show off? Huanwen smiled happily and hard, not hiding his mischievous meaning. Huanwen asked again, Mr. Qi, do you know the two things I like to do the most since I became an official in the capital? Qianlong replied, I'd like to hear the details. Tantanon narrowed his eyes. First, he raised his left arm and waved his sleeve. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently tapped in the air with his index and middle fingers together. Every day in the court, I watched civil and military officials come and go, dazzling and dazzling. I listened to the jade pendants on their waists tapping, tinkling, tinkling, crisp and pleasant to the ear. I'll never get tired of watching and listening. Qianlong laughed and said, I didn't feel it before, but I have to pay attention to it in the future. Huanwen raised his head, not looking at the mountain, but at the higher sky. Heaven and earth are like a big jade plate. Large and small beads fall into it, crackling and shattering. They all die. Qianlong closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, as if listening attentively. He murmured, Yes, the most brilliant bead in the world in the northwest is finally about to shatter. You and me, and those yellow and purple high lords behind us, are the culprits. Huanwen laughed and said, We are the scholars who are ashamed of the classics. Qianlong still closed his eyes and laughed softly. It turns out that the real scholars don't read books. Chapter 1580. The sudden fall of Huda's city allowed the Northern Mang army to unfold an extremely comfortable offensive posture at the southern end of the Dragon Eye Plain, leading to the emergency of Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns. At this critical moment, the deputy commander of the Northern Liang Infantry Army, Great Ancestor Gu, stood his ground against the opinion of the masses and did not disperse his troops to reinforce the front line. Instead, he gathered in the area of Zhongzhong military town behind Huayang Pass and urgently converged with a large border cavalry army led by the deputy commander of the cavalry army, Zhou Kong. In this way, Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns, as the base of the Northern Liang Protectorate Manor, imperceptibly replaced Huda City as the second Huda City. However, because Chu Lushan, the nominal number one commander of the Northern Liang Border Army, insisted on personally guarding Huayang Pass, Great Ancestor Gu's action of not lending a helping hand pushed this foreign old general from the old southern Tang to the heart of the storm. Not only the cavalry generals, even the interior of the border army infantry system had a lot of complaints about Great Ancestor Gu, especially after Chen Yinshui, who was also the deputy commander of the infantry army, temporarily led troops from Yuzhou to reinforce Liangzhou province. The two Northern Liang infantry generals who had the same rank also had a lot of disagreements. In addition, Jean Partridge Zhou Kong himself was a typical aggressive commander in the Northern Liang army. For a moment, Great Ancestor Gu was deserted in Zhongzhong military town, and Great Ancestor Gu, as the base of the northern Liang Protectorate Manor imperceptibly became the second Huda city. However, because Chu Lushan, the nominal #1 commander of the northern Liang border army, insisted on personally guarding Huayang Pass, Great Ancestor Gu's action of not lending a helping hand pushed this foreign old general from the old southern Tang to the heart of the storm. Within Grave Tomb Military Town's temporary General Manor Discussion Hall, another dispute that almost completely tore apart all pretenses erupted. Those officers and captains whose official positions weren't that high were already a bit numb. Right now, Grave Tomb and Huayang Pass defensive line behind Tiger Head City had already completely lost contact. Before this, there were already no less than 100 elite crossbowmen who died in battle while delivering military intelligence. In reality, Huayang Pass and Liuya Fuling towns could already be considered isolated outside the pass, submerged under Northern Mang Great Army's armored cavalry. In the meeting hall, there were originally more than 10 chairs. Great Ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, Chun Yinshui, who came from afar, Qi Danghua, the commander of the 6,000 iron-footed cavalry, Yuan Nanting, the commander of the White Scale Guards, and the others all had their own seats. However, the day before yesterday, Zhou Kong stood up angrily in front of Great Ancestor Gu, kicked a chair, and left the meeting hall. Today, Zhou Kong and Great Ancestor Gu had an irreconcilable dispute about the location of Zhongzhong Town. This cavalry general, who had the reputation of brocade partridge, stood on one side of the table with a sand table. He punched the table with his left hand and pointed at Great Ancestor Gu with his right hand. He said angrily, "Defend? Do you only know how to hide and defend? Is this all you can do, Great Ancestor Gu? I really don't know why His Highness invited you from the Central Plains to our Bailiang frontier army. If it wasn't for the fact that you wrote Collection of Ashes, and if it wasn't for the fact that the great general and Sir Li praised you endlessly back then, this general would have suspected that you were a spy for the Northern Mang barbarians." Hearing this, not to mention the young generals like Ninga Mei, the deputy general of the Iron Fudu Cavalry, who could only be regarded as a rising star compared to the old generals, even the silent Chun Yunshui's eyelids trembled. Zhou Kang's words were obviously too much. Chun Yunshui glanced at Great Ancestor Gu from the corner of his eyes. Great Ancestor Gu was still indifferent. However, Zhou Kang didn't show any sign of mercy. He pointed his finger at Great Ancestor Gu even more fiercely. Huayang Pass can't be defended if you can't even defend Huda Town. Liuya and Fuling Town rely on the flexibility of the cavalry to actively seek opportunities. Can they defend it? Great Ancestor Gu, you're the commander of the infantry, but I am the deputy commander of the Bailiang cavalry. I can't bear to see the tens of thousands of cavalry in Liuya and Fuling Town have to dismount and fight on foot because of your opinion. In the end, they can only die on the city wall. I can't bear to see the tens of thousands of cavalry under my command crowding around the heavy tomb every day, watching their comrades die in the front line every day, but they can't fight. In the end, Zhou Kang's eyes were almost burning with anger. He reprimanded, "Great Ancestor Gu, it's fine if you are afraid of death. I don't care if your infantry likes to be cowards. But why do you want our cavalry to wait for death here?" Great Ancestor Gu said indifferently, "Because without the support of Commander Zhou's cavalry, the heavy tomb can't be defended. The city is dead. Without the restraint of the cavalry, there is no city in the world that can't be broken. Similarly, without the cooperation of a stable city, the cavalry is like water without a source. It's not hard to win a few battles, but it's unrealistic to win the entire battle." Zhou Kang sneered. "Then your infantry should just obediently wait in the heavy tomb. It's enough as long as you cooperate with our cavalry and watch us kill the enemy. This request isn't too much, is it? Right now, Dongzhuo's army has yet to truly gain a foothold, but our cavalry can roam through our own defensive line with our eyes closed. Not to mention charging and attacking. Even if it's a night battle, we can fight cleanly and efficiently. The disadvantage in numbers can be made up for by our familiarity with the geography. Great Ancestor Gu, you keep saying that you want to wait for news from the two battlefields of Qingtsong City and Xiaowang City in Yuzhou, and that it's best to delay until the new city on the border of Liangzhou is built. But for better or for worse, you are someone who has led troops in battle. How can you not know the principle of fleeting opportunities on the battlefield? What? You can't be thinking that after Protector General Chu dies at Huayang Pass, you can go to that new city and become the next Protector General, right? Great Ancestor Gu's expression did not change. He only stared at this Beiliang's third-in-command who spoke without thinking. He slowly said, "Zhou Kong, there's no joking in the army. There are some words that I can tolerate, but there are some words that can't be treated as a fart." Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes and laughed sinisterly. "You finally can't tolerate it anymore? There are 30,000 Beiliang's right army outside the city. Do you still dare to kill me in the heavy tomb?" Then Zhou Kong laughed and pretended to look around. In the romance novels, there's an interesting joke about throwing a cup as a signal. It's said that as long as a wine cup is thrown, several hundred executioners will rush out and chop the person into mincemeat. It's just that you, Great Ancestor Gu, don't have a wine cup in your hands. These generals and lieutenants in the room don't seem to listen to your orders, do they? Great Ancestor Gu smiled. "You and I both know that in the military town of Heavy Tomb, you, Commander Zhou, put me under house arrest. Now, all the generals here more or less don't like me. The veteran General Chen Yinchue, who was afraid of adding fuel to the fire, sighed. How did things come to this point? It would be good if Chu Lushan was here. Otherwise, Yinwenwan or Yuan Zuozong would be fine too." This was the result of a group of dragons without a leader. If they were not facing a major event that could affect the trend of Beiliang and even the entire world, Great Ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, and even the young Beiliang military talents like Ningame of Qidong could take charge alone and decide the outcome of a state war. They would not have such a headache. Thinking of this, Chen Yinchue suddenly felt sad. He remembered the military years when he was young. At that time, there were so many fierce generals and strategists gathered together. Li Yishan, Zhao Chongling, Yin Wenwan, Wu Yong, Su Pu, Wei Taizhan, Lu Yuanji, Zhong Hongwu, Chun Zhibao, Yuan Zuozong, Chu Lushan. But at that time, there would be someone who would make the final decision. There would never be such an unfamiliar situation that was close to internal strife. Unfortunately, the prince had to go to Liuzhou in person to put out the fire. And Chu Lushan, the number one person of the border army who guarded Huayang Pass, for some reason, did not make any decisions about the complicated military affairs of Heavy Tomb behind him. Chen Yinchue knew that if he did not act as a peacemaker, there might be a big fight in the conference hall today. While Chen Yinchue was more inclined towards Zhou Kong taking the initiative to attack, Great Ancestor Gu was the leading figure of the infantry in Liangzhou. Chen Yinchue could not help but feel some sympathy towards Jean Partridge's unbridled humiliation and suppression. In the end, this was not a conflict between Zhou and Gu, but a natural conflict between Beiliang cavalry and infantry. Even Yin Wenluan could not change this conflict. Beiliang had more infantry, but in the war with Beimang, the main characters were always the cavalry. In the end, it was also the cavalry that decided victory. Just like when Beiliang was changing between the old and the new, the Longxiang army and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry had each attacked Beimang and shone brilliantly. Later on, in Yuzhou, which was known as the main camp of Beiliang infantry, it was the 10,000-strong cavalry led by the young General Yu Luandao that shook the world. Chen Yinchue took a few steps closer to the table and pressed his hands lightly on the table. He said softly, "The situation in Liangzhou is not good. Liuzhou is the same. Even Wang Yi has to go there personally to face Lu Gui's army. Maybe he will also face that Tuoba Bodhisattva. Let's not make trouble for Wang Yi. If you have something to say, say it. If you are angry, don't say it." Chapter 1581. Chen Yinchue paused for a moment and glanced at Zhou Kong and Great Ancestor Gu, who were standing opposite each other. "Everyone, allow me to remind you that this is the Border Military Conference Hall, which is second only to the Northern Liang Protectorate. This is not the Liang Temple where civil officials talk and military officials run errands. We are also not those civil officials who stay out of the affairs and glorify themselves as strategists. You and I are both leading troops to war. Perhaps someone will personally go to the battlefield tomorrow. Perhaps today will be the last time Chen Yunchue, will see you. I believe in General Gu's cautiousness, and I also believe in General Zhou's decisiveness. Whether the heavy tomb cavalry will fight or defend, from the looks of it, there are pros and cons. General Gu and General Zhou have already discussed a lot. Right now, we can't get in touch with Huayang Pass. Commander Yuan is not in Liangzhou, and Prince has also gone to Liuzhou where the situation is urgent. Can we attack and defend at the same time? For example, if General Gu thinks that General Zhou's 30,000 left cavalry, General Qi's 6,000 iron stupas, and General Yuan's white feather guards are too radical, then Great Ancestor Gu hesitated for a second and said firmly, Commander Chun, to be honest, we not only have to defend the heavy tomb cavalry, but also have to leave enough cavalry for Bailiang. This is not a question of radical or conservative, but we can't fight this battle in the first place. At the very least, even if the heavy tomb cavalry can kill more than 100,000 enemies, even if we lose more than 30,000 of our own, the left cavalry can't form an absolute fighting force within a year. In that case, Bailiang has already lost. What's more, facing Dongzhu's well-prepared cavalry and Dongzhu's well-prepared left cavalry and General Qi's and General Yuan's two elite cavalry armies, can we really guarantee a complete victory without any losses? Great Ancestor Gu picked up the special bamboo pole and drew a big circle south of the heavy tomb cavalry and north of the border of Liangzhou. Why is Zhonghu's 40,000 right cavalry still not moving? He didn't hear the bad news about Hoda's city, so he went north to the heavy tomb cavalry? The reason is very simple. Whether or not the new city, which cost half of northern Liang's resources, can be successfully built will determine whether or not northern Liang can once again fight outside the pass. Under this premise, Huayang Pass can be lost, and even the grave that we are in can be lost. However, before we break through the city, we must do our best to stop Northern Mang's army to the north of the new city. The longer, the better. It doesn't matter how many enemies our Bailiang frontier army kills during this period of time. It doesn't matter if Commander Chu, Great Ancestor Gu, Chun, Qinyun, or Zhou Kong. Great Ancestor Gu smiled bitterly and said, Dongzhu can't wait for us to take the initiative to fight him and exchange forces with him. As the king of the South Courtyard, he is very happy. To put it bluntly, the Beimang barbarians in Xijing and Norland only care about how many Bailiang frontier army Dongzhu has killed, but they don't care too much about how many Beimang soldiers have died. Look at the Hulu Pass on the Eastern Front. That young general called Zhong Tan has killed many Beimang siege troops. No matter how many people have died, as long as he breached Wugong City and Wana City, he will be promoted by Old Lady Murong and become the new Beimang Xia Zhemo. I don't mind asserting that as long as the left cavalry is mobilized, even if more than 10,000 people are killed in battle, the throne of the king of the South Courtyard under Dongzhu's, but will be stabilized for another half a year. Great Ancestor Gu lowered his head and looked at the sand table as he said in a hoarse voice, I know, except for me. Everyone else in the room thinks that Heavy Tomb has let down the Bailiang frontier army, Hoda's city, and Lu Jinu since they chose to avoid the battle despite having so many soldiers. At this moment, a slightly indifferent voice sounded from the gate of the conference hall. Enough. Not only Great Ancestor Gu raised his head abruptly, but all the generals, including Zhou Kong and Chun Yunchue, also turned their heads to look at that slender figure. The young man looked travel-worn, but he made people feel very reassured. This person was Su Fengyan, who came to Heavy Tomb military town from Courtyard Pasture alone. In order to arrive at Huayang Pass as soon as possible and bring more soldiers to Liuzhou province for Shifu, the general of Liangzhou province who had regained his power, Su Fengyan didn't even take a white horse attendant with him. Su Fengyan, one of the four grandmasters, had an ugly look on his face. However, what really made Su Fengyan angry was the storm in the conference hall. Qi Jiajie's sword Qi, which had been suppressed, had been stirred up again. Hutu city in Liangzhou province had fallen, Lu Jinu had died in battle, and Liuzhou province was very likely to be completely annihilated by the Longxiang army. It was hard to say whether Yang Yuanzhan's army in Yuzhou province could be completely surrounded by Yang Yuanzhan's army. The new city on the border of Liangzhou province had not been built yet, and there were no huge cities to rely on and no reliable passes in Liangzhou province. However, Su Fengnian, who was one of the mainstays of Liangzhou province's cavalry, was suddenly critically ill, and Su Fengnian couldn't join the battle for the time being. It could be imagined how bad Su Fengnian's mood was at this moment. However, the young lord who strode into the conference hall still tried his best to restrain himself. Even so, Su Fengnian didn't show any intention of denouncing anyone. Even Zhou Kong, the fearless deputy general of cavalry, lost his arrogance and felt a little guilty for the first time. Su Fengnian gently exhaled. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. I also want to go to Qingtsang City in Liuzhou province and beat till a bodhisattva to death. It would be best if I could kill Lu Gui as well. However, I can't do that now. Moreover, Liangzhou province is more important than Liuzhou province. Therefore, I could only come here without stopping. Then I stood outside the door and listened to your quarrel for about 15 minutes. It's a pity that I didn't get to see Commander Gu and Commander Zhou fight. It's a pity. Embarrassed, Zhou Kong coughed a few times. When some of the young captains saw this scene, they tried their best to hold back their laughter, but it was difficult for them to do so. Su Fengnian did not continue to dig at the old generals. He walked to the north of the table and faced the south. The generals of the left and right factions naturally held their breaths and stood solemnly. Su Fengnian said, "Subduing the enemy without fighting is the specialty of the civil officials. We Bailiang don't like this. If the Baimang barbarians want to go south, then we will fight and win. We will beat them until they can't even return to Baimang. Fighting and winning has always been the self-confidence of our Bailiang, or perhaps the Su family's iron cavalry. It's not arrogance. However, even Su Xiao has never felt that a smooth victory is worth being happy about. Which battle was the battle that established our Bailiang frontier army as the #1 army in the spring and autumn war? It was Su Xiao who told me personally that it was the Battle of the Western Rampart that was the most bitter, the most tragic, and the most casualties. There were many times when he couldn't even see hope and almost wanted to give up. Now, our Bailiang will face the second battle of the Western Rampart. Su Xiao is no longer here. Li Yishan, Zhao Chongling, Chen Jibao, Wu Qi, Su Pu, Zhong Hongwu, and others have either left or died. But now, by my side, there are you, Chen Yunche, Zhou Kong, Yuan Nanting, Qi Danghua, Ningame, and great ancestor Gu who just entered Bailiang. To the north, there are Chu Lushan at Huayang Pass. To the east, there are Yin Wenwan's infantry and Yu Luandao's cavalry in Yuzhou. There are also Hu Kuei and Huang Fujin. In the mouth of the gourd, there are 2 heavy cavalry troops led by Yuan Zuozong. To the west, there is Su Longxiang, Li Mofen, and Wang Lingbao's Longxiang army, and Yang Guangdou, and Chen Shiliang's Liuzhou provincial governor's office. To the south, there are even more. Not to mention Bailiang's local civil and military officials. There are even thousands of foreign scholars. The retired Wei Taizhan, Lu Yuanji, and the others, including the old soldier Lin Dofang, have all made it clear that they want to come back and return to the Bailiang frontier army. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, "Whether there will be such a story about Bailiang fighting against a country in the history books in the future is the civil and military officials of Liang. It's none of our business. They can write whatever they want. But at least I think that after a few years, everyone here should strive to survive and tell their descendants and juniors about their military life. It's always good. Probably just like what Su Xiao nagged me about all those years ago. If by any chance someone here were to die in battle, he wouldn't have the fortune to show off to the young people." At this point, Su Fengnian looked at Zhou Kong. "For example, if you, Zhou Kong, were to die in battle, I believe that in the future there would be an old man surnamed Gu. If he met a young man surnamed Zhou, he might sit down and casually chat for a bit. While drinking wine, he would say that old man Zhou Kong from your family back then. His words were always unpleasant, but he was a hero who was willing to die for Bailiang. Su Fengnian's expression became absent-minded for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "If I were to die in battle, and any of you survived, then please tell your descendants that Bailiang lost in a battle to the death, not without a fight." Chapter 1582. Unlike Liuya and Fuling, Zhongzhong military town, which was located behind Huayang Pass, was mostly guarded by infantry. However, compared to Huayang Pass, which had a natural barrier to rely on, Zhongzhong military town seemed to be less confident. In fact, on this line of defense, the general of Zhongzhong military town could not stand up straight when facing 3 colleagues of the same rank, and his voice was never loud. The 2 towns of Liuya and Fuling had always been garrisoned with a considerable number of cavalry troops at the border. The 2 generals of the 2 towns were related to the 2 current deputy generals of the cavalry. Zhongzhong was an awkward character that was neither loved nor loved by his grandmother. Although it belonged to the northern Liang cavalry, it had more infantrymen. However, it had nothing to do with great ancestor Gu and could not rely on anyone. When Huayang Pass became the location of the Protectorate Manor, Zhong, who was raised by his stepmother, became more and more inconspicuous. Su Fengnian lived in a courtyard that had just been cleaned up. The courtyard was not big, but it was elegant and quiet. It was not easy to find a courtyard like this in a military town that was filled with influential officials at the border of Liangzhou. After Su Fengnian lived in the courtyard, he sent a signal to Zhongzhong that was worth chewing. The young lord did not summon Zhou Kong, the partridge who had accompanied His Royal Highness to the capital with hundreds of old soldiers, nor did he summon great ancestor Gu, who he had found in the Jianghu of the Central Plains, nor did he summon great ancestor Qi Danghua, who was the adopted son of a general like Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong. Instead, he called Ningame, who was from the Phoenix Battalion, to drink with him in the courtyard. The new deputy general of Iron Pagoda, Ningame, was still the interesting man with a rough appearance and a delicate voice. However, he was more restrained than before. After all, the young man sitting across from him was no longer His Royal Highness, who was looked down upon by the whole Bailiang. Su Fengnian clinked his cup with Ning amaze and lamented. "Back then, General Ning took 100 men to accompany me to cause trouble in Jianghu. Many of them, including Hong Shuwen, are no longer in the Phoenix Barracks. They have all become local military officers or even field officers. Yuan Meng, however, is still here. A few days ago at the Courtyard Ranch, he complained to me that he mentioned to you that he wanted to enter the Iron Stupa. However, not only did you not agree because of old friendship, you also scolded him." Ningame subconsciously sat up straight and said with the graceful voice of a woman from Dongyue, "The Phoenix Battalion has had many new faces in the past 2 years. I feel that with an old man like Captain Yuan in the battalion, I can be at ease." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Some of the young men who left the Phoenix Battalion under the identity of the White Horse Righteous faction would occasionally meet in private. I heard that they like to ask each other how high an official they have become, as well as how high an official they hope to become. They talk about who will become a border general or a border official in the future, and whether or not they can support each other. In this aspect, it is a bit like the Liang Imperial Court's fellow countrymen in the Imperial examinations. Back in the day, our Bailiang's earliest border crossbowmen also went through such a phase. When they first met again, they were all talking about who had died on the battlefield. Moreover, they were all speaking in a very envious tone. After a few years or 10 years, it was different. They were all asking how big the newly bought residence was, how beautiful the newly taken concubine was, and how many acres of high-quality farmland they had obtained. Seeing Ning Amei's expression change drastically, Su Fengnian waved his hand and smiled. "Don't be nervous. This is all human nature. Situations like the Phoenix Battalions are rare for the time being. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. I understand this principle." Besides, Su Xiao also said something similar. In his eyes, the world we live in now is too different from decades ago. At that time, almost everyone was thinking about how to survive. Everyone's head was tied to their waistbands. The only difference was that the commoners' heads were tied to straw ropes, while the scholars' heads were tied to the more valuable jade waistbands. In reality, everyone was in precarious situations. But now, everyone is thinking about how to live better. Therefore, since last year, families have all moved outside the borders of Baelyang. Since staying in Baelyang could lead to death, then they fled to a place where there was no smoke, a place where they couldn't hear the hooves of Baemang's horses. If Huainan doesn't work, then they can go to Gangnam-do. If Gangnam-do is also at war one day, then they can go south of the Guangling River. If that doesn't work, then they can go to Nanjiang. As long as they have money, they can escape all the way south. In the end, they can survive. Su Fengnian's fingers twirled the white porcelain wine cup that didn't lose out to the exquisite ones used by the aristocratic families of Jiangnan. He raised it slightly. I am one of the few extravagant people in the world. I know the market price of this small wine cup. In the rich places of the Central Plains, it probably sells for 2 or 3 taels of silver. After painstakingly moving to our Baelyang, the price will more than double. Of course, if we really want to talk about it, the valuable items in Mount Qingliang are innumerable. The scholars of the Central Plain say that Baelyang made millions poor, but one family rich. In fact, they aren't wrong. Just in Wutangan alone, there are more than 300 precious calligraphy and paintings with the word fake on my handprint. However, compared to people like Zhong Hongwu, Su Fengnian, have long been known for being a prodigal son. I'm not quite the same as those misers. Chapter 1583. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "When I was young, Su Xiao would always bring priceless antiques to Wutangan. He didn't understand what was so good about them, and he didn't understand how they could be sold for such a high price just by writing a few words or smearing some ink on them. He could only tell me that they were worth a lot of money, and then he would add how many Baelyang horses and how many Baelyang swords could be bought with them. In these years, I had Administrator Li Gongda, Lingzhou Provincial Governor Su Beiji, and Song Dongming help me secretly sell antiques, and paintings. I watched box after box of things being moved out of Mount Qingliang. General Ning, do you know what I was thinking?" Ningame shook his head with all his might. Su Fengnian joked, "I just wanted to complain to Su Xiao that you made a loss back then." Ningame laughed involuntarily. Su Fengnian restrained his smile. "Let's not talk about the distant past. Bai Yu had only been at Mount Qingliang for a few days, but he was already dissatisfied with Song Dongming. How could I let Zhou Kong and great ancestor Gu get along? One was one of the few Baelyang old soldiers who was willing to look up to me. The other was an outsider I invited with great difficulty. One was in the cavalry, the other was in the infantry. Today, it was wrong for me to speak up for either in the discussion hall. Family matters, national matters, and the world matters. Let's talk about family matters. Wang Lingquan, who had vaguely become Baelyang's god of fortune, and Liu Dongjiang, who was depressed and unable to achieve his goals, were 2 fathers-in-law and 2 in-laws. Logically speaking, I should help the Liu family, who is not acclimatized. But can the Liu family really be supported? Among these, I just didn't want to delve too deeply into Wang Linquan's schemes against the Liu family's descendants. One was too shrewd, the other too stupid. They hit it off immediately. Ningame sighed, speechless. He didn't dare to say anything, nor did he know what he could say. Su Fengnian looked at Ningame and joked, "Do you think it's not easy for me to become the head of the household?" Ningame, whose thoughts had been seen through, nodded. Perhaps he was worried that he would be seen as a bootlicker, so he said in a deep voice, "This general really thinks so." Su Fengnian said, "I'm just complaining, that's all. I could drink a little wine with you. It's actually very easy. The truly difficult ones are Lu Jinu and the others who carve their names on the stone steels on Mount Qingliang." Su Fengnian put down his wine cup. "But the ones who have it even harder are you, Ningame, Zhou Kong, and Grand Ancestor Gu. It's all of you." Su Fengnian exhaled heavily and stood up. "Maybe there are places like Baelyang in the whole of Liang. In this great world where everyone can live, some people are willing to die. But I'm sure there's no other place where so many people are willing to die together." Su Fengnian turned to look at Ningame. I don't feel the slightest bit of heartache for the things in those chests to be sold to other high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Even if Mount Qingliang is emptied and my Su family is left with nothing, it doesn't matter. Su Fengnian's mouth twitched. It was unclear whether it was because of the sword qi in his body or because of some other reason, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth. He said fiercely, "But the real assets that Su Shao left to me, such as the 300,000 steel cavalry, after I succeeded to the position of king of Bailiang, I would feel heartache if even one of them died. Another example is the morale of my Su family's army. I would feel guilty if even a fraction of it was lost in my hands." Ningame suddenly thought of saying, "Those who think too much will tire their hearts. Those who think too much will suffer." Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and said softly, "Do you know what the old generals, Wei Taizhan, Lu Yuanji, and Lu Yuanji, were thinking when I passed by the right cavalry commander, He Zhonghu's mansion, and saw them visiting the sick? Among them, Lu Yuanji told me a few words from the bottom of his heart. The old man said that in a short 20 years, the young Lieutenant Zhong Hanwu, who would always lead the troops in a battle to the death, would become the Huaihua great general who held great power but only knew how to eliminate dissidents in the army. Lu Yuanji told me that we must cherish the Bailiang cavalry now. In another 20 or 30 years, we might not be able to see them again. Therefore, he and Wei Taizhan wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were still able to ride horses and raise their swords to die a quick death before they could see the Bailiang cavalry again." Ningame took a sip of wine and murmured softly, "Born in Bailiang and dying in Bailiang. How delightful!" After muttering to himself, Ningame, who paid great attention to details, carefully put down the wine cup in his hand. As if he felt that he had placed it in a wrong position, he even moved it a little. Only then did he stand up and ask, "Your Highness, I've always had a question in my heart, but I didn't dare to ask. Since I've drunk wine today, perhaps the wine has given me courage to ask?" Su Fengnian froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "Ask away." Ningame grinned and asked, "I just want to know, if there comes a day when all 300,000 Bailiang cavalry are gone, will you regret it, Your Highness?" Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Nonsense. I'll definitely regret it to death, to the extent that my intestines turn green." Ningame scratched his head. There didn't seem to be any disappointment on his face. Instead, he chuckled and said, "As expected, Your Highness is good at doing business, but when it comes to buying people's hearts, you're still a lousy layman." Su Fengnian laughed loudly. Ningame said seriously, "But I know that even if you know that you'll lose all 300,000 cavalry and have to start all over again, Your Highness will still make the same choice." Su Fengnian grunted in agreement. "I can also see that. In the past few years, my ability to buy people's hearts has been so, while General Ning's flattery has improved." Ningame smiled calmly and said, "If old General Liu is right, dying on the spot is perfect." Chapter 1584. After Ningame left the courtyard, Su Fengnian, who reeked of alcohol, was cleaning up the mess on the stone table. The two deputy commanders, Zhou Kong and Chun Yunxue, came together with a heavy expression. Su Fengnian already had a premonition, so he signaled the two generals to sit down. As expected, Chun Yunxue told him a piece of bad news. Tian Hung, the commander of the Yuzhou cavalry, split his troops into two groups. He had his deputy commander, Yu Luandao, lead 20,000 cavalry to take a detour and rush out of Calabash Mouth. The old general personally led 10,000 cavalry to block the iron hose from the Beimang and Liaodong lines. After fighting and retreating 3 times, there were only 4,000 cavalry left. All of them died at the Jita slope at the border between Yuzhou and Hezhou. Yin Wenwan had no choice but to transfer 16,000 elite infantry from Yuzhou to reinforce the Helan Mountain defense line in the northeast of Yuzhou. During this period, as the Huai provincial governor Kai Nin did not send troops and was determined to watch from the sidelines, the entire Hezhou existed in name only. Wang Sui's cavalry rushed straight to the east gate of Yuzhou. Chun Yunxue sighed. "Although I knew that the imperial court was unreliable, Kai Nan, who had more than 100,000 soldiers, used to be Gu Jiantang's right-hand man. In the end, he did not even have the courage to fight a symbolic battle. I don't know if it was Kai Nan's own idea, or if the new administrator, Han Lin, secretly received the order of Grain City. Partridge Zhou Kong snorted coldly and said, "There's no difference. Kai Nan is a dog that Gu Jiantang raised outside. Gu Jiantang himself is not any better. He is also a dog that the Zhao family threw into Liao province. This time, he avoided battle and gave the large river province to Wang Sui with both hands. Kai Nan and Han Lin probably have a tacit understanding. The court hopes that people in northern Liang die. Gu Jiantang wants to preserve his strength so that he can bargain with the Zhao family in the future. Right now, the only true troops under the Gu family's command are the Duo Yin elite cavalry that Tang Taizuang raised. If Kai Nan's vitality is greatly damaged, he can forget about returning to Graydon City in a grand manner. If Kai Nan is injured, he will not be able to return to Graydon City." Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "In fact, Kai Nan and Han Lin both want to fight this battle. However, Han Lin wants to fight immediately while Kai Nan is waiting for Gu Jiantang's secret letter." Chen Yunque and Zhou Kong looked at each other. Zhou Kong was impatient and could not hide his thoughts. He lowered his voice and asked curiously, "Your Highness, is this the spy report you obtained from the Shui room?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Previously, at the escaped summer town at the foot of Wudong Mountain, I had some dealings with Yin Maochun and Han Lin's son and made a shady business deal. This time, Han Lin took the initiative to reveal the true intentions of the central government in the capital. It can be considered a show of sincerity to Beiliang." Zhou Kong said in surprise, "That's strange. Did the Zhao family's son and Gu Jiantang's brains get caught in the door? Why did they suddenly change their minds and become benevolent bodhisattvas?" Su Fengyin hit the nail on the head and said, "Gu Jiantang wants to fight because the situation forces him to. Putting aside the grudge between him and Wang Sui, Dong Yue's son-in-law, Wang Sui's swaggering departure from the Eastern Front is an open slap to Gu Jiantang's old face. No matter how good Gu Jiantang can tolerate it, he still has to consider the opinions of the people in the imperial court. The reason why he wants Kai Nan to fight a little later is that he wants to cooperate with the two Liao border armies to fight a big battle. Before that, he naturally wants Wang Sui to fight to the death with our Yuzhou garrison for a while so that he and Kai Nan can reap the benefits. To Gu Jiantang, this is a great opportunity. Once he succeeds, the situation at the border between the two Liao dynasties will instantly change from a long-lasting stalemate of equal strength to the advantage of the two Liao dynasties. As for the imperial court, Han Lin didn't say much. I can only figure out some of the meaning behind his words. It seems like someone has proposed a very aggressive strategy during the small imperial court meeting. They want to use Ji, Bei, and Hezhou as bait to lure the enemy deep into the enemy's territory. In order to complete the deployment, not only Kai Nan, but also Yuan Tingshan's remaining private army of Li Jiayin Castle and the newly risen deputy general of Ji Province, Han Fong, will become involuntary pawns. Zhou Kong clicked his tongue and said, "This is a rare big move in Graydon City. Your Highness, those old fellows who do nothing, like Zhao Yao and Yang Xinxing, I don't think they have this kind of courage, do they?" Su Fengyin hesitated for a moment, his face dark and gloomy. Minxiao Province's left scattered cavalry officer Chen Wang, son Yin who just got fired from the Imperial College, and Lu Su, the hermit who just got a new master from King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun. This must be the plan of one of these three people. However, after this plan was proposed, without Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen's approval, without Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun's agreement, it is destined that it will not be able to leave the capital and pass it to Han Lin. Zhou Kong said with a strange expression, "Why does it sound like our Beiliang owes them a great favor?" Su Fengyin joked, "You can't say that. Graydon City is a stubborn and willful brat. One day, he suddenly knows how to consider the big picture. While in the end, it is to protect his own interests, it will still surprise the officials beside him." After laughing, Chen Yunque said worriedly, "Will Wang Sui's army affect the battle at the Calabash Gate?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Of course it will, but Wang Sui still can't change the big picture." Perhaps Wang Sui never had this thought in the first place. Yang Yuanzhan, Lu Gui, and Huang Songpu, who has returned, are all obstacles to Wang Sui taking control of Beimang's military power. It is already reasonable for the old woman and the Taiping commandery to have the foresight to come to Yozhou's aid. Just wait and see. As long as the eastern front of Beimang is dragged into a quagmire by Gu Jiantang and Yang Yuanzhan's army is destroyed, Wang Sui will be able to stand out immediately. He will go from being the commander of a single front to a person of power no less than Dong Zhuo. When that day comes, Wang Sui will truly show his abilities. Chen Yinshui sighed emotionally. Huda City was lost at the wrong time, but there is nothing we can do about it. Lu Jinu has already done enough. Now that the war has reached this stage, we can only see who can endure longer. In the established strategy of the senior Beiliang advisors and military leaders, such as Li Yishan and Yan Wenluan, although they had long foreseen that Beimang would attack Beiliang from the south with all its strength, they did not know which place to break through. Apart from Lingzhou, Liuzhou, and Yuzhou were obviously more logical than Liangzhou, which was at its peak. However, Dong Zhuo had made two unexpected moves. First, he pressed the border on 3 fronts, minimizing the advantage of a single Beiliang cavalry in one of the battlefields. Secondly, the Beiliang Frontier Army had the tactical intention of moving around through their own well-developed post-house routes. Then, he personally oversaw the army on the Central Front, sparing no effort to attack Huda City without any regard for losses. Moreover, at the crucial moment when the main force of the cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass was quietly rushing to the mouth of the Calabash, he coincidentally captured Huda City, which was originally expected to be defended to the death for another 2 to 3 months. Su Fengnian calmly said, "In this war between Beiliang and Beimang, there were actually 2 turning points. The first was when the Fuling cavalry general Wei Liang rashly attacked. Both sides set up their own ambushes. Looking back now, it was indeed Dong Zhuo who had a bigger appetite at that time. Unfortunately, because that Fuling junior commander Wei Liang interfered at the Crouching Dragon Pass, both sides' plans fell through, inadvertently allowing Beiliang to escape disaster. The second turning point was when Dong Zhuo tried to use Liuzhou as a breakthrough point again, allowing the tens of thousands of Dong family's personal soldiers to secretly leave the Central Front. In the end, he was stopped by Chu Lushan's 8,000 cavalry. I originally thought that the mouth of the Calabash would be the third turning point for Beiliang to seize the initiative." Chapter 1585. Su Fengnian laughed self-deprecatingly. "It seems meaningless to talk about this now." Chen Yinshui said seriously, "Almost 200,000 Beimang barbarians' heads, especially Yang Yuanzhan's head. Your Highness, how can this be meaningless?" Su Fengnian was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Earlier in the meeting hall, I only said some empty words to boost morale. Since you, Zhou Kong, have taken the initiative to come to me, then I'll be frank." Zhou Kong said resentfully, "If you want to beat or scold me, do as you please. I'm already very satisfied that I'm able to walk into this courtyard today without being refused the door." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "In terms of cavalry, you, Zhou Kong, have gathered 30,000 left cavalry, Qidong's Iron Stupa, Yuan Nanting's White Feather Guard, and He Zhonghu scattered 40,000 right cavalry. In total, there are more than 80,000. It can be said that the majority of Beiliang's cavalry is here. As for infantry, apart from the troops that have entered Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns, Great Ancestor Gu still has 30,000. Old General Chen also brought some Yuzhou infantry with him. It's not wrong that you, Zhou Kong, don't want to hide in the grave area, but Great Ancestor Gu is worried that the 30,000 left cavalry will be used in the exchange of troops." Great Ancestor Gu's words hit the nail on the head. Now, anyone and any soldier outside Liangzhou Pass can die. As long as the new city can be built smoothly before the autumn of the 3rd year of Xiangfu, then it can be considered a worthy death. Then, from now on, with Huayang Pass and Grave as the center of attack and defense, all the troops and attacks must be carried out around this principle. Su Fingyin poured a full cup of wine, dipped his finger in the cup, and quickly pointed on the stone table. The first complete line of defense outside Liangzhou Pass is with Hooded Town as the core. The cavalry of Liuya and Fuling towns on the two flanks will act as a distraction. Huayang Pass, which is located in a dangerous area, and Gravesite and Qingyuan towns, which are more inclined to defense, will act as the second small line of defense under this framework. Even if Hooded Town falls, we won't lose everything. Now that we don't have Hooded Town, this thorn in our flesh, Beimang's army is spread out on all fronts. Now, excluding Gravesite, not only Huayang Pass, but also Liuya, Fuling Town, and Qingyuan Town are facing Beimang's infantry siege. In my opinion, Fuling and Luyang Pass can be lost, but Qingyuan Town cannot fall. If we lose Qingyuan Town, which controls the west gate of Liangzhou Pass, not only will He Zhong's 40,000 cavalry be forced to withdraw, it will also allow Dong Zhuo to attack Liuzhou however he wants. Therefore, Zhou Kong, you need to reinforce Qingyuan Town and intercept Dong Zhuo's cavalry. Not only do you need to stop them from moving south too smoothly, you also need to try to take down this 40,000 cavalry in one go. For this reason, I will ask Yuan Nanning to transfer half of the White Feather Guards to cooperate with you, so that we can form an advantage in the battlefield around Qingyuan Town. Zhou Kong frowned and said, if that's the case, then Gravesite's Gu. Zhou Kong suddenly noticed Su Funyin's strange look and quickly changed his words. Won't Commander Gu be under too much pressure? With only 6,000 iron stupas and half of the White Feather Guards, Gravesite will completely lose the initiative in the battle. Su Fingyin glanced at the partridge and said in a low voice, therefore, Great Ancestor Gu is paying the price of Gravesite's infantry being beaten like a tortoise, so that you, Zhou Kong, can gallop on the battlefield in Qingyuan. Zhou Kong didn't say anything. Su Fingyin reminded him, Beiliang cares a lot about the gains and losses in Qingyuan, and Dong Zhuo can probably see that whether Qingyuan will become a trap for Beimang to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements will be up to your left cavalry to judge on the battlefield. At that time, I hope that you can resist the military merits of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Once you fall into the blockade of Beimang's main cavalry, you should know that no one has the ability to make soldiers out of beans, so there's no way to make 30,000 cavalry soldiers for you to send into the Qingyuan battlefield. What's more, after the left cavalry and half of the White Feather Guards are surrounded by Beimang, let alone Qingyuan, Gravesite, Great Ancestor Gu, and Old General Chun can only retreat to He Zhonghu's army in one breath, and there's only a newly built city behind us. Zhou Kong suddenly asked in a low voice, in the Battle of Qingyuan, both sides' intentions are still not hidden. I believe that with Dong Zhuo's insight, Beimang's barbarians are very likely to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements. At most, they didn't expect that not only would my 30,000 left cavalry be mobilized, but even the White Feather Guards would cooperate with them. In that case, Your Highness, why don't we just directly target Beimang's ambush? I have confidence in our crossbowmen. In our own territory, we can definitely accurately find out the Beimang's backup plan. Moreover, even if we meet on a narrow path and have to fight in pairs, Dong Zhuo's crow pen won't be enough. Your Highness, don't worry. I, Zhou Kong, guarantee that I won't act according to my whims. We'll listen to Great Ancestor Gu. All the battles of the left cavalry are to preserve our strength. Su Fingyin shook his head without hesitation and said, fighting this battle in Qingyuan is only to do our best to prevent Beimang from being too passive. It's not that I don't want to take risks. It's not that I don't want to gamble with Dong Zhuo on the sand table. It's just that I can't. Beimang can afford to gamble, and they can afford to lose. At the very least, they can afford to lose again. But we can't squander even a single opportunity. At this point, Su Fingyin asked with a smile, General Zhou, the toad wants its life and the snake wants its fill. Do you feel very sullen? Zhou Kong chuckled and said, I do feel a little cowardly, but I'm an old soldier who has followed the great general for many years. I know what's important and what's not. But to be honest, after arriving in Beiliang, everything has been smooth sailing for so many years. This time, if Your Highness hadn't come to the grave, great ancestor Gu might not have been able to stop me. Chun Yunxue, who had been quiet all this time, said thoughtfully, "We do need to reflect on ourselves. Your Highness, you've seen and heard with your own eyes what happened in the meeting hall today. Other than Commander Gu, I'm afraid that even I can't stand this. Yes, for the past 20 years, our Bailiang frontier army has been competing with the Baimang barbarians. Not to mention a battle with a few hundred people, we've never lost a battle with more than 10,000 people. So this time, we've suddenly lost Huda's city, which greatly reduced the battle results we were about to obtain at Huluku. We seem to be a little stunned. If we can't turn this around, we might suffer a big loss this time. Your Highness, it's not that I, Chun Yinxue, want to flatter you, but you've come at the right time." When Su Fengyin sent Zhou Kong and Chun Yinxue to the door of the small courtyard, he said to Zhou Kong without reason, "If Dong Zhuo has set up 2 or more large-scale ambushes in Qingyuan, your left cavalry should consider retreating to the west. If that doesn't work, you could take a detour and return to the grave." Zhou Kong was stunned. "The west? Your Highness, if we go further west, we'll be at the border with Liuzhou." Su Fengyin didn't say anything. Zhou Kang's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked carefully, "Your Highness, are you saying that we can win the battle at Liuzhou?" Su Fengyin laughed softly. "Ko Jianghuai and Shifu are both generals who can turn the tide. As for whether they can do it, whether they can make the Qingyuan cavalry battle the third turning point of the Liangmang War, let's wait and see." Chapter 1586. In the past, Ningame was able to jump from a lower-class 6th-rank general in the Phoenix Battalion to a lower-class 3rd-rank Iron Buddha deputy general with real power. This was clearly because he was close to Su Fengyin. This time, he was able to be the first to meet the young king. Although it was unexpected, it was within reason. After all, Ningame represented all the young generals that Su Fengyin had promoted in the Bailiang army in recent years. Su Fengyin was especially fond of Ningame. In the eyes of others, it was naturally intentional. Chun Yunxue and Zhou Kong, the 2 highest-ranking deputy generals of the border army in the military town of Sirius Tomb, followed closely behind and appeared to follow the rules. Following this, Su Fengyin met with Qi Danghua, Yuan Nanting, and the others. In the end, he summoned the generals who were stationed in the military town of Sirius Tomb all year round. Su Fengyin was always lukewarm in these closely linked meetings. The generals of Sirius Tomb were not familiar with the temperament of the young king. During this period, there were people who wanted to use bold words to express their loyalty and determination to Su Fengyin. In the end, Su Fengyin just laughed it off and casually changed the topic. This made these people, who had left the traditional officialdom of Bailiang for many years, still feel uneasy when they stood up and left their chairs. They were afraid that their flattery had hit the wrong horse. Fortunately, Su Fengyin personally sent them to the entrance of the courtyard, which made them feel much more at ease. They cannot be blamed for thinking too much. Ever since Su Fengyin came to power, there had been a saying in the upper echelons of the border army that the new King Liang was ruthless and generous. And the target of his ruthlessness was precisely them, the generals of the border army. For example, the Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu, who treated Ling Zhou as his own back garden, did not even have the chance to die of old age. As for the general Yin Wenwan, who was entrenched in Yuzhou, it was said that a lot of his sharpness had been suppressed. Su Fengyin took over the Tiger Pounce camp and supported Yu Luandao. It was obvious that he wanted him to replace Tian Heng as the general of the Yuzhou cavalry. And before this, he transferred away the provincial governor Tian Peifong, who was obedient to Yin Wenwan, and replaced him with Hu Kuei, who was not heavily factionalized and whose faction was unclear. In addition, Su Fengyin's trusted aide, Huang Fuxiong, was placed in Yozhou's military. And the relationship between great ancestor Gu and Zhou Kong and Chen Yinxue, who were deeply rooted in the border army, was so strained. Was there really no incitement from the young king? Otherwise, how could an outsider who had just entered the border army for a few years speak so boldly in the meeting hall of the grave? It was said that now that Wei Taizhan, Lu Yinji, Lin Dofang, and the other elders had returned to the border army, It would undoubtedly weaken the military power of Zhou Kong, Chen Yinxue, and the others to a certain extent. But no matter what, with and without Su Fengnian in charge of the grave, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Regardless of whether or not this shrewd King Liang would take the opportunity to purge the left and right cavalry armies of Liangzhou, as long as he sat in that small courtyard, even if he did not give any specific orders, then the following big battle could be fought. Among the many guests in the small courtyard, only Great Ancestor Gu was missing. In the end, Su Fengnian did not wait for the deputy commander of the infantry army to take the initiative to visit. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave up the idea of summoning Great Ancestor Gu. Su Fengnian felt somewhat regretful. Regardless of victory or defeat, in the future, the relationship between Great Ancestor Gu and Zhou Kong and the other local generals was destined to be difficult to return to how it was before. This kind of parting was not the same as the struggle for benefits between the factions of officials in the imperial court. On the contrary, it was more similar to the apparent unity caused by conflicting political views. The more it was like this, the harder it was to mend it. It was just like how Huan Wen and Zhang Julu, at the last moment of Liang, had gone against each other. It was impossible to determine who was right and who was wrong. Su Fengnian slowly paced back and forth in the small courtyard that had returned to silence. Wang Sui led Bei Meng's elite cavalry on the eastern front to suddenly advance to the west, causing Beiliang to be in a rather awkward situation. This was probably what it meant when the heavens did not fulfill one's wishes. Yin Wenluan had no choice but to split up troops to guard the eastern gate of Yuzhou, where the troops were currently leaning to the north, in order to prevent a fire in the backyard. She was afraid that the entire Lingzhou would be engulfed in smoke. In this way, a few big fish would definitely slip through the gourd's mouth. Perhaps it would be Zhong Tan's private army, or perhaps it would be the Ruren cavalry of Hong Jingyan, or even Yang Yuanzhan himself. However, judging from the current situation, even if Dong Zhuo had realized that the situation at the gourd's mouth was not good and hurriedly sent troops to the gourd's mouth to coordinate with Yang Yuanzhan's troops, it would not change the outcome of the destruction of Liang Mang's main force on the eastern front. Yang Yuanzhan would definitely suffer the consequences of his radical actions of demolishing Huagong and Luanhe cities and burning all the forts and fences. Without these defensive forts that could be used as temporary strongholds of Bei Meng, the pincer attack from Beiliang cavalry and Yuzhou infantry was enough to be fatal. The situation at the gourd's mouth was already set. The key was how many Bei Meng fish Yuan Zuozong and Yu Luandao could catch in the end. One could foresee that Gu Jiantang would take the initiative to attack, and the Kainan and Heji border armies would also block Wang Sui's path back to the east. Everyone could see that this was an opportunity that Beiliang had created for the entire northern front of Liang. However, while Great Peace City was singing the praises of the emperor and Gu Jiantang, they would pretend to be blind and only focus on the fall of Huda's city in Liangzhou. Previously, the new Huai administrator Han Lin had vaguely reminded Su Fengnian that the imperial court was pushing to set up Jidushi in the territory of the dynasty. Although they only added one deputy Jidushi to the territories of the various vassal kings to restrict the vassal kings who had always been Jidushi, the person who had the chance to become the new deputy Jidushi was very likely to be Yang Xinxing, who was covered in dirt at Guangling Road. Su Fengnian muttered Yang Xinxing's name a few times. Yang Xinxing was one of the 8 great generals of Liang and was once the local emperor of Jizhou. In the second year of Xiangfu, he lived with his tail between his legs. This time, he risked his life to become the deputy Jidushi of Beiliang. He wanted to atone for his crimes with the young emperor and the Liang imperial court. He also wanted to help his eldest son, Yang Huchen, as the new deputy Jizhou general. Northern Liang, as well as Yang Xinxing herself. The 3 parties were well aware that if they went to northern Liang Dao to be a Jidushi, regardless of whether they had the title deputy or not, their real power would not be comparable to a Duwei with the size of Sesame Seed Mung Bean. Maybe Yang Xinxing's request to be demoted to the northwest was because he was prepared to die. Chapter 1587. Because of Yang Xinxing Su Fengnian thought of the entangled Jizhou, and then he thought of the complicated situation in the Tu Liao and Beiliang. He could not help but sigh at the invisible shadows of swords and blades outside the imperial court. These are the real killers. The small Jizhou involved Kainan, the nominal head of the military of the Lianghuai Dao. Although he had lost power, he still controlled nearly 10,000 elite cavalry of the Li family of Yanbao. Han Feng, who was personally roped in by the Emperor of Liang, and Yang Huqin, who represented the return of his family's power to the old land. There was also the new king of Han, who did not bat an eyelid, in the interests of the group of civil officials behind Han Lin. As for the Tu Liao, whose territory was even larger, other than Gu Jiantang, who led the government on the surface, there was also Su Gong, who replaced the emperor as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the borders. There was also Zhao Sui, who had been rooted for a long time, and the traditional power of the northern scholars led by the Peng family. There were 4 heroes. If one were to take them out and look at them individually, it would seem that each of them was well respected, but in reality, no one had a choice. Su Fengnian unconsciously stood at the foot of the wall of the small courtyard. He stretched out his palm and placed it on the wall, looking up at the top of the wall. The great building was about to collapse. Previously, through the intelligence reports from Fu Shui Feng and secret court reports from Liang, which were only sent to the provincial governors of each province, the situation of the Guangling Taoism war had already tipped in West Chu's favor. After Chao Chongqing led the navy to defeat Zhao Yi's navy on the second battlefield west of West Chu's capital, the 3 young men of West Chu once again shone brilliantly. Pei Sui, who had previously presided over the clamorous government affairs, assisted Xie Shibian, who had returned from the Western Front to preside over the defensive line. Together, they successfully blocked the river-crossing army led by Wu Zhongshuan, the #1 general of the Southern Frontier Path. In addition, Su Yunxia, who had led 20,000 light cavalry to fight to the death against Yan Jinchuan's army, crossed the river and attacked the rear of the Southern Frontier Army, cutting off 2 main supply routes. Not only did this slow down the pressure on West Chu's Western Front, it was also equivalent to breaking the plan of Li Yang's 4 fronts to encircle the capital. For West Chu, they had opened up a large and valuable strategic depth in the vast area south of the Guangling River. In order to coordinate with the Southern Frontier Army on the Western Front, Zhao Yi's army, which had chosen to quickly advance westward, suddenly fell into a situation where they were alone and deep in the enemy's territory. The 30,000 elite soldiers under Zhao Yi's command, who were skilled in mountainous warfare, were defeated by Chao Chongqing's 10,000 infantry and 2 groups of 3,000 light cavalry each. In just half a day, Zhao Yi's army had been completely annihilated. Were it not for the fact that the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang, had taken an unexpected move and led 5,000 cavalry into the southeastern battlefield, and then his 8,000 infantry had successively defeated the 2 cities of Yinma and Yangying, with the vanguard cavalry only 50 li away from the main force of West Chu, forcing West Chu to have no choice but to give up on advancing east in one spurt of energy. Perhaps Zhao, he would have become the secondly young, great feudal lord to die on the battlefield after the Duke of Huainan. It seemed that West Chu had won successive victories on the various battlefields like a hot knife through butter, ushering in the most prosperous state since the restoration of the country. However, Su Fengnian knew very well that this was just a scene of adding oil to the fire and flowers blooming. Capturing Lu Xingxiang at Yinma and Yangying was just a small test. When this general, who had resigned from his position as assistant minister of the Ministry of War, completely grasped the military power of the southern expedition, unless it was Chao Chongqing personally overseeing Guangling and Jiangbei, no one would be able to stop Lu Xingxiang's march to the south. His previous inaction was not as simple as Lu Xingxiang being hindered from all sides on the surface. It was because he needed to cooperate with the imperial court to weaken the military power of Zhao Yi, Zhao Ying, and the other feudal lords. In return, the Liang imperial court had tacitly approved of Lu Shengxiang's actions of waiting for the right price. As for Wu Zhongshuan falling into the mud of the Jiangbei battlefield, wasn't this a situation that Zhao Bing, who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, was happy to see? The true enemy that West Chu Su Yunxiao was going to face next would be the southern border elites under the king of Yan's valiant general, Wang Tongshan. Otherwise, the king of Yan's royal highness, who had killed the barbarian tribes of Nanjiang Path when he was young, would not have been unable to even put up a fight against Su Yunxiao's sneak attack, no matter how muddle-headed and incompetent he was, and how unaccustomed he was to the environment in Guangling Path. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed with schadenfreude. Little beggar, you're not feeling well right now. That General Wu must have completely turned to the imperial court. There is no other way. Your Nanjiang Path has already done nothing to reward him, but the imperial court is different. They can afford to give him the title of Jinan Great General, Minister of War, Shang Zhugua, and even de Zhugua. Perhaps after he dies, he can even receive a posthumous title as a general. Therefore, it is not your fault that you want to completely fall out with Wu Zhongshuan and watch as West Chu ruthlessly stabbed old Wu in the butt. Su Fengnian withdrew his palm. He bent his fingers and casually knocked on the wall. The sound was muffled. Today, Bailiang was fighting to the death against Bei Mang's million-strong army. Zhao Yi, who was known as the richest man in the world, had already wiped out his family's wealth in the face of West Chu. The old king of Jing and Zhao Heng sacrificed his own life in exchange for a hereditary title for his son. The Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, became the first vassal king to die on the battlefield since the spring and autumn period. After Zhao Sui of Liaodong surrendered, he was cautious for half his life. Originally, Zhao Bing, the king of Yan's army, was second only to Bailiang. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhongshuan led all the northern troops of Nanjiang Path to seek refuge with the Liang imperial court. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. All of this was naturally the scheme of the late Emperor Zhao Dan, Yuan Bunshi, and the former Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu. It had nothing to do with the current emperor. Su Fengnian sneered at the wall and said, "Zhao Zhuan, you are thousands of miles away from your father. When you finish using up the eternal Hui inheritance left by the older generation, do you think you can still easily control the world's general trend? Gu Jiantang, Chen Jibao, Lu Shengxiang, Zhao Yuling, Yin Maochun. Which one of them can you recklessly control?" Then Su Fengnian was silent for a long time. He asked himself, "Then what about me?" There was no answer. At this moment, great ancestor Gu strode into the small courtyard. Even this famous general of the spring and autumn period could not suppress the excitement in his voice. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Highness, there are 2 pieces of news." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "2 pieces of news? Then let's hear the bad news first. The good news later can be used to suppress the shock." Great ancestor Gu laughed loudly and said, "I've disappointed your Highness. Both pieces of news are great. In Liuzhou, Su Longxiang, Ko Jianghuai, and Shi Fu led 5,000 cavalry to Qingyuan. In Yuzhou, apart from the vanguard General Zhong Tan and Hong Jingyan, a portion of the Ruren cavalry escaped from the gourd. Including the General Yang Yuanzhan, there were 46 Bei Mang generals. All of them died in battle. A total of 16 huge temples were built in the gourd. In the second year of Xiangfu, Bailiang was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of military strength, especially when Liangzhou's Huda city was in danger of falling. Their 3 prefectures' border army lost more than 100,000 men in battle. They defeated Bei Mang with 350,000 men. Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. Chapter 1588. The first 10 days of autumn were yellow. After the second year of Xiangfu entered autumn, a shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout the Yangtze River. It was rumored that West Chu's Jiangxi was about to ascend the throne. This meant that this princess, who had been exiled for many years, would become the second female emperor after Bei Mang's Murong Empress. She would also be the first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains. In response to this, almost all of the West Chu civil and military officials, other than Su Yunxia, who guarded the Jiangbei stronghold, and Pei Sui, who was in charge of confronting Wu Zhongshuan's army in the south, including Chao Chongqing and Xie Shibian. All of the West Chu civil and military officials gathered in the capital. In comparison, the Liang Imperial Court's edict to confer Wu Zhongshuan the title of Southern Conquering General and at the same time promoting General Hung Jiangsong to General Jinnan, one of the deputy Jidushi of Guangling Path, and returning to Guangling Path to assist the Guangling King Zhao Yi in leading the army, seemed much more lackluster. As for the two young officials who secretly followed Song Li and temporarily held the position of Guanzhong of the Ministry of Works, in this changing situation, they became more and more inconspicuous. In just 2 short years, Yuan Gua, who had been the Minister of Rights and Revenue, was the favorite student of the old Zhang Lu, who was jokingly called the fire-relieving minister. He was not like his colleague Han Lin, who the young emperor had placed high hopes on, and was not like Wang Xiongui, who had been demoted to the war-torn Guangling Path as expected by the great in officialdom. He was not like Wang Xiongui, who had been demoted to the war-torn Guangling Path as a deputy Jidushi. Instead, he used the nondescript transitional identity of an imperial decree minister. After meeting Lu Xingxiang, he split up with Song Li and the others. Yuan Gua went to see Wu Zhongshuan, while Song Li led the 2 minor 7th-level officials from the Ministry of Works to the manor of the vassal state Zhao Yi was in. As Yuan Gua, the son of Heaven's envoy, came closer, the atmosphere on the western front of Guangling, which was at a disadvantage in the battle situation, seemed to be unusual. Logically speaking, as the target of the conferment, Wu Zhongshuan should have been the most active, not to mention bringing a few Nanjiang generals out of the city to welcome him. At the very least, he should have prepared a welcoming feast for Yuan Gua. Not to mention whether or not Yuan Gua had a chance to make a comeback and return to the center of power. Even with the reputation Yuan Gua had accumulated in the great and officialdom over the years, Wu Zhongshuan, who was about to formally step into the Liang officialdom, could not be neglected. In the end, it was King of Jing and Zhao Sun, who led the Qingzhou Navy General Wei Dong to welcome Yuan Gua. Wu Zhongshuan only attended a banquet held on a ship. Tang He and Li Chunyu, the 2 direct generals, did not appear. There was only an unfamiliar young man with the surname Jiang beside them. Before the banquet began, Yuan Gua expressionlessly announced the edict. The old General Wu Zhongshuan, who was wearing armor that did not suit the occasion, also expressionlessly received the edict. Among the large group of civil and military officials who had taken off their official robes, the clanging of armor on Wu Zhongshuan's body as he knelt and stood was particularly ear-piercing. This caused the table of delicacies and fine wine in the banquet that followed to taste like wax. It was extremely bland, and there was no joy to speak of. In the night, on the surface of the river some distance away from the Yellow Dragon ship, a Qingzhou warship that was responsible for patrolling the river tonight was motionless. Looking from here, one could only see the lanterns and colored banners on the ship and blurry figures. A young man in casual clothing was lying quietly on the railing with a cold smile on his lips. To the left of the young man stood Wang Xinji's 2nd disciple, Gong Bonk, 3rd disciple, Linya, and a tall woman with a hat on her head. The 4 people to the right were all in the prime of their lives. Without exception, they were all filled with a murderous aura. They were the Nanjiang infantry generals Zhang, Dingyuan, and Guiying, the Yuanzhou general Yi Xiufeng, and the Hezhou general Yang Yu. All of the generals that the king of Yin Qi Zhao Bing could rely on were present. Among them, Wang Tongshan had once been the strongest general under the king of Yin Qi's command. But many years ago, he had entered the northern border of Nanjiang. This time, Wu Zhongshuan had been recruited by the court. Wang Tongshan, who was supposed to keep Wu Zhongshuan in check, showed signs of wanting to make a move. Zhao Zhu did not raise his head. He said with a slight smile, "Sister Lin, that person is Jiang Fuding of your martial emperor city?" The 5th Grandmaster Lin had a complicated expression as he nodded. Zhao Zhu rubbed his chin. "I'm puzzled. How did this person help Wu Zhongshuan get in touch with Great Peace City? This matchmaker is not something that any normal person can be." Lin wanted to speak, but stopped. Zhao Zhu turned to look at the female martial grandmaster who had made comment. He said with a smile, Sister Lin, do not worry. Even if Wu Zhongshuan does not have Jiang Fuding as a matchmaker, he will still make eye contact with Great Peace City. It is just a matter of time. Even if I don't look at the monk, I will still look at the Buddha. I will not compete with the Jiang person. Haha. To be honest, this time, our old general Wu really can't bring himself to be happy. Didn't we agree on being conferred the title of Marquis and General? He did become the Southern Expedition Grand General, but he wasn't conferred the title of Marquis. Don't even mention being conferred the title of the first king of a dynasty with a different surname during the auspicious Talisman era. How is this different from being the #1 great general in our southern border? 100,000 elite soldiers of Nanjiang. Just to get a general of one of the 4 conquerors, it is a great loss. His Majesty the Emperor is not very generous in his actions this time. The tall female of mysterious identity said coldly, "It is not that the court is unwilling to make Wu Zhongshuan a marquis. The reason that they did not keep their promise is that the Guangling Road War is not going well. If they start to make generals now, when the dust settles, what will they be rewarded? I believe that Yuan Darren from Jing will meet with Wu Zhongshuan in private and make things clear." Zhao Zhu made a sound of acknowledgement. Those who are not in charge do not know the cost of daily necessities. Maybe if it was me sitting on the dragon throne, I would do the same. I would first trick Wu Zhongshuan onto the pirate ship before anything else. Zhang Dingyuan reminded softly, "His Royal Highness, Tang He and Li Chunyu are coming over on a small boat." Zhao Zhu joked, "Fortunately, Wang Tongshan isn't here for the time being. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed." Guing, who is as beautiful as a woman, said in a gloomy voice, "Let's not talk about that crazy Wang Tongshan. How dare Tang He and Li Chunyu come to see His Highness? Do they really think we don't dare to kill these 2 ingrates?" Zhao Zhu shook his head and said, "I really don't dare. I'm already an official of the imperial court. Besides, if we really kill someone, we'll only be letting that person from Western Shu reap the benefits. I'm not willing to do a business that hurts those close to me and benefits the enemy." A small boat didn't get too close to the battleship filled with experts. After stopping, Tang He and Li Chunyu bowed deeply, and the boat turned around and left. The fierce general of Nanjiang, Liang Yu, snorted coldly, his 5 fingers gripping the railing of the boat. Zhao Zhu said indifferently, "A woman leaves her home when she is of age. Let them be." The atmosphere was heavy. Only the sound of the river could be heard. Water flows downwards, people walk upwards. Zhao Zhu suddenly turned his head and asked, "Miss Zhang, that Yuan Gua is your father's student. If you want to meet him, I can help arrange it." The tall female said indifferently, "No need." Zhao Zhu unconsciously reached out to touch the old money pouch at his waist. He smiled and sighed. "Even if you have a knife, you can't kill a heartless dog." Chapter 1589. Zhao Zhu, who did not say a word, looked towards the northwest in a daze, revealing a worried expression. Although Nanjiang had its own outstanding spy system, it had never extended its hands to Beiliang, and Beiliang's Fu Shui Fong also tacitly did not place any pawns in Nanjiang. This kind of respect was not only because of Beiliang's 300,000 strong cavalry and Nanjiang's 200,000 strong army, nor was it because of the mutual fear between the 2 kings, Su Xiao and Zhao Bing, but more importantly, it was a kind of appreciation between heroes. This kind of feeling was like seeing all the heroes in the world and being the only one on the same level. And in Zhao Zhu's generation, how could he, the crown prince of Yinqi, and the new Liang king, Su Fengnian, be ordinary friends? Previously, when he let Lin Hongyuan of the Dragon Palace get involved in the purple dress of Mount Hui, he also told Su Fengnian that if worst came to worst, he could just give up on Beiliang. In the end, Nanjiang was still a path of retreat for him. Among the intelligence reports that Zhao Zhu had obtained, the furthest he could get was fragmented news from Huainan Dao. Now that Kai Nan and Han Lin were the provincial governor and administrator respectively, it seemed that they had purposely blocked off all the channels of military intelligence from northern Liang. All the post-house routes, large and small, were tightly sealed off. Even the court bulletin from the Liyang Imperial Court did not mention a single word about the current situation in northern Liang. Therefore, Zhao Zhu only knew that 20 days ago, Wang Sui had led the elite cavalry of the Eastern Front to raid northern Ji, then rushed to River Province, heading straight for the Helan mountain range located east of northern Liang's Yuzhou. It seemed like the battles in Liuzhou and Liangzhou were not favorable to Beiliang. In the calculations of Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, Yi Xiufeng, and the others, the chances of Beiliang winning were extremely small. Unless they won on all three fronts, whether it was losing the mobile cavalry of Liuzhou, causing the west gate of Liangzhou to be wide open, or Yang Yuanzhan's army breaking through Shaoguang City and meeting up with Yang Yuanzhan's cavalry in Yuzhou, the Beiliang frontier army trapped in Liangzhou could only die in battle or wait for death. As for losing the central front of Liangzhou, there was no need to mention it. Zhao Zhu murmured softly, "It's good if you lose. When the time comes, you and I will fight side by side." Zhao Zhu straightened his body and stretched out a hand, clenching his fist tightly. Unlike the stiff atmosphere of the banquet ship on the western front of Guangling, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang personally held a banquet for their former confidant and subordinate Song Li in the Prince of Guangling's mansion. For the first time, the Guangling magistrate Wang Xiongui, who had always been closed to guests, appeared. When Song Li mentioned that Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of Lord Wang, had entered the capital's Ministry of Rights and become the director of the department for purging officials, Wang Xiongui, who had been unable to conceal his gloominess, suddenly smiled. At the banquet, the two young officials temporarily observing politics in the Ministry of Works were ignored by everyone after Song Li personally blocked the wine for a young man surnamed Liu. The shifty-eyed guest of the prince's mansion, Zhang Zhupa, was not on good terms with Song Li, who had returned to his hometown. One was the chief strategist of the Guangling Spring Snow Building, while the other was a distinguished and handsome man that Zhao Yi viewed as a lucky general. However, tonight, Zhang Zhupa found all sorts of reasons to punish himself by drinking 7 or 8 cups of wine to the point that his mustache was sticky. Crown Prince Zhao Yi's eyes were gloomy, but Zhao Yi was all smiles from beginning to end. The night after the banquet ended, 2 officials from the Ministry of Works, who had come to inspect the rivers and canals of Guangling, met in a side courtyard of the prince's mansion to drink wine. The man surnamed Liu was actually blind. The young man surnamed Sun, who had been dead drunk at the banquet, was not drunk at all. He leaned lazily on a graceful chair made of red sandalwood and poured a cup of wine for the blind young man across from him. He smiled and said, "Song Li did not have good intentions. He purposely blocked the wine for you." He was clearly reminding Zhao Yi to tell the Guangling Prince's mansion that you, a minor official of the Ministry of Works, actually have a more special status than me, Sun Yin. The blind man Lu Swan, who had entered and left the capital, sat upright and still. He was not as imposing as Sun Yin, who was famous throughout the capital. He said softly, "General Jinan is after all an old man of the Spring Snow Building. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This action is not excessive. Why not have Song Li treated him with courtesy?" It would not have been easy for Zhang Zhupa to smoothly find Sir Sun to discuss matters. Sun Yin laughed loudly and said, "Zhao Yi is already in such a miserable state. What else can he do other than smash a broken jar? He could have turned a blind eye and let Zhang Zhupa choose a tree to nest in. In any case, he could have saved some incense for Crown Prince Zhao Yuang. In this way, the court would have 2 generals, Song Li, Lu Xingxiang, and Zhang Zhupa as a civil official. Only then would Zhao Yuang be able to steadily enjoy himself as a prince. Otherwise, when the world is peaceful and the power of the generals declines, without Zhang Zhupa's protection in the officialdom, any provincial governor from Guangling would be able to easily play Zhao Yuang to death." Lu Su smiled and said, "The general trend is like this. However, in the history books, are there any lack of tragic disasters caused by impulsive emperors?" Sun Yin curled his lips with a disdainful expression. Lu Su sighed and said, "For people like Zhao Yi, no matter how bad his reputation is or how unbearable he is compared to the other vassal kings, he is still worthy of the respect of us younger generations who have taken advantage of the situation. Sun Ying frowned, but gradually restrained his arrogance. He joked, "Sir Lu, you're not that much older than me. You act like an old man." Lu Su did not make a sound. Sun Ying lowered his voice and said, "I am very curious. How did you convince His Majesty to make the decision to send Liu Baijie from the Ministry of War to Guangling as the provincial governor? For this reason, you have completely angered the entire Gangnam-do scholar group. You have to know that Yu Jiankong and the other old men all hope that Tang, she sword immortal, can temporarily stay away from trouble. They would rather be like Su Gong and be hidden by the court in the two Liao provinces and have his official career delayed for 2 or 3 years. That would be better than being the first bird to make a name for himself. Therefore, many people say that you have attached yourself to the Peng family of Liaodong in the north in Great Peace City. That is why you are causing trouble for the 4 major families of Gangnam-do." Lu Su raised his head and closed his eyes, looking at Sun Ying. Sun Ying smiled embarrassedly. He was clearly embarrassed. There was no point in playing tricks in front of a smart person like Lu Su. Sun Ying was being unkind. Lu Su went straight to the point and said, "Qiang Long and Tananon did not want Liu Baijie to come to Guangling. On the one hand, they valued his talent. On the other hand, they cannot speak of it. After all, the Liu family and the Su family of Bailiang are in-laws. If history is a mirror, the so-called loyalty of the world is, in the end, the loyalty of the scholars. The loyalty of the people is nothing more than gaining the recognition of the scholars. The Liu family of Qingzhou entering Bailiang is already a warning. After that, there were scholars who went to Liangzhou and Wudong to debate Buddhism. At this time, Liu Baijie should not have come to Guangling, which is adjacent to Gangnam-do. However, if one does not have long-term considerations, one will have short-term worries. Once one has long-term considerations, most of them will have short-term worries. Sir Sun asked me how I convinced His Majesty. It was very simple. It was just one sentence. Let the current matter be. There is no need to worry about the short-term worries, and there is no need to worry about the future. Sun Ying grimaced. These words are a little overbearing. Lu Su raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, before leaving the capital, I had a long talk with the emperor. For this sentence, I said thousands of sentences. Lu Su put down his wine cup. Compared to fighting on the battlefield, everyone is going to die. I, Lu Su, am just moving my lips. It is 100 times useless. Sun Ying shook his head and laughed. 100 times useless scholar? Zhang Zhupa, Song Li, Zhao Yi, Zhao Yuang, and his son, Liu Baijie, Yuanghua, your old master Zhao Sun, Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, and the entire Guangling. Such a big chessboard. You and I, 2 small minister counselors of the Ministry of Works, can maneuver freely here. How can we be useless? Lu Su lowered his head and looked at the table, just like when he sat in Yongzi Alley. There was a chessboard in front of him. Lu Su muttered to himself, "There are wins and losses in chess, and there are profits and losses in gambling. However, for the sake of the emperor and the world, this kind of pointing out the country, our fingertips are all covered in blood." The last signing event of Shuizhong was held in Guangzhou. The specific address was Guangzhou Book Purchase Center, number 123, Tiana Road. There are many things that can be said when we meet. P.S. Do not bring blades and other things. Chapter 1590. In the eyes of the people of Liang, Bailiang was a land of death. It was only a matter of time before the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Thus, when a carriage traveled from Hezhou to Yuzhou and not from Bailiang to the outside, it seemed like they were going against the flow. The coachman was a one-armed man with one empty sleeve. He held the reins with only one hand and tried to control the carriage as steadily as possible. Fortunately, compared to the simple carriage, the horse pulling the carriage was rather tall and strange. The middle-aged coachman did not need to spend much effort to control it. An old man bent down slightly and lifted the coarse cloth curtain, blocking the wind and sand. His gaze passed over the one-armed man's shoulder and looked forward. He was silent and did not put down the curtain for a long time. The coachman turned his head and said softly, "Father, if I remember correctly, there's still a dozen li before we see the boundary marker between Yuzhou and Hezhou." The old man nodded. his expression somewhat absent-minded. The coachman frowned and said, "Even if Bailiang has never acknowledged the imperial court's edicts, Father is still the deputy administrator of Bailiang in name. Would that Su Fengnian dare to kill someone? Since this is the case, why would Father lower yourself to curry favor with Bailiang? If word gets to the capital—" The old man left the carriage and sat behind his son. He waved his hand and interrupted the temporary coachman's words. He smiled and said, "So what if some rumors get to Great Peace City? The foundation of the Yang family has never been in the center of the imperial court. Ever since the defeat of Guangling Taoism, and your father went to the capital as a criminal, from His Majesty the Emperor to a little 6th or 7th rank official of the Ministry of War, who has treated Father well. Other things aside, the tens of thousands of old soldiers of Ji province that Father raised were taken away by the imperial court just like that. When you go to Ji province as a deputy general, you're only allowed to bring 3,000 soldiers and horses. This is built on the premise that you need to keep Yuan Tingshan in check. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing a single soldier back to Ji province." The coachman was none other than Yang Huchen, who had lost an arm in the battle against the remnants of West Chu. Now, together with Han Fong, the descendant of valiant bravery, whose family had their grievances redressed, he was the deputy general of Jizhou. Yang Huchen not only had to prevent Yuan Tingshan from raising troops in Jizhou, which was an important border area, but he was also a chess piece for the Zhao clan in Liang to monitor the king of Han, Zhao Xiong. The old man was, of course, Yang Xinxing, the newly appointed deputy administrator of Bailiang. He was one of the 8 great generals of the 4 campaigns and 4 towns in the past. In the past year, he had lived a miserable life in the capital where he was bullied by dogs. Not only did he have to live in fear, he was also laughed at by his colleagues in the officialdom. From time to time, he would be dragged out to drink, although they said that they were helping the old general drink to relieve his worries. In fact, it was more or less the same as being dragged out to walk a monkey. They would find ways to sprinkle salt on the old man's wound. When it came to the skill of observing people and adding insult to injury, almost all the officials in the capital were great masters. If Yang Huchen had not been appointed deputy general of Jizhou by the Ministry of War, which meant that the emperor had not completely lost his patience with the Yang family, it was likely that the people sent off by the old man this time would not have been a few kittens and puppies, but none. This time the old man passed through Jingji, West Ji, and Ji River. Although the old man did not have the intention of forming relationships with people, the fact that no one showed any interest along the way still made Yang Huchen, as his son, feel bitterly disappointed. Thinking back to the year when the Yang family sent troops from Jizhou to Guangling, what a grand occasion it was. At that time, if one was not at the level of county chief, one could not even think about getting a seat at the Yang family's private banquet. Probably sensing Yang Huchen's anger, the old man patted his son's shoulder and laughed softly. "Huchen, you can't blame the world for being so cold. Ever since I became a general, the Yang family has been used to doing whatever they want in Jizhou. We are not good people. The Yang family has bullied men and women many times. Now that we have suffered retribution, it is normal." Yang Xinxing looked around. The scenery in Hezhou was not very different from Jizhou. After all, they were both at the northwest border. After autumn, the grass was yellow like dirt. It could not compare to the beautiful scenery in Jiangnan, where half of the city was green. The old man slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. On the other hand, retribution comes early, which is a good thing. If it comes too late, perhaps the court won't even give you the chance to be deputy general of Jizhou to make up for your mistakes. Besides, compared to that old man, Yin Jinchuan, who has already died on the battlefield, I am much luckier. Don't look at how Zhao Kuei is only second to Lu Shengxiang in the southern expedition. Right now, that old man is like an ant on a hot pan. I dare to bet with you that if he loses the battle, he may not even be able to compare to Yin Jinchuan, much less me. That is because the favor the court has given us old generals has been used up on me and Yin Jinchuan. Thus, Father's mood when he left the capital this time was not as bad as others thought. In truth, after leaving that great peace city that made people tread on thin ice, father's mood was much better. Along the way, I thought through many things. Yang Huchen was relieved of a great burden. No matter what, as long as his father did not have too many worries in his heart, it was a good thing. He was confident that he could lead the Yang family to rise again. Yang Xinxing smiled. This time, I had someone send a secret letter to Mount Qingliang in private, pleading Bailiang to send an envoy to the Yuzhou border to receive me. As long as I don't see them, I, Yang Xinxing, will not take a step into Bailiang. I will just wait at the border. I, Yang Xinxing, was once a general. Now, I am putting on such a humble and pitiful attitude. Of course, this cannot be considered heroic behavior, but so what? Everyone in the capital is waiting for the news of my sudden death in Bailiang to spread, or for Su Fingyan to wantonly humiliate me on some occasion. I will not let them have their wish. Face is fake, but inside is real. The Yang family is in a precarious situation. Father is the face of the Yang family in the court. If it is gone, then it is gone. As long as you, Huchen, can stand firm in Jizhou again, in 5 or 10 years, the face will run back to the Yang family. At that time, even if you don't want it, perhaps other people will be willing to kneel and beg you to accept it. Chapter 1591. Yang Huchen lowered his head, his eyes slightly red. His father, who had never acknowledged his old age, General Yang, who had always been indomitable for as long as he could remember, actually made him feel that he was really old. Yang Xinxing sighed. I'm just afraid that the young king of Bailiang will take his anger out on the Yang family because of the court. He will be dissatisfied with you because father is the deputy provincial governor. After all, Jizhou is not far from Bailiang. In the past, Su Xiao, because of old ties, rarely ordered people outside of Bailiang. Now, Su Fingyan is in charge. Looking at the movements of Bailiang in the last few years in Su Fingyan's hands, it is clear that Bailiang is very aggressive and no longer purposely hides its edge. In the end, Bailiang and the court were only a step away from tearing into each other. Father's death this time is a risk, but also an opportunity. Huchen, focus on being the deputy general of Jizhou. Father has his own plans in Bailiang. From now on, remember a few things. First, do not entertain any of the old local generals of Jizhou. Second, control the distance between you and Han Fang. Finally, get close to the new administrator Han Lin. You must act as his lackey. In the future, Han Lin will be crucial for the Yang family to have a place in Great Peace City. Han Lin is not like other students of Zhao Yuling. On the surface, he is not as good as Zhao Yuling, Yin Maochun, or even Yuan Gua and Wang Xiongui. But in the eyes of the current emperor, Han Lin is the most important person. The reason is very simple. The three of them were all first-class officials promoted by the previous emperor, almost to the point where they could not be titled. Yuan Gua and Han Lin were people who had been placed in important positions by the emperor after he ascended the throne. Unfortunately, Yuan Gua's performance was not good, and he has been completely abandoned. In this way, the emperor will place all his hopes on Han Lin. This is the greatest advantage for Han Lin. Han Lin seems to be the one with the least sharp edges in the Zhonglu back in the day, but it is precisely this kind of mediocrity that is not the same as mediocrity that is the greatest reliance in the officialdom. The longer it lasts, the more powerful it becomes. Yuan Gua is a counterexample. For some reason, the more Yang Huchen listened, the heavier his heart became. Yang Xinxing smiled lightly. Does it sound like I'm giving you my last words? Huchen, you are mistaken. Father just said that on this trip to Bailiang, Father does not have the slightest thought of dying and will not stand up for the face of the court. Yang Huchen was slightly embarrassed. Yang Xinxing said earnestly, ever since the nomads of the Great Qin dynasty turned into deep-rooted influential clans, the martial artists of our generation who carried the sabers in their hands have never had a glorious record in the history books. Those important figures who left their names behind were always associated with the 4 words of feudal towns. But the aristocratic clans who held the brush in their hands were usually associated with several generations of dukes. Even if they had been passed down for 100 years, they could not be called influential clans. Most of them had a history of 200 or 300 years, or even longer. To be able to enjoy the glory of 3 generations for 50 years was already a miracle. Right now, don't look at how the imperial court is suppressing the power of local generals and how everyone is in danger. Compared to those old fellows like Yin Jinchuan and Zhao Cheng, Father is looking further ahead. In the future, there might be a century-old surname belonging to a general in Liang. To achieve this, the blindly loyal Han family is a good example, but the Bailiang Su family is. At this point, Yang Xinxing suddenly stopped talking. In the end, she only let out a long sigh. Su Xiao is not a formidable person. Yang Huchen was a little confused. The world recognized Su Xiao as an arrogant and unruly general. If he wasn't an ambitious and ruthless person, could he be a hero? Yang Xinxing smiled and asked, Huchen, who do you think Bailiang will send to the border of Yuzhou to be the bad guy? Yang Huchen, who had long thought about this question, said softly, logically, it should be Yozhou's provincial governor Hu Kuei or Yozhou's general Huang Fuji. But now the war is in full swing, and these two may not be able to get away. But even if Bailiang wants to embarrass Father, I think they will send a Yuzhou county governor. As for Li Gongda and Song Dongming, who are nominally of the same rank as Father, the possibility is very small. After all, one of them is in charge of Mount Qingliang, and the other is in charge of the construction of the new city. I don't expect Su Fingyin to mobilize so many people. Besides, if one of them really does come to Yuzhou, I will suspect that Su Fingyin is harboring evil intentions. When the time comes, whether Father agrees or not, I will personally escort Father all the way to Liangzhou. Dozens of miles passed in the blink of an eye. When Yang Huchen saw the boundary steel by the roadside, he also saw 4 or 5 riders quietly waiting by the roadside. Among them, one rider was particularly eye-catching. Other than his young age, there was also a strange feeling about him that Yang Huchen felt. It was just like when he first saw a legendary martial grandmaster in his youth. It was like seeing a tall mountain. Just like when he met the emperor for the first time in the imperial palace of Great Peace City last year. He felt like he was facing an abyss. Yang Huchen even forgot to turn his head. With a trembling voice, he said, Father, it seems like he's come in person. Yang Xinxing had been sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed since approaching the border. When he heard Yang Huchen's trembling voice, he was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Huang Fuji had arrived? Or perhaps Li Gongda and Song Dongming had come in person? Otherwise, given his son's temperament, there was no way he would be so flustered. The heavy-hearted Yang Xinxing lifted the curtain. It was noon, and for a moment, the sunlight above his head was rather dazzling. The old man squinted his eyes and looked over. When he clearly saw that rider, Yang Xinxing froze on the spot. Suddenly, this old man, who had not lost his fighting spirit even after entering the tiger's den of Bailiang, truly felt for the first time that he was indeed old. Without waiting for Yang Xinxing to get off the carriage, that rider galloped over first. He glanced at Yang Huchen, the fierce general of Liang who was acting as the coachman, and then said to Yang Xinxing with a smile, Lord Yang has a good son. Yang Huchen was speechless when he heard the young man's comment. The old man, who was not addressed as Great General Yang, laughed out loud. He was not angry at all and said loudly, In this regard, Yang Xinxing is far inferior to the Great General. Yang Xinxing, who had once been a great general, respectfully addressed him as Great General. In the Liang dynasty, there was only Su Xiao. Chapter 1592. Su Fingyin leaped off the horse, and Yang Xinxing followed suit. They walked side by side, while Su Fingyin introduced the group of people to the newly appointed deputy military governor. It turned out they were the local officials led by the county chief of Tangshan County. They were brought here purely to broaden their horizons. After all, Su Fingyin did not take Yang Xinxing seriously, but to the local officials of Tangshan County, this local emperor of Ji province was a name that reverberated like thunder in their ears. It was especially true for the Ji province infantry under Yang Xinxing's command, who were known to be unrivaled in the world. It had been a long time since they had the intention to compete with Yin Wanwan's Yuzhou army. Today, they were able to meet the old General Yang, which was a great topic to talk about after a meal. Su Fengyin asked the old man if the journey to the west was smooth, and Yang Shenxing answered with a smile. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it confused the officials of Tangshan County. As a matter of fact, although Yang Shenxing appeared to be regretting not having met the young lord earlier, he was actually sweating. Bailiang had even refused to accept the imperial edict. Now that Bailiang was in a state of turmoil and chaos, it was not a big deal to leave 1 or 2 corpses in the wilderness. Would the imperial court be willing to get to the bottom of the matter if they were labeled as bandits? The more friendly Su Fengyin was, the more uneasy Yang Shenxing was. Just as Yang Huchen had speculated, given Yang Jialong's difficult situation, it was already a great honor for him to be welcomed by the Yuzhou provincial governor. Yang Shenxing was not arrogant enough to think that he was qualified enough for the king of Bailiang to leave the front line to welcome him. Fortunately, Su Fengyin did not keep Yang Shenxing in suspense. He asked all the officials of Tangshan County to return to their residences and then stopped at a small tea stall beside the post road to rest. He woke up the woman who was dozing off and ordered 3 cups of tea with a smile. After sitting down, he told Yang Shenxing directly, "I came to Yuzhou to pick someone up. After drinking tea, I will soon leave for Helan Mountain in the northeast of Yuzhou. Wang Sui and his tens of thousands of Beiman cavalry are still waiting at the gate of Yuzhou. If I arrive late, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the famous prince consort of Dongyue." Yang Shenxing's expression did not change as he hummed in agreement. He was calculating quickly in his mind. This time, he had left the capital with the embroidery title of Deputy Provincial Governor of Bailiang. He was treated as a cold stove that had been doused with cold water. He did not exchange any letters on the way and did not have any contact with anyone on the way. He was completely blind to the situation in the world. He only knew what happened before he left the capital. Huta's city had fallen and Dongzhu's army had been able to spread out the front line, causing the first line of defense outside Liangzhou Pass to be in danger. Yang Shenxing even thought that when he approached Yuzhou, he would see a large number of refugees hastily fleeing Bailiang. However, Su Fengyin casually mentioned that he was going to Helan Mountain to confront Wang Sui's cavalry. Yang Shenxing was shocked. Could it be that Bailiang was prepared to give up the entire battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass? Half a year ago, there was still a large number of Bailiang-related war reports that were frequently sent to the capital from Bailiang. Bailiang did not deliberately block these reports. However, since the beginning of spring in the second year of Xiangfu, it was very difficult for the Zhaogou spies and the officials of Huai and Huai to obtain first-hand information about Bailiang. Yang Shenxing heard that a few of the Zhaogou strongholds that committed crimes were uprooted. Some of the spies disguised as Jianghu people who followed Xianyuan Qingfeng to Liangliang seemed to have been quickly detained by the Fushui room. When Su Fengyin took the teacup from the woman's hand, Yang Huchen could not help but roll his eyes. When the woman brought tea to the father and son, she directly knocked the teacup on the table. However, when she gave the young vassal king tea, she held the teacup with both hands and walked to the table. Her thick waist was also swaying like a big water snake. She was not in a hurry to put the teacup on the table. When Su Fengyin reached out to take the teacup, she naturally touched him lightly. The woman took advantage of him, but did not stop immediately. She laughed and teased him. "Handsome young man, do you have a wife? If not, there is a beautiful girl in our village. Auntie will be your matchmaker." This shocked Yang Huchen to the core. Were all women in Bailiang so fierce? What was even more strange was that Su Fengyin did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and teased him a few times. His skin was as thin as the skin of a scoundrel in the marketplace. However, his words made the woman embarrassed for the first time. Yang Huchen suddenly felt a little unhappy. As a first-class general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Yang Huchen did not have a good impression of this new Prince Liang. Now that he saw Su Fengyin's frivolous words and actions with his own eyes, Yang Huchen frowned even more. But for some reason, Yang Huchen saw the smile on his father's face from the corner of his eyes. It did not seem to be fake. It was quite like a veteran who saw a rising star. Yang Huchen was a little confused. Su Fengyin took a sip of tea. His next words scared Yang Huchen so much that he almost dropped the bowl. On the central front, Dongzhuo's army has been attacking Huayang Pass for a long time, without success, and has retreated. The situation at Liuzhou is the most tragic. Less than a tenth of the 30,000-long Xiang army survived. Liu Gui led the remnants of his army and fled to Longyao province. As for outside Gourdmouth of Yuzhou, Yang Yuanzhan is dead. Zhong Tan and Hong Jingyan have disappeared without a trace. Yang Xinxing lowered his head to drink the tea. His expression could not be seen clearly, but the ripples on the surface of the teacup continued to ripple. Yang Huchen subconsciously blurted out, "That's impossible." Yang Xinxing suddenly raised his head and angrily said, "Huchen, do not be impudent." Yang Xinxing put down the teacup and turned to Su Fengnian and said apologetically, "Your Highness, Huchen has been extremely rude. Please forgive me." Su Fengnian said playfully, "Forgive what? I, Su Fengnian, am not the Emperor of Liang. How can I punish a deputy general of Ji province?" Yang Xinxing's forehead was covered with sweat. Yang Huchen clenched his fist and pressed it against his knee under the table. He did not care about being scolded by the old man. He stared into Su Fengnian's eyes and asked, "Bailiang really defeated Beimang's 1,000,000 iron cavalry?" Su Fengnian did not answer the question and slowly said, "Bailiang has lost a lot of people." Yang Xinxing said sternly, "Yang Huchen, you shut up." After meeting the emperor, Yang Huchen received a wonderful evaluation of loyalty and filial piety. At this time, the veins on his neck were bulging. He turned a deaf ear to the old man's reproach and stared with his eyes wide open. It was as if he was willing to risk his life to compete with the young king. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Whether it is you, Yang Huchen, or your father, is it worth lying to me?" The one-track-minded Yang Huchen asked, "Dare I ask, Wang Yi, how did Bailiang win 3 battles at the same time?" Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Yang Xinxing stood up and slapped his son's head. "Bastard, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak." The man, who was the deputy general of Jizhou, was hit by his own father until his hair was disheveled, but he still did not give up. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Wang Yi, Bailiang really defeated the Beimang barbarians?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "They won." Yang Xinxing almost sent this bastard flying with a kick. Su Fengnian waved his hand at the old man. "Official Yang, it's fine." Yang Xinxing stomped his foot and said bitterly, "Wang Yi, it's not that I'm boasting, but if it wasn't for Huchen's stubbornness, with his ability to lead troops, he would have been able to go to Great Peace City and become one of the 4 generals with real power. I really don't trust him to deal with the officials of Great Peace City. Wang Yi, look at him when his bad temper comes up. He doesn't even know what's important in front of you. If he went to Jing, it would be terrible. Don't talk about losing his position. He might even lose his head." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "General Yang is only suitable to lead troops in a local area. If he became an official at the foot of the emperor, he wouldn't be as good as those people who have already become shrewd. Even if General Yang became one of the 4 generals, he wouldn't be happy." Chapter 1593. Yang Xinxing sighed. "That's right. That's why Huchen volunteered to go back to Jizhou. I didn't stop him. I couldn't have stopped him anyway." Yang Huchen muttered in a daze. "Won? Really won?" Su Fengnian joked, "What? General Yang doesn't want Bailiang to win? Aren't you afraid that your father will come all the way to Bailiang only to find the road filled with Beimang cavalry?" Yang Huchen, who had finally returned to life with great difficulty, subconsciously reached out a hand to touch his empty sleeve. Losing an arm is something that I, Yang Huchen, have never thought of as much. It is just that in the end, it is still a bit regretful that it was cut down by our own people on the battlefield and not outside the Great Wall, lost under the blades of the Northern Mang barbarians. Yang Huchen grinned and suddenly stood up, scaring the old man to the point that he trembled. Yang Xinxing was afraid that this guy would contradict Su Fengnian again. He raised his hand and pressed on his son's shoulder. "Sit down and talk." Yang Huchen shook his head and raised his teacup. He said to Su Fengnian in a serious tone, "Prince, there's no wine. Let Yang Huchen be so bold as to use tea instead of wine to toast you and all Bailiang soldiers." Northern Liang had achieved the biggest wish of Yang Huchen in this life. No matter what kind of bullshit situation Liang and Northern Liang would face in the future, I, Yang Huchen, would owe you a bowl of wine. If you were to die on the battlefield of Liangmang one day, I would lead my troops to the battlefield where you died and offer you a toast. If Su Fengnian dies at the hands of the Liang Imperial Court in the future, I will go to the execution ground alone to toast you with a bowl of wine. Yang Xinxing closed his eyes. Huchen, this child, really wanted to die. How could he say such rebellious and unlucky words? But unexpectedly, Su Fengnian also raised his teacup and stood up. He smiled. I have to drink this bowl of tea instead of wine. Also, if you, Yang Huchen, have the opportunity to come to Bailiang in the future, regardless of whether I'm dead or alive, remember to bring me a jar of good wine. How can one bowl be enough? Su Fengnian and Yang Huchen both drank their tea in one gulp. In the distance, the middle-aged woman who couldn't hear the conversation clearly turned around and glanced at the three guests. While she was tidying up, she grumbled, "These men are really something. Drinking tea that costs only a few copper coins, yet they still have lofty aspirations? You're so particular." After drinking the tea, the former #1 general of Ji province, Yang Huchen, took his leave and returned. Yang Xinxing, who still had lingering fear, laughed and scolded, "Get out of here!" Su Fengnian and Yang Xinxing sat back down on their stools. The woman hurriedly picked up the teapot and poured another bowl of tea for the two of them. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Lady boss, don't just add tea without adding tea leaves. That's not very kind. Earlier, a bowl of tea cost 2 copper coins. Now these 2 bowls are only 1 copper coin per bowl." The woman pinched Su Fengnian's arm lightly with 2 fingers and laughed angrily. Fine, fine, fine. 1 copper coin it is. Just take it as Annie taking advantage of you. It's not that Annie wants to criticize you, but you're quite handsome. Judging from your accent, you're also from Bailiang. Why are you not straightforward at all? Annie may think you're pleasing to the eye, but if I really have to choose a man to spend my days with, I'd still choose that rough man from my family. Su Fengnian smiled evilly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You have a strong body and strength." The woman blushed and glared at him and said, "Little guy, you have a glib tongue. You look like a scholar, and a dabbler who can't even pass the exams." In the end, the woman hesitated and asked, unwilling to give up, "You really don't want Annie to be the matchmaker?" Su Fengnian laughed loudly and shook his head. "I already have a wife." At this moment, Yang Xinxing sighed. Bailiang was indeed not the same as Liang. Su Fengnian restrained his smile and said softly, "People in poor places have a hard life. But while many people suffer, they don't accept their fate." Yang Xinxing nodded and said, "The elite soldiers of the world are from Liaodong and Lianglong. The ancient saying is not without reason." Su Fengnian asked, "Official Yang, there are 2 paths. One is to be a deputy provincial governor who has nothing to do and spend the rest of your life in Mount Qingliang." Without waiting for Su Fengnian to say the second path, Yang Xinxing said lightly, "Prince, I'll choose this path. I'm old and can't afford to be tossed around. Moreover, even if I leave the capital, I'm still in Jizhou." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Fine. Our Bailiang isn't big, and the scenery can't be compared to the Central Plains. But in any case, Mount Wudong can avoid the summer heat. Outside the Great Wall, Lingzhou is also a good place to spend the winter. Whenever you feel bored in Mount Qingliang, you can walk around." Yang Xinxing wanted to say something, but stopped. The old man didn't dare to believe that Su Fengnian would be so magnanimous. To be able to tolerate Yang Huchen's offense and even allow Yang Xinxing to enjoy life in Bailiang. If it were someone else who came to Bailiang to be a deputy provincial governor, they wouldn't be able to enter Yuzhou. Su Fengnian looked into the distance and said softly, "Yang Huchen has a father who makes him willing to be a driver. Su Fengnian, didn't jump out of stone. Of course, I have my own reasons. My father, Su Xiao, has old debts in this life. Some of the debts he owes him have been repaid. Some of them have not been repaid. There are also those he owes others, some of which he has repaid, some of which he is destined to never be able to repay. Su Fingyin glanced at the old man who had clearly forgotten a certain part of the past and smiled. Back then, there was a Liang commandant who, after losing to the king of Dongyue in succession, had saved up some money, but no one was willing to sell him several hundred soldiers. At the time, there was only one general called Yang Xinxing. Although he was also unwilling to sell his men, he was the only one who didn't make sarcastic remarks. One time, on the way to the Ministry of War's Yamen, he even took the initiative to chat with him. Many years later, that old man, who was no longer a junior commandant, told his son that one should hold a grudge, but one should also remember the good of others. Among them, he mentioned a general called Yang Xinxing who led soldiers into battle. He wasn't good, but he was passable as a person. Yang Xinxing said sadly, "So there was such an old story. I've already forgotten about it. I didn't expect the great general to still remember and even tell your highness about it." Afterwards, the old man stroked his snow-white beard and chuckled. "I, Yang Xinxing, should be content to have the great general personally say that I'm passable. Of course, as a general, I, Yang Xinxing, am still somewhat unconvinced that I'm not good at war, even if it was the great general who said it." Su Fingyin didn't comment on this. He smiled and said, "In a moment, there will be people escorting official Yang to Liangzhou. I won't be seeing you off." Yang Xinxing nodded and said, "As it should be. I wouldn't dare delay your highness's journey." Su Fingyin paid the bill. Very quickly, dozens of horses galloped over from the post house. Among them, there was a large horse with no rider. Yang Xinxing mounted the horse and cupped his fist to Su Fingyin. "Your highness, farewell." Su Fingyin made a sound of acknowledgement. "Let's meet again in Liangzhou." The woman from the tea stall, who had been shocked by the dozens of horses, opened her mouth wide. She carefully pricked up her ears when she heard the title of Your Highness. After the cavalry was far away, she moved closer to Su Fingyin and asked curiously, "Young man, your name is quite strange. Your surname is Wang and your name is Yi. Your parents are really generous with their names. However, from the looks of it, your father is a general of Beiliang, right? How about you take the money for the tea back?" Su Fingyin, who was actually going to Lingzhou and not the Helan Mountains, shook his head and said with a smile, "If in another 2 years, proprietress, you can still sell tea here peacefully and I happen to come here to drink tea, can you give me a discount? How about it?" The woman smiled and said, "Sure, it's just a few copper coins. At most, I'll just scold my husband for being a wastrel. Sigh, it's a pity that when the time comes, I won't dare to touch you anymore." Su Fingyin said helplessly, "You're still the one with a big heart." Strands of sunlight shone through the shade of the trees and fell on the small table, benches, and teacups. It was quiet and peaceful. Yang Xinxing, who was on horseback, looked back and vaguely saw the scene. For some reason, the old man in Beiliang had a thought. It was the Central Plains. Chapter 1594. Su Fingyin led a dark cavalry warhorse along the edge of the post house. Just like how Yang Xinxing had many reservations in his words, Su Fingyin naturally would not reveal everything to Yang Xinxing. The place he was going to next was not the Helan Mountains, where the army was pressing down on the border, but Lingzhou, which supported more than half of Beiliang's tax revenue. Even more secretive was that Su Fingyin had already met Wang Sui. At the time, Su Fingyin had only brought 800 White Horse loyalists with him, while Wang Sui had led Bei Meng's winter imprisonment, Wang Jingsheng and several hundred personal soldiers to separate from the main army and meet in secret. Su Fingyin was in no hurry to Lingzhou. He sank into deep thought. Even though he had met with the commander of Bei Meng's Eastern Front, he still did not understand what Wang Sui was planning. It was clearly Wang Sui who had asked for this secret meeting, but when they actually met, Wang Sui did not say anything serious. In their conversation, other than talking about old friends and old matters, it was more like an elder meeting a somewhat promising nephew. However, while implicitly praising the younger generation, the old man did not forget to boast about his past glory. This made Su Fingyin feel very helpless, and he very easily thought of Su Xiao, who had retired in Mount Qingliang. During this time, Wang Sui mocked the situation in Liang, saying that each crab was worse than the last. Whether it was the talents of the court officials or the knowledge of the scholars, they were declining with each generation. He even cursed the two emperors of Liang as cowards, saying that they could only beat domestic dogs if they couldn't beat a wild wolf. They didn't dare to fight to the death with Bei Meng, so they could only deal with the remnants of West Chu. Although Su Fengyan did not agree, it did feel rather good to hear. In the end, Wang Sui took advantage of his seniority to pat Su Fengyan on the shoulder. Without another word, he swaggered off. From the beginning to the end, Wang Sui had only said one thing that hit the nail on the head. Since Wang Sui hadn't been able to reap any benefits from his hunting trip to the west, no one on the Eastern Front would be willing to make things difficult for Beiliang. Su Fengyan understood what the old man was implying. It was not that Bei Meng had given up on the Eastern Front, because most of the troops garrisoned on the Eastern Front of Bei Meng that were confronting Gu Jiantang were conservative forces on the grassland. They had no intention of attacking Beiliang in the first place, and were more inclined to break through the gap between the two Liao and Great Peace City. Therefore, Wang Sui's obstruction at the eastern gate of Bei Meng was very likely to give the peace order in Dong Zhuo a fatal blow. It was precisely these words that dispelled Su Fengyan's thoughts of trying to kill someone. He only chatted with the old man and did not act in the end. Thus, this trip to Helan Mountain could not be said to be a pleasant surprise, but at the same time, it could not be said to be a disappointment. For Beiliang, who had been seriously injured in the Battle of Liangmeng, as long as there was no bad news, it was already good news. Thus, as long as Yang Xinxing did not come to Beiliang to take up the post of deputy Jidushi, Su Fengyan did not mind giving Yang Xinxing a stable life. He could even take the initiative to help this old man accumulate some merits, so that Yang Xinxing would not be in a difficult position. Beiliang and Su Fengyan did this to Yang Xinxing, and it was the same to Administrator Han Lin of Lianhuai. Of course, this kind of forbearance could not be said to be hearty, nor could it be said to be chivalrous. Su Fengyan finally flipped onto the horse. Before he whipped the horse forward, he looked to the east. The woman at the tea stall was bored to death as she sat on a bench. She raised her head to look at the back of the scholarly young man on his horse, going further and further away on the post road. She thought about the scene of this handsome young man bargaining with her and smiled. She thought to herself that this young man's background was definitely not bad, but he was even haggling over a few copper coins. He really knew how to live his life. The capital of Lingzhou was filled with celebration. This kind of celebration came from top to bottom like the spring wind and rain. The people did not know why the city suddenly became lively again. Naturally, they guessed that there was a great victory outside Liangzhou Pass and Yuzhou Calabash Pass. However, there was no news that spread out, so no one could be sure. However, during this period of time, one could often see high-ranking officials and nobles, especially the important people of the general family, getting drunk. What was strange was that it was different from the past, where the general children of the same generation would drink and chat merrily. This time, it was mostly a family or a few families that were separated by generations celebrating together. Some of the local wealthy families that were usually at odds with each other. Now that they met on the narrow road in a restaurant, there was no hostile atmosphere, and they passed by with a smile. In the dusk, a number of riders coincidentally stepped on the gate and entered the city, heading straight for Song Yan's mansion in Lingzhou. The gatekeeper was a clever person. He saw that although the riders were not wearing armor, they did not look like ordinary retainers of a rich and powerful family. Instead, they were elite soldiers with cold blades hanging at their waists. Song Yan, who received the gatekeeper's report, quickly walked out. When he saw Su Fengyan standing on the street with a horse, he was stunned. Su Fengyan had someone free up a horse for this Lingzhou political elder who admired legalism. The two of them slowly rode toward the provincial governor's residence. Song Yan's expression was emotional as he asked softly, "My lord, did we really win?" It seemed like Yang Huchen was not the only one who found it unbelievable. Even Song Yan, a member of Beiliang, did not dare to believe the intelligence reports from the border. Due to Su Fengyan's considerations, he did not announce the victory at the border with great fanfare in Beiliang. Even Song Yan, a lower third-rank official with real power, could only learn about the final results of the 3 battlefield from the simple intelligence reports. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It was a Pyrrhic victory." Song Yan's face suddenly flushed red and his lips trembled. This stubborn scholar, who could straighten his back when he first met His Royal Highness, was speechless for a moment. Su Fengnian sighed and said, "This battle can still be fought. However, there shouldn't be too big of a battle in the next half a year. The border army can take a breather for now, but your Ling Zhou will be in a terrible fix. You will only be busier than before." Song Yin smiled and said, "Compared to the other 3 provinces, only Ling Zhou is far away from the smoke of war. For us peace officials, being a bit busy is nothing. I have only heard of people dying on the battlefield. Rarely have I heard of people dying from exhaustion in the officialdom." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. He looked at the bustling streets that were bustling even at night and said softly, "Su Beiji is going to step down from his position as Lingzhou provincial governor and take over from Tian Peifong as Liangzhou provincial governor. However, the position that Su Beiji vacated, Sir Song..." Su Fengnian did not finish his words. Song Yin remained silent. He did not reveal an expression of resentment, nor did he say anything like a civil official who only cared about the well-being of the people and did not ask for a high position and generous salary. Su Fengnian felt a bit helpless and said, "Thousands of scholars have gone to the cold, just like how some scholars from other places have privately criticized them. Up until now, they have all been minor officials. It is like a rich and powerful gentleman casually giving alms to beggars on the side of the road. It does not conform to the logic of 1,000 gold coins supporting a scholar. Although Song Dongming has become the deputy administrator of Bailiang and is a secondary second-rank official, he is not strictly a scholar who has gone to the cold. As the rumors say, Song Dongming is more like Su Beiji, Huang Fuchong, and the others. He is a trusted aide that I, Su Fengnian, made an exception and promoted based on my personal preference." At this point, Su Fengnian gave a self-deprecating laugh. Now that Bailiang has won the war, logically speaking, it should be time for officials to make wishes and give these scholars who are crying piteously for food something to look forward to. Bailiang only has 4 provinces, and there are only so many official titles. There are already many scholars from other places in the various yamens. I can't chase away the local officials of Bailiang to make room for them. It is not suitable, so I can only use the position of Lingzhou provincial governor as a gimmick. Originally, with Sir Song's ability in governing, of course, you would be the best choice for the position of Lingzhou provincial governor. Song Yin finally spoke. Did not hide anything. On the contrary, he was very direct. He asked, "Prince, if I cannot become the provincial governor in Lingzhou, can I go to another province?" Su Fengnian also said honestly, "After Tian Peifong is promoted to deputy administrator, Su Beiji will take over. This is set in stone. The current provincial governor of Liuzhou is Yang Guangdou, and if nothing goes wrong, the next one will be Qin Shiliang. It can only be Qin Shiliang. After experiencing a series of wars in Liuzhou, to put it bluntly, even if I am willing to let Sir Song move to Liuzhou, it will be hard for you to convince the masses. This has nothing to do with your ability in governing. As for Yuzhou, I can tell you the truth. Hu Kuei, who wants to make a name for himself on the battlefield, will return to the border army very soon. However, the next provincial governor has to be chosen carefully. Compared to Liangzhou, Yuzhou places more importance on Wu Qingwen. Otherwise, Tian Peifong would not have been so sullen a few years ago, complaining that he was just a pretty-faced provincial governor. Back then, he tried his best to get a position in Lingzhou. This was something that everyone in Bailiang knew about. During the Great Battle of Liangmang, Yuzhou contributed a lot and suffered the most casualties. It is not appropriate for you to go to Yuzhou." Chapter 1595. Song Ying grimaced and said, "If you say so, then I will give up. It's good that we've talked about it, so I don't have to keep thinking about it." Song Yin knew that he could not go to Liangzhou, Liuzhou, or Yuzhou. Not only would he not be promoted in Lingzhou this time, after setting the precedent of buying a horse with 1,000 taels of gold, there might not be a position suitable for Song Yin in the future, because Lingzhou would become the best place for scholars to go to Liangzhou. The Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall that did not hear war drums and smoke was naturally suited for scholars. Bailiang might be able to form a stable situation of North Minister and South Minister. Thus, Song Yin was particularly worried. He was not a pedantic scholar. Although he was not the kind of official who was overly obsessed with fame and fortune, he was not blindly loyal to anyone. After all, one's ambition was directly linked to the size of the official's hat on one's head. Think about it. If Zhang Julu was a low-ranking official in a yamen, how could he have single-handedly created the power of Liang today? Su Fengyin gently exhaled. He had not turned his head to look at Song Yin. 3 years. If you can last 3 years, I can only do what I promised you in the beginning. If you feel wronged, I can let you leave Bailiang's officialdom and head to Great Peace City while Yangshun's apricot has cooled down. Su Fengyin said calmly, "This is not me testing you. Ever since Su Xiao, Bailiang has not had the habit of playing with the schemes of the court. On this land, there are not many scholars. How can they withstand the torment? If one can come out, it is one. Even if there are flowers blooming in the wall, there is fragrance outside the wall. I will not stop them, much less cut them down with a cold knife." Song Yan's body leaned back slightly, his shoulders rising and falling with the horse. He said lazily, "If I, Song Yan, go to Great Peace City, can the son of the Zhao family keep pace with me? No way, right? Will he come personally to explain because I can't be promoted? No way, right? Song Yan's knees are not that hard, but at least in Bailiang I don't have to go to court every day to kneel. Day after day, year after year, there is no end to it. A scholar standing as an official is more comfortable than kneeling as an official. Besides, my current position is not small. Of course, if one day the son of the Zhao family sends someone to find me and say, 'Song Yin, the 6 ministries of the imperial court lack a minister. Why don't you make do with it for now? Later on, I'll let you go to the secretariat in Minxia provinces to be the chief official. I guarantee that when you enter the coffin, you'll have the posthumous title of Wan Zhen or something. I guarantee that when the time comes, even if the prince stops me, I'll cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang myself.'" Su Fengyin laughed heartily. "Lord Song, oh Lord Song, don't even think about it. Miss Song's appearance is not bad, but it's not to the point of bringing disaster to the country and its people. Not to mention her knowledge and ability, Secretary Yin is better than you when it comes to giving birth to a daughter." Song Yin very rudely snorted coldly. When they arrived at the provincial governor's residence, Su Beiji was still as haughty as ever. After learning that the prince of northern Liang had come in person, he didn't even bother to show his face, let alone mustering a large force to open the gate. Su Fengyin could only head to the study with Song Yin. The frightened steward carefully pushed open the door to the study, only to see the provincial governor, who had yet to take off his official robes, sitting on a chair and handling government affairs. The study was in a mess and books were scattered all over the floor. Su Fengyin bent down to pick up the books. Song Yin smiled as he walked to the window and opened it for some fresh air. When Su Fengyin was almost done tidying up the study, only then did Su Beiji put down his brush. Rubbing his wrist, he raised his head to glance at Su Fengyin. The latter smiled and said, "Right now, Song Dongming and Bai Yuxian are fighting on Mount Qingyang. Although they are both cultured scholars with status, so they won't cause too much trouble, I still don't feel at ease. Isn't that why I want you to go to Liangzhou to be a peacemaker, using your identity as provincial governor of Liangzhou to help me keep an eye on them?" Su Beiji said calmly. "Let's not talk about whether or not those two will have a nod in their hearts. Let's talk about the mess in Lingzhou. You don't let Song Biejia, who is familiar with the area, be the provincial governor just to appease the scholars going to Liangzhou. Do you really think there won't be any mistakes when the time comes?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Then what do you think we should do?" Su Beiji went straight to the point and said, "Did Li Gong to say that he wanted to resign as administrator and have Song Dongming take his place?" Su Fengyin nodded and said he did say that. What he meant was that he didn't want to be the administrator and only wanted to keep the empty title of governor of the construction of the new city outside Liangzhou. However, I didn't agree to that." Su Beiji smiled coldly and said, "What? Are you afraid that people will say that you're getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? That it will chill the hearts of the old officials of Baelyong? Or are you worried that Li Hanlin's side won't be able to justify it? Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. Su Beiji was faintly angry and said in a low voice, "It's just Lingzhou. That's not small at all." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "It's not small, but it's not big enough either." Su Beiji said, "Then let Sir Song be the provincial governor of Liangzhou. I'll just take up an idle position in Mount Qingliang. I can still help you keep things in check." Su Fengnian still shook his head and threw a glance at Song Yin, who was watching the fire from the other side. Song Yin rejoiced in Su Beiji's misfortune and said, "Your Highness, who in the world would be unwilling to be the provincial governor and only be an official of another person? Isn't this making things difficult for Song Yin? Besides, the provincial governor of Liangzhou is much more precious than our provincial governor of Lingzhou. I can't say such words that go against my heart. Besides, provincial governor Su clearly wants to rise up. If I get involved, I'll lose the provincial governor and go to Liangzhou to sit on the cold bench. My position will become lower and lower. When provincial governor Su comes to his senses one day, then the relationship that I've worked so hard to build up over the past few days will be gone. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I won't help your Highness persuade provincial governor." After Song Yan's interruption, the atmosphere in the study room was no longer as tense as before. Su Beiji had probably vented all the resentment that had been building up for a long time. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Do you not trust Song Dongming or Bai Yu, or do you not trust both of them?" Su Fengnian moved a chair and sat down. "It's not that I'm suspicious of anyone, but with Zhu Zi at Mount Qingliang, I'll feel more at ease outside Baelyong Pass." Seeing Su Beiji stare at him without blinking, Su Fengnian felt a little guilty. Chen Shiliang won't leave Liangzhou no matter what. It's clear that he wants to take root there. I really can't do anything about it. Su Beiji smiled slightly. "Your Highness really knows how to take advantage of soft persimmons." Su Fengnian resentfully did not reply. Song Yan's expression was strange. The relationship between His Highness and Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang was really worth pondering. Otherwise, why would provincial governor Su's tone sound like a woman fighting for the position of head wife? Su Beiji's expression suddenly warmed up. Liangzhou is not easy. In that great battle where victory and defeat were on the line, both sides brought out their trump cards. This was especially true for Baelyong, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Not only did the 30,000 Longxiang army enter the battlefield, but the two towns in Liangzhou, other than Qingtsang, and the Liangzhou cavalry that had rushed over as reinforcements. Even the 4,000 Western Region private soldiers that Lu Wanbao and Chai Dongdi of the Sima clan had temporarily gathered, as well as the 20,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantau that the Six Pearl Bodhisattva had urgently mobilized. Even Xiao Wei's 10,000 hidden elite cavalry had no choice but to turn around and reinforce Liangzhou. Only then did they manage to win this bloody battle by a hair's breadth. It could be said that the loss of any troop would have led to the fall of Liangzhou. Not to mention the fact that they were able to send a few thousand cavalry to the central battlefield after the battle to coordinate with the cavalry outside Baelyong's pass. In the end, they successfully forced Dong Zhuo to give up on his plan to destroy the Jade and Common Stone. If it was just Baelyong's army that was wiped out of the mouth of the gourd, Dong Zhuo, who had already pulled out the nail and hood his city, could completely ignore it and continue to advance south. Thus, it could be said that Liangzhou, which originally did not have much to do with the overall situation, was the true decisive factor in the Battle of Liangmeng in the second year of Xiangfu. Su Beiji stood up and stared at Su Fengnian. "You should know that even if I stored up grain on a large scale before the battle and used various methods to borrow grain from the surrounding areas of Baelyong, even Western Shu, if we want to win the next battle, let alone the imperial court restricting the transport of grain, as long as the transport of grain from Liang does not fully support Baelyong, then the result is that it is not impossible to fight the war, but many of our people will die in Baelyong. Perhaps 30,000, perhaps 50,000, perhaps even more. Baelyong, what should we do?" Su Fengyin sat quietly on the chair. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth and said, "After I leave this study, I will make a trip to Great Peace City." Song Yan's expression changed dramatically. Su Beiji suddenly slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, "You, Su Fengyin, can afford to lose this face, but my Beiliang cannot. Lu Jinu of Huta City, Wang Lingbao of Liuzhou, Tianheng of Yuzhou. My Beiliang cannot afford to lose the tens of thousands of heroic souls that died in battle." Su Fengyin silently stood up and silently walked out of the study. Song Yan wanted to speak, but stopped. In the end, he only sighed. Su Beiji roared angrily at that figure. "The Beiliang cavalry can even stop 1,000,000 soldiers of Beimang. Is it very difficult to take down the 2 rivers of Liang?" He did not stop walking. In the dark corridor, that figure that was not old was slightly hunched. Chapter 1596. This was an army of 800 cavalry that had left the vassal territories without the permission of the Bureau of Military Personnel. They had traveled from Beiliang to Yuzhou through Hezhou and were slowly making their way to the western part of the capital. Along the way, the garrisons of the various provinces that were supposed to stop this army of light cavalry kept quiet out of fear, not even making a token appearance to question them. As a result, the 800 cavalry moved through the northern border of Liang as if they were unstoppable. The elite cavalry of Beimang on the eastern front had done the same at the northern defense line of Jihe and Hezhou, but the problem was that Wang Sui had tens of thousands of soldiers under his command at the time, while this army of cavalry only numbered 800. According to normal reasoning, with just 800 people, forget about Liaodong, where northern Mang and Liang were both heavily garrisoned. Even if they were thrown into Guangling Road, where the flames of war were swirling about, they still wouldn't be able to make a single ripple. Along with the 800 riders, who were far from being as fast as the wind and lightning, one by one, intelligence reports from Huai Jidushi Kainan, Military Administrator Han Lin, King of Hanzhou Xiong, Deputy General Yang Huchen of Ji Province, and other important ministers, were delivered to the capital at the speed of 800 li. Finally, on the westernmost border of the capital, an elite force responsible for the safety of the capital appeared. This was the Jifu garrisoned army, with the Western Fortress Camp as its main force. The 3 main camps of the Western Army had mobilized in full force, numbering 7,000 men, half on horseback and half on foot. This Western Army should have been led by Yuan Tingshan, who was conferred the title of Western Pacifying General. However, this Ji province general could not even keep his position, let alone have any control over the Western Army, which was second only to the Jingji Northern Army. The 7,000 soldiers of the Western Army today were led by Anshi General Zhao Gui, a member of the Zhao clan's imperial clan. Above his head was one of the 4 commandants of the capital with the title of General Fenwu, the Huqi commandant, and Yuqi Changgong as his deputy. 7,000 well-rested soldiers were facing off against 800 travel-worn light cavalry, and the former were acting like they were facing a powerful foe. Yuqi Changgong, who was as famous as Yang Huchen and Song Li, was still able to maintain his composure. But Anshi General Zhao Gui was sweating profusely. He sat timidly on his horse, his stomach full of complaints as he softly cursed those old bastards from the imperial clan court. How could he be lying when he said that he was ill? Even Tang Taizhuang of the Ministry of War had turned a blind eye to it. But in the end, it was his own family that had harmed his own. He had even threatened that if he didn't want to lead the army, he would use the name of the imperial clan court to impeach his majesty for cowering at the last minute. Under the scorching sun, Zhao Gui felt like dying. If it had been 10 years ago, he would have led 7,000 soldiers to intercept a few hundred Beiliang barbarians in his own territory. Forget about the Ministry of War and the Imperial Clan Court using both hard and soft tactics. They wouldn't have been able to stop him from reaping the rewards. However, as the cavalry left Beiliang, a few rumors spread from the northwest to the center of the capital, and then drifted out through the cracks of the Yamen's doors or the beaded curtains of the palace. After hearing these shocking news, Zhao Gui, who was far better at killing in bed than on the battlefield, was completely dumbfounded. Had these Bailiang barbarians really defeated a million-strong army of Beimang? It was said that even a famous Beimang general, Yang Yuanzhan, had his head chopped off in that damn place called Gourdmouth. There were even people who swore that the Jingguan temples in Yuzhou were as numerous as the snowmen in the capital during winter. Zhao Gui's mouth twitched violently. He turned to Yuqi Changong and asked in a trembling voice, "General Yuqi, if that little barbarian Su, oh no, it's the king of Bailiang. If the king of Bailiang refuses to stop, are we really going to have to fight with him?" Yuqi Changong, who had been ousted from the position of general of Anxi by this noble of the imperial clan, said expressionlessly, "General Zhao, this is the order from above. We can't disobey it." In the past, whenever Zhao Gui met Captain Yuqi Changong, he would purposely call him Sir Captain. Now, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't the military books say that subduing the enemy without fighting is the best of the best? If that king of Bailiang doesn't see the big picture, I have a good relationship with the Southern Army. Why don't we inform them and call a few thousand men over? It'll also teach the king of Bailiang the illustrious might of our garrisons in the capital." Yuqi Changong calmly said, "General Zhao, if this general remembers correctly, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to privately transfer the capital's troops out of their garrisons will be beheaded. Let alone you and me. Even Assistant Minister Tang of the Ministry of War doesn't have this right." Zhao Gui laughed dryly. "I'm just worried that the young vassal king, who spends most of his time in the Northwest, doesn't know the severity of the situation." Yuqi Changong narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. He had no interest in chatting with this Anxi general, only patiently waiting for the next batch of scouts to bring back military intelligence. Compared to Zhao Gui, who was a so-called great general who had risen from the ranks of the dwarves in the imperial family, Yuqi Changong had gone to the front lines of the Liaodong border after he had reached the age of 20. He had worked hard to become a military officer at the border, and only then had he returned to the capital after his family had opened up some connections. He had risen step by step to his current position. Yuqi Changong was naturally not an idiot like Zhao Gui, who had relied on his family name to reach his position. The number of people in the capital who truly knew the details of the battle in Bailiang could be counted on two hands. Even in the Ministry of War, the position of minister was currently vacant. Assistant Minister Su Gong was patrolling the border. Perhaps only Assistant Minister Tang Taizhuang, who controlled the Ministry of War in the capital, knew the inside story. Because Yuqi Changong had once trained in Liaodong, he had a valuable personal relationship with Assistant Minister Tang. As a result, he knew more about the truth of the Northwest than Zhao Gui. Not only did he know that Bailiang had repelled Beimang's million-man army on 3 fronts, he even had a rough estimate of the losses on Liangmang's side. Yuqi Changong had personally experienced the astonishing strength of the Beimang cavalry on the border. The more this was the case, the more shocked Yuqi Changong felt. Although he appeared to be more composed than Zhao Gui, Yuqi Changong's right hand had never left the saber at his waist. His knuckles had already turned white. Perhaps Zhao Gui was just afraid of the young man's status as a vassal king and the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry. At most, he might have added on the terrifying title of the new Prince Liang as a martial grandmaster. But Yuqi Changong truly had no confidence that the 7,000 people who had been away from war for many years could withstand the charge of 800 cavalry. One charge could stabilize the formation, but after 2 or 3 times. On the battlefield of official history, regular soldiers faced rebels. Top elites faced ordinary regular soldiers. The advantage of military strength on the surface had always been meaningless. Not to mention the distant past, just the spring and autumn war 20 to 30 years ago, when tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of bandits like locusts were killed by a few thousand imperial soldiers until rivers of blood flowed. When had this ever been a small number? And on a large-scale battlefield, it was not rare for one side to use thousands or even hundreds of elites to break through the enemy's formation. In the past, Yuqi Changong did not look down on the Bailiang frontier army that was known as the best cavalry in the world like the scholars of Liang, but he did not take it too seriously. He always felt that the Southern G infantry of the old General Yang, Xinxing, might not be able to compete with the Yuzhou infantry, but there was not much difference. He also felt that the Liao defense line, like the Duoyin elite cavalry and the Blackwater cavalry, were the top fighting force even in the Beiliang frontier army. But now, Yuchi Changong was not so optimistic. Yuchi Changong unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber. His emotions were complicated. If the Beiliang cavalry was not 100,000, but a true 300,000, then would they be able to directly attack the Norland in the heart of Beimang and help the Central Plains completely conquer the desert and grassland for the first time? But if the Beiliang really had such a force, since they could take down Beimang, then even if it was more difficult to take down the great city behind him, how difficult could it be? When the scout galloped over to report that the 800 cavalry were only 10 li away, Zhao Gui forced a smile and asked, "General Yuchi, I don't think the king of Beiliang will really start a war right under the emperor's feet, right?" Yuchi Changong did not have the mood to hit Zhao Gui when he was down. He frowned and said, "Wait for them to advance another 5 li. If the Beiliang sends scouts to come into contact with our army, then it means that the vassal king will follow the rules." Unknowingly, Zhao Gui's helmet was a bit crooked. He reached out to support it with trembling hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He asked in a small voice, "If we don't see the Beiliang vanguard scouts, what do we do?" Yuchi Changong said in a low voice, "Just go into formation and meet the enemy." Zhao Gui trembled and almost fell off his horse. He laughed to hide his embarrassment and comforted himself. It shouldn't be. Last time, the king of Beiliang came to the capital to meet the previous emperor. No matter if it was at the Maui embassy or in the court, he still followed the rules. It was clear that the Anchi general had automatically ignored the actions of the crown prince outside the imperial college and the disturbance at the Juzhou embassy. He had even tossed to the back of his mind his bold words and lofty aspirations that he had once declared that if he ran into that little barbarian, he would exchange blows with him. The two armies had faced each other for less than 5 li, but there was still not a single Beiliang cavalry to appear. Zhao Gui slapped himself in the face and said angrily, "You jinx!" Yuchi Changong did not need to look at the cavalry behind him to feel that suffocating pressure. Thinking back to that year, when the Hu cavalry captain Yuchi Changong went into battle as a sergeant in Liaodong for the first time, it was as if he could clearly hear his own heavy breathing. Chapter 1597. Because they were overly nervous before the new soldiers charged, the entire world would become silent, so much so that people couldn't even hear the drums. Less than 3 li away, no Beiliang cavalry had left their ranks. Zhao Giru was dejected and no longer had the energy to talk to Yuchi Changong. His eyes were dull as he muttered to himself on horseback, "King of Beiliang, can't we talk nicely?" In the end, Beiliang and Liang are still one family. It's not good to fight with your own family. You Beiliang have killed hundreds of thousands of Beimang barbarians. Haven't you killed enough yet? What kind of hero are you if you kill your own people? Besides, you're an expert on the same level as Dong Tai. Fighting and killing with people like me is degrading. Yuchi Changong raised a hand high. Without turning around, he roared with all his might, "Set up the formation." The 4,000 infantry were in the center, forming layers upon layers of defense. The shields were like walls, and the archers were ready to draw their bows. The 3,000 cavalry on the left and right wings began to raise their spears. According to the intelligence reports from Lianghuai and Zhaogo, the 800 Beiliang light cavalry didn't carry any spears, only crossbows and sabers. Yuchi Changong, who had already urged his horse to the front of the left wing's west base camp, sadly discovered that he seemed to have become that fledgling of the Liaodong border army again. West Base Camp was the first camp of the Jingji Western Army. It had always been arrogant and believed that it alone could defeat the other two camps. The camp's name came from the West Wall. However, after 20 years, everyone, including Yuchi Changong himself, had forgotten who had taken down the West Wall. It seemed that only now, when they stood opposite Beiliang and had to face the Su family's cavalry head-on, did they realize this forgotten truth. The pale-faced Anshi General Zhao Guru led a group of his own cavalry and retainers to the right wing of the cavalry, constantly glancing in Yuchi Chonggong's direction. This was the first time in his life that he regretted becoming enemies with Yuchi Chonggong. Every time there was a war, there had to be a high-ranking officer leading the charge. Originally, this was the military law of Liang. However, other than the two Liao provinces and, at most, Nanjiang, the military forces of the vast majority of other places were more or less not so rigid. Right now, the main General Zhao Gui was continuously retreating backwards, causing the entire right-wing cavalry to become slightly restless, their formation starting to become lax. Although the ordinary soldiers in the Jingji Western Army did not know the shocking news that Bailiang had defeated Beimeng, who had not heard that the new Prince Liang was a martial arts grandmaster who had defeated Wang Xianji of the Wulin city. This was an immortal who could fly around. Even if they felt that the young prince would not be able to kill all 7,000 soldiers, it should be possible for him to kill 700 or 800 people, right? As one of the two wings of the cavalry, wouldn't they be the first to die if they charged at the front? If that was the case, 1 out of 3 or 4 cavalry would die. If they were unlucky, wouldn't they be slaughtered like chickens? Even if they were lucky enough to survive, the young vassal king led by 300,000 Bailiang cavalry had died in this place, causing the Bailiang army to attack Great Peace City. Who would be responsible for this? It would be them, the little pawns. Would the powerful leaders of the 6 ministries be loyal to you? Under the sun, on the ground. In everyone's sight, the light cavalry dressed in white armor shone brightly. The 800 cavalry slowly advanced and did not start charge. Just as everyone thought that the Bailiang cavalry would stop in front of the formation and then send someone to negotiate with the Anshi general and Lieutenant Hu Qi. Strange things happened. The 800 cavalry formed a charging formation in the blink of an eye. There were no spears, but the 800 white armored cavalry all gripped the Bailiang sabers at their waists. It was clear that this Bailiang cavalry, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, could still pull out their sabers at any moment and start a charge at any moment against the 7,000 soldiers of the imperial court waiting for them to tire out. The Anshi General Zhao Gui started to gallop his horse, but he did not charge in to kill the enemy. Instead, he displayed astounding riding skills and circled to the back of the right-wing cavalry. Lieutenant Hu Chonggong knew that as long as the Bailiang cavalry started a charge, whether they won or lost, it would be a small matter. Once the imperial court and Bailiang had a falling out, Yuchi Chonggong and the entire Yuchi family would not be able to bear the blame. But at the same time, he could not retreat, not even a step. If he were to retire today, then his official career in this lifetime would be completely over. Not only would he, Yuchi Chonggong, suffer a calamity, but his entire family could forget about having a comfortable day in Li Yang's officialdom. So Yuchi Chonggong suddenly squeezed his horse's belly and rode out alone. He came to less than 100 paces from the front line of the Bailiang cavalry. He bowed, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "This general, Yuchi Chonggong, greets the king of Bailiang." Each of the Bailiang cavalry lines had no more than 200 men, and in the center was a single, eye-catching, ordinary carriage. There were only 4 or 5 escorting horses nearby. The curtains of the carriage were still and lowered. Receiving no response, the lieutenant continued to lower his head and said loudly, reporting to the king of Bailiang, "The vassal kings have entered the capital. According to the laws of Liang, the retainers of the Bailiang and Huainan kings need to stop at the capital's Western Army camp." Yuchi Chonggong cupped his fists. Each day felt like a year. This officer with real power gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head. We saw a Bailiang cavalry officer who looked like a lieutenant. He did not show any signs of wanting to speak, but his hand had changed from gripping his saber to pulling it out. Yuchi Chonggong swallowed and braced himself to say hoarsely, "This general earnestly requests the king of Bailiang to act according to the laws." At this moment, an uproar came from the Western Army. Yuchi Chonggong, who had already lost all hope, turned his head in shock and saw 3 riders galloping over. One of them was an old eunuch from the palace, wearing an eye-catching red embroidered robe. He held up a yellow handkerchief and shouted in a shrill voice, "The imperial edict has arrived." In addition, there was a rather young official among the two riders. Looking at his official patch, he should be an outstanding figure from the Ministry of War. Yuchi Gong immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. It was as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell, and he almost collapsed on the back of his horse. The lieutenant of the Hu cavalry, who was listening to the announcement beside the eunuch, did not hear what the imperial edict said in detail. He only understood the general meaning. It said that the emperor had specially authorized 800 vassal kings to enter the capital with the king of Baelyang and set up camp near the Xiamawi post station. When the old eunuch in the embroidered robe shouted the words, "Accept the edict," everyone was silent, especially that young official from the Ministry of War. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful smile. The official from the Ministry of Rights, who had been unlucky and had been captured to be an evil person, was much more shrewd. He kept his head down. If the imperial edict had not just ended, he would have pretended to doze off on the back of his horse. The curtain of the carriage did not move at all. The old eunuch who held the position of eunuch in the Bureau of Rights had a face as stiff as the bark of a tree. It did not move at all. Even Yuchi Gong could feel the dark presence of the old eunuch. As the second in command of the Bureau of Rights, one of the most important people among the eunuchs of Great Peace City, he was able to wear the red embroidered robe. At this moment, even in the face of such a rebellious official, the old man still suppressed his anger and did not show any other expression. He did not speak as he held the imperial edict. A voice rang out, "Are you done?" The old eunuch stilled and then finally lowered his head. He slowly said, "Finished." The voice in the carriage did not change in tone. "Then make way for this king." Yuchi Gong was tongue-tied. The young official from the Ministry of War was about to reprimand when the old eunuch turned his head and glared darkly at the latter. Then this eunuch from the Bureau of Rights that even the ministers had to treat with respect said softly to Yuchi Gong, "Captain Yuchi, why are you not protecting the king of Baelyang?" When Yuchi Gong turned his horse around to command the army to spread out, Gao Tingshu, who was currently in the limelight in the capital and had risen to fame in the Ministry of War, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The old eunuch lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "King of Baelyang, this old servant has to return to the capital and cannot accompany your highness." There was no response from the carriage. The old eunuch led the two officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights back. The imperial edict was still there. Since Li Yang unified the world, from the first year of Yonghui to the second year of Xiangfu, only 2 imperial edicts had been rejected. And the person who had rejected the imperial edict was the same person. It was that king of Baelyang who didn't even bother to lift the curtain of the carriage. The official from the Ministry of Rights carefully glanced at the eunuch from the Bureau of Rights. There was no change in the old man's expression. Gao Tingshu turned his head to look at the 800 cavalry passing through the center of the infantry formation of the Western Army. He sneered, "Such arrogance." The official from the Ministry of Rights clearly did not see how the eunuch opened his mouth, but he could hear a soft laugh coming from his throat. This made his hair stand on end. Gao Tingshu's lips curled up again. Previously, he had intentionally or unintentionally slowed down, and the eunuch had not raised any objections. Gao Tingshu knew that a good show was about to begin, because this was Great Peace City, not Baelyang. When the walls of Great Peace City slowly entered the sight of the Baelyang cavalry, they appeared even taller and more majestic. Su Fingyin finally lifted a corner of the curtain and looked over. He wore the embroidered robe that had been sewn by the Baelyang Bureau of Gold Thread Weaving. He smiled at the carriage driver and said, "The last time I came here, I felt that the walls were very tall. Looking at it now, it does not seem as tall as the Jing temples at the mouth of our gorge." Su Yanbing, who was acting as the carriage driver, jerked his lips but did not speak. In the second year of Xiangfu, late autumn, the king of Baelyang entered the capital. Chapter 1598. It was said that there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Although the city walls of Great and were high, the wind was also strong, and there were countless whispers. Therefore, gossip could always spread to every corner at an astonishing speed. Not long after the new Prince Liang stayed at the Maui post house, the conflict between Bailiang's cavalry and the Jingji Western Army spread like wildfire. As a result, the minister of the Ministry of Rights, personally welcoming the prince into the city, gave people an unusual feeling. Most people, while praising the emperor's magnanimity, spared no effort in cursing the young prince's rudeness and unreasonableness. They thought that the court should have left this northwest barbarian outside the city until he suddenly came to his senses and learned to submit a memorial to the emperor to ask for forgiveness. Only then would he be allowed to enter the city. Compared to the common people who didn't know the depth of the water, the civil and military officials of Graydon City, especially those who were qualified to participate in the morning court and had entered the Liang officialdom, should have been the most confident group of people who could order Bailiang around. This time, for the first time, they were all silent. It was rare to see a grand occasion where one dog barked and hundreds of dogs barked. For example, the censorate censor and the 6 branches censors, who were not high officials but had noble statuses, after privately communicating with each other, they all gave up the idea of impeaching the young prince. The reason was simple. As the carriage entered Great and City, in addition to the confrontation between Bailiang's light cavalry and the 2 generals, Zhao Guiwei and Qi Changgong, the shocking news of Bailiang defeating Beimang was also brought to the capital. At this sensitive time, it was useless to impeach the #1 warrior of the new dynasty, no matter how many reasons you came up with. On the other hand, how many enemies had the Liang border army, which was built with half the country's taxes, killed in 20 years? Was it 100,000? According to the military law of Liang, seizing 80 heads of northern Mang was enough for a low-level soldier to be promoted to a military officer of the border army. It was said that this time, not only did northern Liang kill countless enemies, they even took the head of northern Mang's great general Yang Yuanzhan. If they were to be rewarded based on merit, how great of a military merit would this be? Since Su Xiaoman was already a prince, then the title of Marquis that the scholars of Liang dreamed of was meaningless. Could it be that the previous emperor had just taken away the old Prince Liang's title, and in the blink of an eye, he was going to take it back from the hands of the current emperor? At the same time, the low-ranking officials of the capital naturally began to silently criticize the Beimang barbarians. Previously, the army on the Eastern Front had aggressively advanced all the way to Gord, Shaoguang City. Bailiang's 300,000 border army could drive Beimang's million-strong army back to their homeland, and the Liang border army was not small either. Don't talk about loud thunder, but small raindrops. Your Liang border army hadn't even had a decent thunder in 20 years. Su Fengyin only took Su Yanbing to the Maui post house. The 800 white horse guards were all arranged by the Ministry of War's Ministry of Rights to appropriate accommodations near the post house. After Su Fengyin got off the carriage, he found that the many officials of the post house were different from the last time he came to the capital. They were all younger and unfamiliar faces. When they saw the king of Bailiang in his black and gold embroidered robe, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Su Fengyin raised his head to look at the dragon claw locust tree outside the post house. It was still there, but the people had changed. The Maui post house had always been a post house that belonged exclusively to the Bailiang Road. It was also one of the few post houses that could be built in the capital. Because the old prince of Liang, Su Xiao, rarely came to the capital to meet the emperor after he was made king, it had always been a gloomy scene. The officials of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue had suggested countless times that the post house should be dismantled. As a result, when the officials of the 2 ministries joined the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue a few years ago, repeating the same old tune became a custom. It was like a pledge of allegiance. If anyone dared to not submit a memorial to the emperor regarding this matter, it was inevitable that they would be ostracized and pinched by their senior colleagues. However, the late emperor and the current son of heaven both had a subtle attitude toward this matter, so much so that there were old foxes in the officialdom who joked that if one day the Damaii hostel was really demolished, it would be very boring. Su Fengyin was very familiar with the post house. He asked for a room in the back courtyard from the post house officer Hong. After the trembling post house officer slowly left with his body bowed, Su Fengyin moved 2 rattan chairs under the eaves. He and Su Yambing each sat down. In the eyes of Mount Qing Liang, this was Su Fengyin's last-minute decision to rush into the capital. It was not that there were no objections. However, Su Fengyin's control over the Bailiang cavalry and the entire Bailiang road officialdom could be said to have reached its peak. Other than Su Beiji, who had flown into a rage when they met in Lingzhou, only Song Dongming had sent a spy from the Fushui Fong to deliver a secret letter. The wording of the letter was implicit. It was probably not in favor of Su Fengyin taking the risk. It probably also expressed the thoughts of a group of old generals like Yan Wenluan. Only Bai Yu, who had arrived late from Wutongyan, sent a letter. His words were supportive. Su Yambing said softly, Second Commandery Princess said to let Huyin Dagwan follow into the capital. Prince should have agreed to it. A centipede dies, but does not fall down. Moreover, the Zhao clan in Liang is far from the point of decline. Even without Han Shangxian, Lu Haoshi, and Qi Jiajia, there are not many Qi cultivators left after 2 twists and turns. However, it is still the most virtuous city in the world. It should not be underestimated. Su Fengyin smiled and said, I did not ask Huyin Dagwan to come out of the mountain. The Zhao clan's emperor also did not ask Gu Jiantang to rush into the capital. Let's call it even. Su Yambing sighed and said, if the imperial edict had come a little later, Bailiang would have parted ways with the Zhao clan. Su Fengyin shook his head and said, there won't be a fight. Zhao Zhuan's original intention was to let the Jingji Western Army test my bottom line. If we were easy to negotiate with, then he would have the confidence to demand an exorbitant price. If I did not guess wrongly, the eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was in charge of writing the imperial edict must have been instructed by the emperor to show up at the right time. Therefore, no matter what, they would not start a fight in the capital region. If they really fought, a total of 7,000 elites would be scared witless by 800 cavalry. Where would the emperor and the imperial court put their faces? Moreover, even if the Western army was lucky enough to win, it would still be a terrible mess to clean up. Hearing Su Fengyin deliberately emphasize the word elites, Su Yambing smiled knowingly. Bailiang's local garrison, not to mention Liangzhou and Yuzhou, perhaps even Lingzhou, is tougher than them. Su Fengyin did not mock him at all. Actually, the foundation of the Liang army is still there. Unfortunately, after 20 years of peace, the annual military exercises cannot compare to the real fighting of the border army. Therefore, they have lost their edge. After all, there is a world of difference between a sharpened blade and a sharpened blade. However, if they are given a few years to hone themselves in the flames of war, they may not be too bad. For example, if Bailiang wanted to establish a country, it would only be a small Baimang at most and would not be able to outlast Liang, whose national strength was growing day by day. However, if Bailiang staked everything on one throw and under the precondition that Baimang did not take advantage of the situation to intervene in the Central Plains, they could charge thousands of li to attack Greaton City. I believe they could take down the Tuhuai River. At this point, Su Fengyin smiled. 1 month, at most 1 month, the Bailiang cavalry would be able to wipe out the entire northern front of Liang, including Jizhou. Also, their losses would not exceed 20,000. They would directly reach Greaton City. Su Fengyin put his hands under his head and gazed at the sky above Jingdou. However, it would be too difficult to break into Jingdou. In the area around Jingdou, other than the south, which is good for cavalry, the other places are not. When the time comes, not to mention Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao border armies, the king of Jiaodong Zhao Sui and the king of Jing and Zhao Sun, perhaps even the Nanjiang army, would take advantage of the situation to head north. However, the former all want to contribute to the rescue of the king, while the latter have more thoughts and want to benefit from the battle. Don't forget that there is also the ambitious Chun Jibao. As for Lu Xingxiang and Tang Tai's Wang, they are not mediocre people. One battle of Guangling could allow Ko Jianghuai, the western frontier, to quickly rise to the ranks of famous generals. After a long battle, it would be easy for Liang to have a few kings of the western frontier or Ma Jianghuai. If Bailiang and West Chu are allies, their chances of winning are higher. On the other hand, can a desperate Liang go and borrow troops from Beimeng? Chapter 1599. Su Fengyin said quietly, "Even if all the Bailiang cavalry are willing to follow Su Fengyin as rebels, how many people will die in battle in foreign lands? How many people will die in the world? If the Bailiang cavalry takes this opportunity to invade the Central Plains, not to mention being a sinner for all eternity, just Su Shao will not be able to sleep well." Su Yanbing said sincerely, "Being an official is harder than practicing martial arts. People who practice martial arts may be able to become grandmasters if they are stubborn. If an official is stubborn, there is no future. If being an official is already like this, there is no need to mention being a vassal king or an emperor." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "It is difficult to follow one's heart. There is no harm in settling for the second best and having a clear conscience." There was silence for a moment. Su Yanbing suddenly asked, "What are you going to say next?" Su Fengyin said quietly, "When the capital is established and the heat is enough, I will attend another court conference. After that, will Huan Wen or Qi Yonglong see me? Will they use emotion to move me, or will they use force to lure me? I am actually very curious." The Jiang and Lu family had two ministers. The former Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, and the former Minister of War, Lu Baijie, had both left the capital one after the other. One had retired and returned to his hometown, while the other had transferred to Guangling. At present, it seemed that their situation was much better than the Song family. However, under the surging undercurrents, as long as one did not die and had not received the final posthumous title, no one knew whether the final outcome would be good or bad. Kong Zhenrong of the Ministry of War, Yin Qiji of the Hamlin Academy, Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Lu Su, the scholar Yin Jieshi, Assistant Minister of Rights Jin Landing. There were also two groups of nobles led by Yin Changgung and Wang Yuanran. It seemed that Su Fengyin knew more people than expected. Su Yanbing's expression was worried. But what if the court refuses to let go of the transport? Su Fengyin's answer shocked even Su Yanbing. "Liang Meng won't have any war for a short period of time. You, Liang, have the best Bailiang cavalry in the world, but you don't use them. You just watch as West Chu wins one battle after another. Isn't that too outrageous? I, Su Fengyin, am still willing to help the imperial court solve their problems. The bottom line is that the imperial court is stingy and doesn't want to give Bailiang food. But that's fine. Bailiang is still willing to send troops. Not only do we have to dispatch troops, we have to have the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry rush to Guangling Road." Su Yanbing rubbed his chin. "If I were sitting on the dragon throne, I would have a headache." Su Fengyin sat up and squinted his eyes as he smiled. "Not only do I have a headache, but even Li Yang's crotch hurts." At this moment, Su Yanbing glanced at the courtyard wall, a cold smile on his lips. Su Fengyin sighed. "It reminds me of Qi Jiaj from Escape Summertown. His entrance posture is carved from the same mold. He wants nothing more than to be closer to the sword than to Huang Qing." The post-house officer, surnamed Hong, walked into the courtyard with a sullen face. He said carefully, "Your Highness, there's a guest outside the post-house." Su Fengyin nodded. "I know. Go back and tell him that I told him to get lost." The post-house officer's face visibly twitched, but he still respectfully left the courtyard. Not long after, someone spoke in a clear voice that could be heard even from 2 streets away. "I am Qi Jiaj's first disciple, Li Haoran. I invite the king of Bailiang to a battle to the death." Su Fengyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Yanbing was the same. He clicked his tongue and said, "Is this guy's brain flooded with water? A battle to the death?" Coincidentally, right after the famous swordsman of the capital, Li Haoran's challenge, another loud voice anxiously shouted, "Motherf asterisk Kerr. I don't care whose disciple you are. I came to the Malway post house first. If I didn't go to the latrine just now, you wouldn't have had a chance." If I want to fight with the king of Baelyong, I'll be the first one. King of Baelyong, don't listen to the nonsense of this guy next to me. I'll go first. I am Wu Laifu, a hero from Jianzhou in Liaodong. Today, I would like to challenge your highness to a battle. I would like to challenge your highness. Soon, the hero from the post house, who had almost been intercepted by Li Haoran, added, Your highness, we're actually from the same hometown. Su Fingyan, who was sitting on a rattan chair, held his forehead. Su Yambing asked, Should I just send him away? Su Fingyan stood up and joked, It's fine. I'm going to see my fellow countrymen. But when Su Fingyan walked out of the post house, he saw that the street was deserted. There was only a handsome young swordsman standing there, and countless heads poking out of the windows of the restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street. Su Fingyan was somewhat puzzled. He turned to the post house officer and asked, That guy from Jianzhou, in Liaodong? The post house officer had a strange expression on his face as he whispered, Reporting to your highness, for some reason, that person didn't even see your highness figure when he yelled killing intent, and then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Su Fingyan was speechless. This guy was a talent. He had the style of a certain person back in the day. Li Haoran, who had lost all of his momentum because of that guy's antics, had a gloomy expression. But when he saw the king of Baelyong in his embroidered robe appear, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. His sword heart was instantly covered in dust, and it was no longer as bright and clear as when he first appeared. What was even more frustrating was that the bastard surnamed Wu from Liaodong had returned. He trotted all the way to Li Haoran's side, with a rusty iron saber in a black scabbard at his waist. He grinned foolishly and said, King of Baelyong, as usual, I'll go first. I had something to do just now, so I went to the neighboring street. Today, I, Wu Laifu, don't dare to disturb your highness too much. As long as your highness can take one saber strike for me, just one saber strike, I'll leave without another word. How about it? Su Fingyan smiled playfully and nodded. Okay. Countless onlookers behind the windows on both sides of the street saw that guy step out and shout angrily. He suddenly pulled out his saber, but didn't move forward. Then, there was no then. Li Haoran took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The street was dead silent. After a long wait, the saberman put his saber back into its scabbard, stood still, and cupped his fists. He said, King of Baelyong, you've reached the mysterious realm of having a saber in your heart, even without a saber in your hand. This time we've exchanged blows at the peak, and I've lost. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We'll meet again someday. The swordsman turned around, shook his head, and strode away. He fully displayed the demeanor of a master. Son of a bitch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You should at least give me a saber strike. Bastard, you still want to exchange blows at the peak? Peek your ass. You're called Wu Laifu, right? I'll remember you. I'll find someone to beat you to death later. Countless curses were hurled on the street. Some extremely angry onlookers not only threw teacups and wine bowls out of the window, but the hot-tempered ones even smashed chairs on the street. There were even a few groups of people who couldn't bear it anymore. They had already rushed to the street, wanted to teach that guy a lesson. Unfortunately, that guy quickly disappeared. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention how good his martial arts were, he ran very fast. The green-robed swordsman, Li Haoran, who had finally recovered his calm state of mind, said in a deep voice, King of Baelyong, can we fight now? The crowd thought that the good show had finally begun. As the first disciple of Mr. Qi, Li Haoran was also one of the top swordsmen in the capital. Even if he couldn't win against the young king of Jianghu, it shouldn't be a problem for him to exchange 30 or 40 blows, right? Then the Feng Shui treasured land that they had spent a lot of money to fight for would be worth it. Su Fingyan didn't pay attention to Li Haoran. Instead, he looked at the end of the street. 3 figures, tall and short, old and young, stood side by side without making a sound. Further behind the 3, there was a man with a green-robed child sitting on his neck. There was also a young Taoist who appeared from the corner. He had a peachwood sword on his waist, and his Taoist robe fluttered as he walked. He was an immortal. At some unknown time, Su Yambing had come to Su Fengnian's side. Su Fengnian did not pay attention to these people who were receiving guests for Great Peace City. He raised his head to look at the roof of a restaurant and suppressed his laughter. There was a strange little girl wearing a cheap mink hat sitting there, munching on a large flatbread. She was leisurely. Su Fengnian's mood immediately became good. His smile was bright. There were many brave young women who had spent a lot of money to buy seats on the street. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. The little girl on the roof snorted. Chapter 1600. The street leading to Xiaomao Wei Post House was not wide, not long, and there were not many people. But when those people scattered on the street, facing the post house from a distance, even the short-sighted layman realized that something was wrong. In other words, the situation of the young king was not very good. Su Yambing smiled. It's quite a big scene. Su Fengnian said, the three people standing side by side seemed to be old friends of the Fu Shui room. Other than Yuan Bunshi, who created the Zhao Go, there are 5 other people who really work. Among them, the one from the Guangling sect died in front of Yuan Bunshi and was killed by Chao Chongqing. The crippled old man in front of us is the second minister of the Ministry of Justice who should have a copper fish embroidered bag on his waist. I only know that his surname is Yao. Like Master Liu Hao, he is a gatekeeper of Tian City. He can be considered as the leader of the Zhao Go. He looks like a young man who is good at retaining his youth. In his early years, he deliberately fought a few times, but it turned out to be a trick. This person has never appeared in the Imperial Astronomer, so he was mistaken as a small fry in the Fu Shui room's secret files. No one expected him to be the leader of the Zhao Go, who was in charge of all the Qi cultivators in the north. But since he dared to show up this time, he can be sure that he is one of the leaders of the Zhao Go. The young man with the short knife on his back should be similar to the Zhao Xuanzu from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was killed by Dong Tai's flying sword. He used a secret technique to regain his youth. No wonder the Fu Shui room could not find any trace of him. Who would have thought that a person would become younger as he lived? He did not even need to disguise himself. But since he is a young man and has not become a child, it means that his cultivation is not very good. Compared to the 3 people, Su Fengnian paid more attention to the man who was riding the girl in green. He was an outstanding young Taoist. Yu Groom, Qi Xinxia, these 2 are unexpected people. Su Yambing asked, what do you mean? Su Fengnian blinked his eyes and said in a low voice, I'm a dignified vassal king. Isn't it unreasonable for me to fight and kill with a large group of people who carry the banner of Jianghu? If I win, I'll still be one of the 4 great grandmasters, and I won't be the strongest person in the world above the other 3. If it's a draw, even if I challenge a group of them, I'll still lose face. Su Yambing looked a little helpless. Your Highness, just admit to me honestly that it's inconvenient for you to fight with your internal injuries, and that it's very likely that you'll lose if you're surrounded. Isn't that enough? Su Fengnian suddenly said seriously, the problem is, I intend to fight them. Su Yambing's face was full of surprise. He looked at Su Fengnian solemnly, waiting for the answer. Su Fengnian nodded. Su Yambing smiled as he turned around and walked back to the post house without any hesitation. At the end of the street, the girl in green sitting on Yu Groom's neck asked softly, Xiao Yu, why did the uncle who is the world's #1 spear master leave? He doesn't care about that guy's life or death. Didn't you just say that there was something wrong with that guy, and that the qi in his body was quite chaotic? It's like a flood dragon overturning the river. Did the sea cause a flood? Yu Groom said softly. I'm not too sure, but don't you think that at this time, he suddenly became very similar to 2 people? The girl stared with wide eyes and said in distress, Like who? I don't recognize him. Yu Groom's expression was complicated. There was bitterness, fascination, and a rare trace of confusion. The invincible Li Chungang 60 years ago, and the invincible Wang Xinji 60 years ago. Yu Groom sighed. Let's go. Let's see if there's any sugar-coated haws nearby. The girl in green grunted in agreement. Yu Groom walked to Qi Xinxia, the young celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who had been in Jianghu for many years. He looked at the peachwood sword on the young Taoist's waist and asked, Taoist Master Qi, how many swords do you want to ask the king of Bailiang? Qi Xinxia, who was once known for his cold temperament, smiled at the girl in green first, and then calmly said to Yu Groom, "No swords, just Tao." Yu Groom continued to ask, "I heard that Taoist Master Qi and Master Li of Wudong walked together for thousands of miles along the Guangling River. May I ask what Taoist Master Qi wants to ask today? Is it the Tao of Reason or the Tao of Heaven? Is it going up the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or is it going down the mountain of Wudong Mountain?" The little girl sighed like an old man and said sadly, "Xiaoyu, I don't understand." Qi Xianxia looked as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and then he closed his eyes and his lips moved slightly, constantly whispering, "Tao is not immortal. Tao is not immortal." Yu Groom turned his head and looked at the king of Vassal standing at the entrance of the post house, and then looked at the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was close at hand. The little girl knocked on Yu Groom's head with her chin and asked in confusion, "Xiaoyu, you said that he is a Taoist. If he doesn't cultivate for immortality, what does he want?" Yu Groom and Qi Xianxia brushed past each other. After they were far away, Yu Groom said, "It's hard to say, but I think this Taoist from Taoist Master Mansion is going down the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain and up the mountain of Wudong Mountain." Chapter 1601. What the world did not know was that on this day, the purple gold lotus shrouded in celestial qi on Dragon Tiger Mountain grew and bloomed 6 purple gold lotuses. Qi Xianxia, who was half a step away from attaining immortality, lost all his cultivation in an instant. When he left Great Peace City, he only looked down at the road, filled with joy, and said softly, "The great Tao is here." There was one less celestial in the heavens and one more in the human world. Almost at the same time, Li Yufu, the master and disciple who had reached the Spring God Lake along the Guangling River, bowed solemnly in the direction of Great Peace City. The first to notice the signs was not Su Yambing, who was at the peak of the Martial Way, but Su Fengyin, who still had sword qi in his body. However, he chose not to do anything. The boorish-looking Grandmaster Qi, refinement warrior from the north, also sensed something strange. He turned around and stared at the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain, as if he was in a dilemma. He was hesitating whether he should stop Qi Xianxia's rebellious behavior. But in the end, he sighed deeply and gave up the idea of stopping Qi Xianxia. Regardless of whether Qi Xianxia had attained Tao or not, from this moment on, Zhao Go, who followed his heart and chose to support the dragon instead of mending the hole in the heavenly way, knew that he had no hope of attaining the unity of heaven and man in this life. Regret flashed across his face, and he laughed. "Earth Celestial? What are Earth Celestial?" In an instant, the middle-aged Qi refinement warrior turned into an old man past his prime. However, as he aged at a visible rate, the martial way of the number 1 Qi cultivator in the north advanced rapidly. He climbed from the mysterious celestial realm to the great celestial realm before stabilizing. However, most of the people on the streets weren't even at Master Realm, much less Great One. They couldn't sense the aura at all, and just felt like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Apart from being shocked, they exchanged glances with one another and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The crippled old man said in a low voice, "What happened?" The Qi cultivator smiled. "It's half good and half bad. In the future, he might be able to become an Earth Celestial." The young man, with the saber behind him, was both gratified and jealous. He said in a bad mood, "Does our previous plan not work anymore? Let's take a big gamble." The crippled old man shook his head. They had come here today because the palace's intentions were clear. They were not going to kill anyone. It would be best if they could injure someone, but if they couldn't, they shouldn't lose too badly either. He just needed to let Great Peace City know that one of the so-called 4 great grandmasters was just SOSO and could easily challenge a few nameless people. Of course, the 3 of them were well aware that even if they really wanted to kill someone, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Su Fengyin and Su Yambing, how could they kill them? However, the situation was very different now because there was a great celestial stage master who was only 1 step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. That was why the youth with the saber had made such a suggestion. The crippled old man lowered his voice and said, "Sir is dead, but don't forget that his child is still alive." The youth's eyes darkened. "We're really useless." The Chi refinement warrior, whose cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds, frowned. "Something is not right. Qi Xianxia and Groom you have left, but I am currently," the youth mocked. "Isn't it obvious?" In Su Yanbing's eyes, the current you cannot compare to Groom Qi Xianxia. The Qi refinement warrior was not angry at his colleague's sarcasm. He said with a heavy heart, "I'm afraid it is not so simple." Li Haoran, who was standing between the three of them, and Su Fengyan, was extremely furious. The absent-mindedness of the young king hurt Li Haoran the most. Su Fengyan frowned. However, he quickly relaxed and finally took a step forward. In a restaurant near the end of the street, the window was already extremely crowded. They all wanted to take a quick look. For some reason, a green-robed scholar with white hair did not go to this rare event. He asked for a pot of wine from the waiter and sat alone in a corner, drinking by himself. In the restaurant opposite, there was also a man in white who was drinking alone. If it was not because of the king of Bailiang's reputation and the disturbance on the street, many people would probably take a few more glances at this handsome man with a cold expression. The man in white asked for a pot of green ant wine. He did not raise his cup many times, but every time he raised his cup, he would definitely drink all the wine in the cup. In a building near the green-robed scholar, Li Yibai of the Dongyue sword pool was recognized and could only return to his seat. There was also an old man and a young girl at the same table. They were Chai Ching Shan, Song Tinglu, and Shan Yi. In the side room of the inn adjacent to the man in white, an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life was standing by the window. At the gate of Great Peace City, a handsome young master walked in with a vigorous, heroic spirit. Beside him was a woman wearing a red robe and wearing a hat. As soon as the two of them stepped into the city, a middle-aged man who was leading a donkey followed them into the city. On one of the city walls, there was a woman in purple whose skirt was tied up. She stood alone in the wind. In the second year of Xiangfu, in this late autumn when the cicadas were dying after the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan entered the city. In a great peace city, Su Yanbing, Yu Gongfu, Qi Xianxia, Jia Jiajia, Chao Chongqing, Chen Jibao, Wu Jian, Chai Ching Shan, Luo Yang, Su Ying, Dong Tai, Xin Yuan Qingfeng. They all arrived. Chapter 1602. The autumn wind in the northwest ruffled the water of the capital's officialdom. The wind passed through the water without a trace, but under the surface, the undercurrent was surging. After Lu Daolin and Yuan Gua, Sima Puhua became the Minister of Rights. After welcoming the extremely domineering young vassal king, he returned to the yamen adjacent to the Ministry of War in Zhaojiawan. The 70-year-old man appeared particularly weak. In the Liang dynasty, the 6 yamens were set up side by side. In the Liang dynasty, the left was superior and the right was inferior. The main official, known as the heavenly official, was naturally at the extreme left. At the time, Gu Jiantang, as the Minister of War, unexpectedly chose the yamen at the extreme right. Thus, from east to west, it was officials, workers, and soldiers. From this, it could be seen how disliked the Ministry of Rights was during the Yonghui years. At the beginning, there was a saying in the capital that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was as lowly as the assistant minister of other ministries. Following the 2 ministers, Lu Daolin and Yuan Gua, taking charge of the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Rights' days gradually improved. Now, needless to say, it was an unwritten rule that scholars of the Ministry of Rights left the Ministry of Rights. Since the second year of Xiangfu, Sima Puhua's back was straighter than the young officials at every court meeting. Even though it was late autumn, he still gave people the feeling of spring. But today, when the old minister returned to the yamen, in the eyes of the monkey-like officials of the Ministry of Rights, it was as if he had lost his soul. After the old man entered the room and sat down, he began to moan and groan. Even when Left Assistant Minister Jean Lanting and the new Right Assistant Minister Jiang Yongla arrived together, the old minister did not notice. He was still sighing and groaning. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yongla's heart immediately chilled. The local officials only knew that he, who had originally been in charge of the department for purging officials of the Ministry of Rites, had been promoted to assistant minister because Yin Maochun and Chen Wang, the two big shots, had received excellent comments in the Capital Review. This was how he had stood out from a group of colleagues of similar rank in the Ministry of Rites. However, the officials of the capital all knew that the reason Jiang Yongle had been able to obtain this position of Right Assistant Minister was because of the posthumous title after Lame Su's death. Jiang Yongle, with great luck, had bet on the previous emperor's intentions and proposed the posthumous title of Wu Li to pass. The so-called excellent performance in the Capital Review was nothing more than a fig leaf for the court. Some of the high-ranking officials in the capital who looked down on Jiang Yongle directly called him Dog*T assistant minister. Previously, Jiang Yongle was too lazy to make a fuss about anything. He had been an official in the capital for many years and did not have a deep foundation. Otherwise, he would not have been involved in the disaster of the posthumous title. In Jiang Yongle's view, the position of assistant minister was the real deal. If they were not convinced, they could also step on Dog*T. Could it make their official posts become embroidered peacocks? However, when the assistant minister suddenly heard that the son of the posthumous title of Wu Li, the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, had charged into the capital without warning, Jiang Yongle was scared silly. Originally, he had some thoughts of secretly competing with Jean Lanting, hoping that if he accidentally stepped on Dog*T again, he might actually become the minister of the Ministry of Rites. Now, how could he dare to be so arrogant? The position of Minister of Rites was coveted, but his little life was more important. Thus, on this trip, Jiang Yongle's attitude was even lower than that of a sixth-rank official. He thought that today, he had to ask the left assistant minister for advice on how to compete with Bailiang and still be successful in his official career. The old minister finally came back to his senses and gestured for his two assistants to take a seat. Looking at these two assistant ministers, Sima Puhua was not very comfortable in the past. One was old enough to be his son, and the other was even more outrageous, old enough to be his grandson. However, there was only a difference of one rank between their official ranks. Once he retired and returned to his hometown, one of them would have his official post changed to a second-rank golden pheasant. However, the old man did not have such thoughts today. Instead, he felt that they were in the same boat. The old minister glanced at the door and coughed. After moistening his throat, he slowly said, "Today I suddenly receive an imperial edict to welcome Prince Liang into the capital. I believe that both of you know about this." Jiang Yongle nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. Jean Lanting, who had become a legend in Great Pea City because of the incident of growing a beard to show his ambition, did not change his expression. No wonder he was the third junior Jean who was praised as a great beauty. Next, Sima Puhua said some ordinary words of officialdom. With such an official tone, if it was a normal Yamen meeting, this old man could talk for 2 to 4 hours without panting. This was the cultivation of an official. However, today the old minister did not chatter endlessly. He stopped talking and reached out to stroke a yellow paperweight bestowed by the emperor. After a moment of silence, he seemed to use a great deal of effort to say, "Before we parted, that vassal king told me that he would come visit our Ministry of Rites when he had time." Jean Lanting was unperturbed. Jiang Yongle gaped. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after the minister finished speaking, he looked at him with pity, as though he was looking at a pitiful creature about to be executed. Sima Puhua's eyelids drooped, and he calmly added, "That person also said that he wanted to talk about the past." Jean Lanting narrowed his eyes and stroked his well-maintained beard. He said with a slight smile, "Oh." Jiang Yongle was sweating profusely. To talk about the past, was he looking for Jean Lanting? Or was he looking for himself? Or was he looking for all the officials of the Ministry of Rites? The old minister's two dry fingers subconsciously rubbed the warm and moist Tianwang Ruishi lion paperweight. No one knew if it was because it was similar to the skin of the new concubine or because he was feeling the great kindness of the emperor. It was true that the young king said that he wanted to come to the Ministry of Rites to sit down and talk about the past. However, Sima Puhua missed a part. In fact, other than this, The new Prince Liang had exchanged many pleasantries with him, as second-level official. Now, Gao Tingshu, Fan Changho, and the other auspicious new officials probably did not know. Only the more experienced old officials of Yonghui knew that there was a big joke in the officialdom of Taiyan City in the early years. It was that Bailiang had offered a group of warhorses from the Xianli Ranch as a tribute. Sima Puhua was the vice director of the Ministry of Rights at the time. When he saw the memorial that said that the Bailiang warhorses were nearly 6 feet tall, he could not help but laugh. He immediately shared this anecdote with a large group of colleagues in the Ministry of Rights. Sima Puhua did not forget to comment. Bailiang's warhorses are really big. They are comparable to our Tai and city's mules. The world is so big, there really are all kinds of strange things, and this Bailiang is the strangest. In the end, when the cold horses entered the capital, Sima Puhua, who had never held a blade in his life, finally understood that the height of a warhorse was not measured by the head of the horse, but only up to the back of the horse. Such a big joke caused Sima Puhua to be unable to raise his head for many years. However, as Sima Daren's official rank became higher and higher, he was rarely mentioned. He didn't expect that today the young vassal king would open this scar again. He smiled and said to Minister Shangshu, "Minister Shangshu, I don't know if there's a 6-foot-tall dung mule in the capital. This king must see it, then this trip will not be in vain, right?" At the time, how could Sima Puhua reply? He could only lower his head and laugh dryly without speaking. Was he supposed to nod and say yes? The more the minister thought about it, the more sullen he felt. The old man, who had always thought of himself as good at maintaining his composure, unconsciously tightened his grip on the paperweight. Jiang Yongla had already started to consider whether or not he should ask for a leave of absence. If it really did not work, he would grit his teeth and fall down until his face was bruised and swollen. Jean Lanting finally spoke, but his words confused Jiang Yongla. "Minister Daren, this official's manor has just received a few cages of autumn crabs from the Spring God Lake. They are their most plump and delicious. No matter if it is steamed or the locust tree salt, they're all good. When Daren is free, would you like to have a taste with this official?" The old minister made a sound of acknowledgement, and a smile appeared on his face. "I've heard that the high-ranking scholar, who is known as a genius in poetry, has recently composed a masterpiece of crab tasting that has spread throughout the capital. It can be called a masterpiece. There's wine, crab, and poetry. 3 or 2 good friends. How beautiful!" Jiang Yongla became the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights due to luck. However, he had been in the Ministry of Rights Yamen for a long time, where everyone beat around the bush and spoke in riddles. His cultivation was actually not bad. He was only slightly slower than the minister when he heard the hidden meaning behind Jean Lanting's words. In the poem that the old minister had mentioned about the new second-ranking scholar, Gao Tingshu, there was a line, "But I will coldly watch the crab and see how long you can rampage." However, Jiang Yongla immediately became worried again. This was the truth, but the urgent matter at hand was that the arrogant Northwest big crab was about to charge into the Ministry of Rights Yamen. "Sima Puhua, you have deep roots in Great Peace City, and you have the status of a minister. Jean Lanting was a favorite that the previous emperor had given to the current son of heaven. With the support of the emperor, the 2 of you can survive. But I, Jiang Yongla, am just a mediocre right assistant minister. If that vassal king really wants a fight, who else will they find if not me? I don't know how long that Sioux person can rampage, but I know that I will very likely have to leave the Ministry of Rights Yamen horizontally." Jean Lanting was the first to bid farewell and leave. Jiang Yongla wanted to speak, but stopped. The old minister had already waved his hand at the right assistant minister to send him away. The dazed Jiang Yongla didn't even know how he left the room. He was in a daze in the corridor of the courtyard. It was different from the piercing sound of cicadas that filled the city in the summer. As autumn entered, the sound of cicadas gradually faded. According to the law, the Zhao family Yamen did not plant tall trees. At this time, it was late autumn, and not a single cicada sound could be heard in this courtyard. Jiang Yongla dejectedly leaned against the pillar. For some reason, He felt the cicadas were mournful. Chapter 1603. Although the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War were neighbors, they were not that close. To the officials of the Ministry of Rights, this was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, if a dispute arose and a scholar met a soldier, one would use his mouth to reason and the other would use his fist to reason. Naturally, the latter would be more reasonable. As for the Ministry of War, these officials of the Ministry of Rights, who were of different ranks but were all scholars, were a bunch of embroidered pillows who were tired of looking at and could not even be beaten up to show their ability. Thus, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights had always been the two yamens that did not have anything to do with each other. However, with the decline of the two ministries and the rise of the other, the uncouth officials of the Ministry of War, who were used to only looking at the Ministry of Appointments, could not help but feel depressed. Similarly, in a few short years, 3 ministers had left. The Ministry of War had Gu Jiantang, Chen Jibao, and Liu Baijie. The Ministry of Rights had Li Gubai, Liu Daolin, and Yuan Gua. However, the trend in the next few years was obvious. Even the position of minister in the Ministry of War was empty. Try the Ministry of Rights. If Sima Puhua suddenly died one day, wouldn't there be a powerful official to propose a candidate in the court the next day? What made the Ministry of War even more depressed was that the left assistant minister Su Gong was not even in the capital. He had been directly sent to Liaodong by the emperor. Only the right assistant minister, Tang Taizhuang, who had been transferred from a local area, was left. He was an outsider who had never been an official in the capital. How could he make ends meet in the capital, where the roots were intertwined? In addition, even the people of the capital knew that Tang Taizhuang was old Minister Gu's trusted subordinate. The previous minister, Liu Baijie, did not have the emperor's wishes. Although it was said to be a transfer, it was clearly a demotion to the Guangling circuit. It was not even the common promotion of an official outside the capital. Without a leader, the Ministry of War already had difficulty raising its head in the court. For the time being, the leader could not even protect himself. How could he obtain any benefits for his subordinates? The unfavorable situation of the Guangling circuit added fuel to the fire. The officials of the Ministry of War had become cowards overnight. These days were really King torturous. In this dangerous situation, Gao Tingshu and Kong Jinrong, the 2 juniors who had gone against the current, were the center of attention. Of these 2 young people who had risen to fame, Gao Tingshu was even more unrestrained and unrestrained. He was a scholar who had been born in the 1st grade. With the help of Jean Lanting and the others, his reputation for poetry gradually spread throughout the court. Previously, when the great pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang, returned to the capital and came to visit the Ministry of War Yamen, the scene of Gao Tingshu talking and laughing in front of the 2 ministers, Gu Jiantang and Liu Jinrong, was still vivid in people's minds. Gao Tingshu's meteoric rise was without a doubt. Now, it all depended on how many years he needed to accumulate his reputation and which new pavilion he would use as the next step to jump over the Dragon's Gate. Compared to Gao Tingshu, the taciturn Kong Jinrong was much more low-key. However, it was said that this young man from Bailiang was close to a certain prince in his early years. Even if he was not a hidden dragon, he was still a young dragon that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Kong Jinrong and Yin Qiji were known to have an iron relationship. Huang Minlang was the emperor's brother-in-law. Unlike the other 5 ministries where the left and right assistant ministers did not live in the same room, the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War had always lived in the same room. Even during Gu Lu's time, Minister Gu himself was no exception. Later on, when Chen Jibao became the minister of Shangshu, he had his own courtyard. Su Gong and Tang Tieshuang's 2 desks were on the left and right of the Ministry of War's main hall, facing each other. Right Assistant Minister Tang Taizhuang was sitting behind the desk on the west side, dealing with government affairs. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, ignoring the whispers of the many officials in the hall. The mobilization of the 7,000 soldiers of the 3 battalions of the Jingji Western Army was personally decided by Tang Taizhuang. Now that the young king had swaggered into the capital, Anqi General Zhao Gui and Huqi officer Qi Changgong's men had become comical figures escorting the king. Not only would Tang Taizhuang quickly become the laughingstock of the officialdom, but the entire Ministry of War would also become a disgrace. One could completely imagine the strange looks of the officials in the morning court tomorrow. As for the actual situation of the war in Liangmang, if Right Assistant Minister Tang Taizhuang did not open his mouth, no one dared to talk about it. When it came to important matters of the military, in public, it was better to obediently practice silent meditation. Under the lead of a manager of the Department of Martial Selection, a few unfamiliar faces appeared in the main hall of the Ministry of War. Each of them walked like dragons and tigers. Even if they set foot on the Ministry of War's important grounds, they did not feel uncomfortable. Tang Taizhuang, who had the nickname of Cold-Faced King of Hell, smiled for the first time. He got up and strode toward those people. Without the need for introductions, he punched a burly man in the chest and laughed. "Old Dong, you guys, if you don't want to come, then don't come at all. If you want to come, then just come in a group. Did you guys make an appointment?" Those people were not wearing official robes. The middle-aged man called Old Dong by the Right Assistant Minister curled his lips. "I know you are a poor ghost. If we came one by one to find you, can you afford to treat us to wine?" A burly man next to the man surnamed Dong joked. "Assistant Minister, your Ministry of War's Yamen is really hard to enter. It's like guarding against thieves." Tang Taizhuang glared at the man who spoke without thinking, and then smiled. "Let's talk outside. I'll take you guys around." The officials in the room were all confused. They had never heard of the Ministry of War's transfer order to promote people from the Liao border army to become officials in the capital. The assistant minister of the Department of Carriage, Kong Jinrong, was not working in the main hall of the Ministry of War. He just happened to be looking for a doctor to report on a military matter. After seeing this scene, he was only a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He waited for Assistant Minister Tang to take his people away before walking out of the hall. Suddenly being called, Kong Jinrong stopped and turned his head to look. It was Gao Tingshu, who had just been promoted from manager of the Department of Martial Selection to assistant minister. The two of them had never interacted before. Kong Jinrong did not know what this person of the same age, who was more famous than many assistant ministers in the capital, wanted. He asked calmly, "Sir Gao, is something the matter?" The imposing Gao Tingshu smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Kong likes to collect military books. Not long ago, I happened to pick up a copy of the Tiger Seal Classic. Frankly speaking, if I had to part with it and give it to Brother Kong, I would be very reluctant. However, if Brother Kong could borrow it for a year or so, I would still be very happy." If it had been when he had just left Bailiang and entered the capital, Kong Jinrong would have punched him without a word. If it had been 1 or 2 years ago, Kong Jinrong would not have let the second-place scholar finish speaking and immediately turn around. But now, Kong Jinrong calmly waited for Gao Tingshu to finish speaking. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I am a coarse and boorish man, but I have been in the capital for a long time. I have heard that between scholars, borrowing a book is like giving a wife. Giving a book is like giving a concubine. Therefore, books can be given, but books cannot be borrowed. What? Does Brother Gao want to break the rules?" Gao Tingshu was stunned for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Brother Kong is really a wonderful person. Fine, fine. If you want to give me a book, then I will give you a book. I will also puff myself up at my own cost. Tomorrow, I will personally bring the book to Brother Kong's house. I hope Brother Kong will reward me with a few cups of wine for the sake of my sacrifice." Kong Jinrong grinned and said, "Reciting poems and couplets is killing me. As for drinking wine, I am good at it. I am only afraid that Brother Gao's alcohol tolerance is average, and it will not be enough for you to enjoy yourself." Gao Tingshu laughed loudly. Gao Tingshu had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he walked with Kong Jinrong and said in a low voice, "Brother Kong, do you know the identities of those 3 people?" Kong Jinrong shook his head. Gao Tingshu moved closer, and his voice was also lower. "I know a little and have guessed a little." Kong Jinrong said softly, "I would like to hear the details." Chapter 1604. Gao Tingshu did not pretend to be profound and kept him in suspense. He slowly said, "Yongzhou Provincial Governor Tianzong, Yangzhou Deputy General Dong Gong Huang, and Qingzhou Navy Governor Wei Dong. It seems that the court has the intention of adding an assistant minister to our Ministry of War to deal with military affairs in the capital. Simply put, it is to take back some military power from some of the generals of the 4 towns and 4 levels. If nothing goes wrong, Dong Gong Huang will take up this position. Although it is only a promotion from the lower 3rd rank, it is still a promotion from the second-in-command of the local army to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who is in charge of the military in the capital. As for Provincial Governor Tianzong, he will most likely be transferred to the position of assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice that Han Lin left behind. However, we all know the situation of Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. Tianzong's future is great, not inferior to official Dong, and may even be better. As for Wei Dong, who was supposed to stay in the Qingzhou Navy and assist Chen Jibao, suddenly left Guangling, and what position he will take after all, there is no seat in Taiyan City suitable for a Navy general to sit in. I cannot understand. Kong Zhenrong thought for a moment and said, perhaps he came to the Ministry of War and the court. He will definitely be promoted, but he will quickly return to Guangling Road and become the governor of the Guangling Navy. At the same time, he may take on his old position. Gao Tingshu thought seriously and then nodded. He smiled and said, that is indeed the case. Brother Kong is wise. This assistant minister of the department for purging officials did not let Kong Zhenrong see that his hand instantly clenched and unclenched. The two chatted about some unimportant matters of the Ministry of War. Gao Tingshu, who rarely had time to rest, said that he needed to return to his room to deal with government affairs. In the corridor, 2 young men of similar age and rank walked with their backs to each other. After Gao Tingshu had walked for a while, he turned his head to look at the tall figure. When he turned his head again, he said to himself, oh, so he is not really stupid. Kong Zhenrong did not turn around, his face expressionless. This young man, who had been sternly reprimanded by his father last night and was not allowed to go to the Damayai post station, the assistant minister of the Department of Transportation with a bright future, rubbed his face hard. Brother Yen, the 4 brothers of the past. Yen had become the uncle of the emperor. Just as he had wished when he was young, he had peacefully started to study. Kong Wuqi, will also be an official. He and I are still brothers. Li Hamlin, who used to be the most afraid of death, was now the commandant of the crossbowmen outside the Liangzhou Pass. I'll follow you into battle to kill the enemy. You're still brothers. I just want to know, are we still brothers with you? Brother Nian, I've collected more than 60 sets of military books for you in Great Peace City. Are you still willing to take them? Just as Gao Tingshu and Kong Zhenrong had said and thought, Tianzong, Wei Dong, Dong Gong, and Huang Rong had bypassed the Ministry of War's review and quietly entered the capital. Their path of promotion in the officialdom was just like that. Tang Taizhuang took the 3 of them for a stroll. He didn't talk about any national affairs or military affairs. He only talked about some trivial local customs. He didn't even mention their mutual benefactor, the great pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang, the Yongzhou provincial governor, Tianzong. Back then, when the old southern Tang was destroyed, he took the first credit for crossing the river. The deputy general of Yang province, Dong Gong Huang, was the same as Tianzong. He did not follow the general into the capital, but stayed in the local area. When he took office, he beat the 3rd young master of the Gomu Su family to death and married the daughter of the Jiangnan family. Wei Dong, who had become in-laws with the current Qingzhou provincial governor, had a close relationship with the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wen Tai, and the Qingzhou general, Hong Lingshu, who had entered the capital earlier than them. If one added on Kainan, who was already the Huai provincial governor, and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizhuang, who stood beside the 3 of them, it was enough to make the officials of the capital, who saw this scene and thought of this, feel a thick chill. Gu Lu was gone, but Gu Jiantang still controlled the largest Liang border army in the Liang dynasty. Unlike Su Shao, Gu Jianang had entered the Ministry of War alone. His old subordinates had been scattered long ago. But other than these 4 people with high authority, there were many other trusted subordinates who had not surfaced. Tang Taizhuang suddenly fell silent. The previous emperor of Liang had scattered the Gu generals. The current emperor had gathered the old Gu generals and brought them into the capital. It cannot be said which of the two emperors was more skillful. It just depended on the time. Solving the problem of Bailiang was equivalent to completing half of the great cause of removing the vassals. Then, after cleaning up the forces left behind by the Gu generals, wouldn't it also complete half of the task of suppressing the local generals? What really made Tang Taizhuang sad, but would not reveal anything, was not that the emperor wanted to use them to control the old civil officials of Zhonglu, nor was it the emperor's intention to use them to intimidate and, to a certain extent, cut off the old officials of Yonghui and the new officials of Shangfu. It was that in the early years, they could exchange lives on the battlefield. Among the old brothers, perhaps other than Old Dong, Tianzong and Wei Dong were all pleasantly surprised by this promotion. They were far more worried about the general situation. Tang Taizhuang quickly returned to normal and smiled. This was the imperial court. This was the human heart. They knew that it was lonely at the top, but people still walked to the top. The many generals on the territory of Liang, from Yang Xinxing and Yin Jinchuan to him, Tang Taizhuang, had become chess pieces casually played by someone. The civil officials did not have it easy either. Zhang Julu's departure and Qi Yanglong's arrival was a complete change. Following Liu Baijie, who had vaguely become the leader of the Gangnam-do scholars, went south, Su Gong was also hidden at the border. The northern scholars, led by the Peng family of Liaodong, began to rise. Now, the Green Party, which had fallen apart, showed signs of recovery. The incomparably high arrogance of the Jiangnan tycoons in the past 2 years was immediately extinguished. There was also Yao Bai. The likes of Feng firmly occupied a place in the center. The chessboard, which was originally divided into different camps, was completely messed up. The only thing that was not messed up was the chess player behind the scenes. There was order in the chaos. Tang Taizhuang did not know about this chess game. Among the previous emperor, the current emperor, Zhang Julu, and Yuan Bunshi, Tang Taizhuang could not tell who contributed more and who put in more effort. But among the few chess players, except for the one surnamed Zhao, what happened to them? Then, Tang Taizhuang thought of a young man and smiled happily. A chess piece that was placed in a tight position could actually disgust the chess player one day. Strange. How delightful. The lobby of the Ministry of War, where Tang Taizhuang was temporarily absent, was completely in an uproar after hearing a piece of news. There was a confrontation at the Damaiyai post house. Gao Tingshu muttered, "It's a pity that we can't kill people." But a king who relied on his strength accidentally drowned in Jianghu. It's reasonable, right? As time went by, the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Zhao Jiaoan were all boiling with excitement. Then, there were the 2 provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the Imperial College, the Hamlin Academy, and the 6 post houses among them. Huan Wen and Zhao Yuling coincidentally gave the word nonsense. However, Tananon said that the young king's behavior did not match his status, while Master Zhao was annoyed that his youngest son, Zhao Wenwei, went to the Damaiyai post to watch the show. Only the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Qi Yanglong, was indifferent and turned a deaf ear to it. The old man held the poetry book that was listed as a forbidden book by the imperial court in one hand and read it with great interest. From time to time, he grabbed a few peanuts from the small plate on the table and ate them with great interest. In the unsigned poetry book, the scholar surnamed Zhang, who had never entered Jianghu in his life, could write such wanton poems as, "I have a 3-foot sword in the box. Where there is a flood dragon, I slay the flood dragon." He could also write such graceful poems as, "I hope to see a white head in old age." The plate was empty. As for the person who wrote the poem, he was already dead. The old man was disappointed. In a majestic hall in the imperial palace, there was no court meeting at this time, and there were no accompanying eunuchs, but a young man in a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. In the empty and quiet hall, the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Do you know, as long as Dongjua and 200,000 people die in Beimang and 100,000 more people die in Bailiang, then the world will be peaceful and prosperous. Chapter 1605. When Su Fengnian leisurely took a step forward, the sleeves of his black and gold embroidered robe swayed lightly. Not far away, Li Haoran, the first disciple of Qi Jiajia, who carried the famed sword 8 Sweet Dew, and was said to be a northern sword expert with 8 swords of the finger profound realm, did not move at all. The spectators on the 2 sides of the Damayi courier station couldn't help but praise Li Haoran inside. No wonder he was a young grandmaster that could establish himself in Great Peace City. Even when facing one of the 4 great grandmasters, Su Fengnian, he could still be so calm. No wonder in the mysterious Jianghu of Jing, many elders and elders said that Li Haoran could reach Mr. Qi's level in martial arts in less than 10 years. He might have a chance to reach the top of the sword forest in his lifetime and see the scenery of the sword in the eyes of Li Chungang, Dong Tai, and the others. The layman watched the spectacle, the expert watched the skill. The youth, holding the blade who had regained his youth, couldn't help but snort. This Li brat was not confident. He was scared silly. More accurately, he was not scared silly, but did not dare to move. Su Fengnian's step seemed ordinary, but it was an invitation to battle. His spirit had spread to the entire street. The targets of the invitation included the 3 of them, Zhao Go, and some of the hidden people in the buildings on the 2 sides of the street. So the meaning of this step was very simple. Since they had come to the Damayi courier station, then they were all guests. The king of Bailiang was wealthy and could afford to entertain them. Unfortunately, Li Haoran was not among them. Li Haoran, who was the closest to Su Fengnian, knew his own difficulties. He was not a master in the Xian finger realm, but he could use many types of Xian finger sword. His perception of Qi was quite keen. Logically speaking, when encountering a strong enemy, the 8 sweet nectar in the scabbard, which was connected to its master, should be eager to give it a try. However, not only did the long sword in the scabbard not show off its power, it was like a tortoise hiding in its shell, lifeless. It was to the extent that the man and the sword were separated from each other, as if they were separated by yin and yang. Li Haoran was extremely talented and had practiced the sword for many years. His path of martial arts cultivation had been smooth sailing. Whether it was the annual exchange of pointers with his master, Qi Jiajia, or when the Tangxi sword was Lu Baijia was sent to the capital to become an official, he had never encountered such a thing when he went outside the city to greet her with his sword under Qi Jiajia's instructions. At this moment, Li Haoran finally understood something. Whether it was his master, who had high hopes for him, or the Tangxi sword fairy, Lu Baijia, who had an extraordinary bearing, they both took pity on the junior swordsman, so they never did their best. The crippled old man's face was solemn. He asked the Qi Refinement Grandmaster, other than Chai Qing Shan of the Dongyue Sword Pool, are there other experts nearby? The Qi Refinement Grandmaster, whose strength had skyrocketed to the level of great celestial phenomenon, said bitterly, other than the 3 of us, I only sense 6 other auras from the king of Bailiang. 4 of them were in this inn, while the other 2 were not here. It's similar to you. Other than Chai Qing Shan, I don't know the identities of the other 5 people. If not for the Su Fengnian's invitation to battle in such a manner, I wouldn't have discovered their existence earlier. The crippled old man frowned and said, all the master and senior grandmasters in the capital have already approached the palace and the imperial astronomer. It's still reasonable that the old master of the Wu family's sword tomb came to watch the battle today, because he's living in seclusion in the city. But who are those 5 people? At this point, the crippled old man couldn't help but look around. His face was full of disbelief. He sighed and said, a total of 5 people, 5 great grandmasters who are difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If 1 or 2 of them were to fight, wouldn't the capital be in a mess? Suddenly, the crippled old man and the number 1 Qi Refinement Grandmaster in the north looked at each other. They could see the intense fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they thought of a terrifying possibility. What if one of 5 people was Chao Chongqing? And what if the arrival of the Great Guanzi was a tacit agreement between the Bailiang and West Chu, and the other 3 chose to watch from the sidelines? Originally, With the strong foundation of Great Peace City, in these 20 years, other than the martial emperor's city, Wang Xianji might not have been able to stop it. Even Chao Chongqing would not have been able to do as he wished. Although Han Shengxian, Master Lu Hao, and Qi Jiajie were no longer here, this meant that the palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city of the 4 cities of Great Peace City, except for the crippled old man who was responsible for guarding the outer city as usual, had all lost their most important people guarding the city. However, the great grandmaster of the Wu family sword tomb, Wu Jian, could be said to have replaced Master Lu Hao. Together with the concealment talisman matrix strengthened by generations of Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain, and the Saint Zhang of the Yinshan Gong, Fu carefully created with the help of the 2 scholars Yuan Bunshi and Xie Guining, Zhao Go dared to guarantee the emperor that if the new martial emperor Su Fengyan entered the palace alone, he would only be able to enter and not leave. However, at that time, how many people would be affected, whether it would be 1,000, 2,000, or more? Zhao Go didn't dare to pat his chest. However, when Su Fengyan had an additional great grandmaster of the same realm beside him, and the northern Qi cultivators in Great Peace City were all dead or injured, the 2 matrices were weakened a lot. If Wu Jian of the Wu family's sword tomb was not willing to fight to the death to stop them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The young man with the saber stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the short saber on his back and sneered, "What can you do? Whatever. This time I will take the lead." When the crippled old man was about to say something, the young man with the appearance of Zhao Go had already started to rush forward. He was not in a hurry to unsheathe his saber. He leaned his body forward and ran forward. Every step was like a dragonfly skimming the water, extremely light and agile. Nobody knew when the young lord in the eye-catching python robe had already stood beside Li Haoran, who had been as still as a mountain. They stood side by side. One of them faced the street, the other faced the gate of the Mawei post house. In the blink of an eye, everyone only felt a forced daze. They found that the nameless young man with the saber seemed to be stupidly standing in front of the young lord. He still maintained the posture of holding the saber, and the blade was only half unsheathed. The spectators, who were looking forward to a genuine peak battle, were completely baffled.